and Savior Minarchy. No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Hello, welcome to Inquiry, a dialogue about a topic to be named later. I'm your humble respondent, Stephen Hall, here to answer questions posed to me by our guest interrogator, Aggie the Barkeep. Did you ever get your...
No, I didn't. I still don't have my main. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to see if I can have it nuked at this point. Nobody can trust it anyway, so... And I'm kind of comfortable in this one, so... But hey, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. I should tell the audience our regular interrogator elf is on an extended sabbatical. So Aggie has volunteered to be our guest interrogator, and I think BZ has offered for a couple times. I'm still looking for a more permanent interim one to cover up until Elf gets back sometime this summer, because he's trying to get this education thing. I don't know why people want to be educated. And he has this job, work, things like that, marriage, I don't know, a life.
Responsibilities, man.
Yeah,
Responsibilities.
I don't understand, but
I don't get it either.
So what is our topic of the day?
Well, it's interesting. I was listening to a talk show, talk radio this afternoon, and there was a gentleman who was from Puerto Rico, and he was actually bringing up the question about statehood for the island and how it was that every time it came up for vote, it comes up for vote every 2 years or so, I think. The majority of the island either would vote to remain a Commonwealth or they would vote for statehood. It really depends on who is the governor at the time. And he made mention that, things are not fair because, we don't get representation, which is not true. We do get a voice. We don't get a vote, but we do get a voice. And the thing is, Puerto Rico is kind of different from other territories in that we can govern ourselves without interference from the U.S. So he was erroneous in a lot of stuff. But the one thing that he did bring up was our federal district, how there has been a push of late to make D.C. a state. And I know that, D.C. was established by, the Constitution to be a federal district. But I seem to recall like late 90s, early 2000s, they started putting out these license plates that said taxation without representation. And, we wanted statehood and wanting to be represented, and they are represented. They do have representation. And that kind of made me wonder, there is a there's a reason to have a federal district, but I was kind of curious because not many countries have one. I can only think of like maybe 3 or 4 that have them. I know we have one, Mexico, because theirs is literally called federal district as well. Ciudad Mexico Federal District. Um, I think Brasilia is also a federal district. That's one of the reasons why Brazil has 2 capitals instead of just 1. And I believe that
Most
India,
people aren't aware of that one.
huh?
Most people aren't aware of that two capital thing.
Yeah, yeah. And I believe that I want to say for a time Bogota did as well, but now they dissolved the federal district, but they still have 2 capitals, which is weird. But whatever, do you do you. So there aren't a lot of countries that have a federal district. And my question was, why is it that some countries deem it to be something that's necessary rather than part of the actual, you know, capital city that you're in? Um, because there are so few.
But I mean, that's interesting, and it goes back to the history of our founding. It also uh, certainly makes an argument that we really need to move it, but that's a different question. We'll get to that later. Uh, the purpose of having the federal district, you have to look back. Where was the original capital in the United States?
Wasn't it Philadelphia?
It was Philadelphia.
Okay.
And the United States is by the words of the States United, or that's French. The United States it's a group of separate sovereign independent nations that are formed together in under a federalist system. So you have a federal government, and then you have your independent state governments, and that's what a federal republic is. But the problem you run into when you have a republic based on a federal republic based on that, much like the Achaean League, one of the downfalls of the Achaean League, which there are about 5 different models that they grouped together to form our country when Madison helped build the structure of it. One of them was the Achaean League, and the head of the Achaean League was Athens, the city-state of Athens. And everybody sent all of their money to Athens. Well, when the government in Athens of the Achaean League spent money on building their military, in particular the Navy, it was the Athenian Navy. It wasn't the Achaean Navy. And there's always the danger that whatever state the capital is in gets favorable treatment by the people who are running the government because they're living and working in and around that state. So none of your other states wanted Philadelphia, a city in Pennsylvania, to be the capital because, well, they're going to favor Philadelphia. And they're going to make rules that favor Philadelphia. And remember that our representation, when we said no taxation without representation, was based on geography, where the English focused a lot more on the classes of people represented. The United States focused on geography represented. One of the reasons they chose DC, where it was, out of Maryland and part of Maryland, part of Virginia, and then they later ceded back the parts of Virginia, which now became Alexandria. I wish I just kept it all as DC, and you wouldn't have had Alexandria, and the state of Virginia wouldn't have to be dealing with a bunch of crap involving the large blue center in the northern part of their state that tends to dominate their politics, because that's mostly an overflow from DC. You don't have a lot of Virginia liberals. You have a lot of DC liberals who are living in Virginia, just across the bridge.
This is true. Yeah.
And that was not the way it was designed. The way it was designed was Alexandria was supposed to be part of DC. But the reason why it was located there was that it was more centrally located geographically in the country. And that was kind of a compromise to the southern states to get them on board, that it wasn't going to be something up in Pennsylvania, up in near New Jersey, near New England, away from that. Because back then, you're traveling by horse and carriage to get to where you need to go. And traveling from Atlanta all the way up to Philadelphia is quite a bit of a trek, whereas traveling from uh, Newark to Philadelphia really not quite as far, not quite as inconvenient. So being more centrally located, it would have more of a balanced approach to the politics of the country. But the reason you carve out a district is because you don't want that favoritism.
Okay. That tracks.
Okay, so one of the interesting things is right now, first of all, go back then, your government wasn't supposed to be as big and powerful as it has become. And that's actually something they really were afraid of, was getting that large, spending that much of the economy. And, you know me, I blame Woodrow Wilson for that.
I think we
Uh,
all do.
but it comes to play under Roosevelt, but Woodrow Wilson set it up. But under Roosevelt, the federal government, and most people don't even realize this because it's such a mind-boggling numbers to think about, the federal government grew by over 500% during the Depression and World War II. It went from 6% of the country's GDP to 36% of the country's GDP just for the federal government. 6 times as large as it was before he took office.
Wow.
That's what I said. That's a huge number that most people just, it's hard to wrap your mind around, but hard to realize that that's one presidency.
Yeah.
4 terms, but one presidency. They went from collecting most of their
3 1/4. Let's be fair.
all right. But most of the government was paid for before that with tariffs. They starting the income tax. They started that under Wilson, but that wasn't the major collection of money. It was only supposed to be a small percentage until World War I was paid off. But this massive growth in the federal government, and you also started getting a massive growth in the scope of the federal government. So the idea that you have a city that's just for your government workers isn't really a huge problem when your bureaucracy is covering all the military and everything else being about 5 to 7% of the country's economy. So DC was never planned on being that important of a city. One of the most interesting things I always found when I was reading The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith is he said you could always tell a poor country because the wealthiest city and the largest city in that state would be the capital. And that was an indication that the government was consuming too much of the productive labor of that state.
That still tracks, actually. Since I lived in Europe, and you could tell and it was for the exact same reason. The capital consumed almost all of the monies that would come in, and nothing would get distributed in any way. And a lot of that happened during with the Balkans and the breakup of Yugoslavia and all that stuff, but not just those countries. You see it in like Germany. You see it in France. So,
and that was some of the ones he was pointing to were the countries in Europe, except for London was a little bit different. I know he was writing in England, but London's a little bit different because London was actually a port town and just happened to be the capital, but they conducted a lot of commerce through that.
Right.
But Paris is not a port town. It's not a productive town. It's a government town. But you look at states like New York. New York City is not the capital of New York. There's an old joke around this area because I'm from West Virginia, and we make fun of Kentucky, and Kentucky just deserves it because
it is Kentucky.
But the joke is, what's the capital of Kentucky? Louisville or Louisville?
Ron is gonna haunt you both, just so you know.
I know. So
That's okay. I miss him. I would welcome the haunting. I miss him dearly. So
how do you pronounce the capital of Kentucky? Louisville or Louisville?
I thought it was Louisville.
It's Frankfurt.
Dang it! And I knew it too. I knew Frankfurt was. I just got trapped into the whole how do you pronounce the actual word? Didn't make the connection. Okay.
But the two largest towns in Kentucky are Louisville and Lexington. Frankfurt's is a little small town in between. That's where the government is. New York City, you got this huge New York City. Then you got a bunch of upstate cities that are larger. Then you have Albany, where they actually have the seat of the government. Of course, you have.
But of course, you could argue Albany kept under the radar because it was such a machine. So it didn't want to be big. It didn't want to be noticed for a very long time.
Well,
and that could be also argued with Kansas City.
Yeah, but so. as New York State was prosperous before they became socialist central on the East Coast, their main source of revenue was the port city, one of the biggest ports in the country, in the world.
Right. Yeah.
So they were conducting commerce. They had banks. This was what New York City was about. It wasn't about government. It's only as government becomes larger and larger and you get more government largesse that the government becomes more important. But it's kind of unique in like Chicago. It's half the population of the state is in that one town. Illinois is, a bunch of land and Chicago. New York State's kind of the same way. Yeah. You have a bunch of land up north, and then you got New York City, and that's the divide, 50%. So we were talking about the federal district. Well, and you mentioned Kansas City. That's about the geographical center of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were going to do the compromise, people talk about D.C. being the city built in a swamp. Well, the city in the swamp was unwanted land by both Maryland and Virginia. So they're like, here, build it here. Yeah, it's going to cost a bit, but we don't want that land anyway. That's why they built it there. But it was a compromise geographically. But then as we've expanded westward, it's no longer a geographical compromise between the states.
No, it's not.
And as our ability to travel and transport and go from place to place has increased, traveling from places like New York City and Philadelphia and Wilmington to DC is really not much of a trek. They have that whole beltway concept. So you get a lot more influence from that region in DC than the economy warrants. So theoretically, what they ought to do to make the country more balanced politically would be to move the District of Columbia to Kansas. Right along the Kansas-Missouri border, about halfway in the middle of the country, where it's equally accessible to everybody in the country.
That would be, isn't that part of what President Trump had actually proposed, to start sending out the FBI into the actual country, sending out several
decentralizing the agencies? Yeah.
Yes. And there was a lot of pushback, to put it mildly, I suppose, for that respect. And it just seems to be now that I'm not sure in today's day and age, with the availability of the technology that we have, I'm not so sure that having a federal district is actually fiscally sound. For example, you have Congress people. I was going to say critters, but I'm being nice.
No, critters is fine. I'll go with that.
Who, they complain about having to, live in DC. So they have two residences, and of course they have to have a residence that it befits their lifestyle now. And when I was growing up back in the 80s, I remember one of several Congress members who actually had a pull-out couch and a guardrobe in their office, for their suits and
Mhm.
or dresses or whatever it was, for the times that they had to be in town to vote, because they couldn't afford to have two homes. There was a it was cost prohibitive because of the area, but also they felt there was no need for it because they were going to be there for like maybe 3 weeks to vote on stuff and everything, and then they could return home to their constituency. And that's the way that it should have stayed, but it didn't. It has actually become more of a status symbol once you become elected to Congress or to the Senate, the House, whichever, to actually have a private residence there. And sometimes it's not good enough to have an apartment. You must have a condo that you buy or a brownstone or something equally grand to befit your new station as a member of Congress. So, in my opinion, I do think having a federal district at the beginning of the founding of the country and so forth and so on, it it did it did its job. But like you said, we grew westward, and I do think that if we are going to keep a federal district, not only should it be trimmed of the fat and a lot of the agencies be spread out throughout the US, but so should the district. The district should be moved out of that and put in right off of Route 66 in the middle of Kansas. I would be completely on board with that.
Now, addressing one of the things you said about them having their apartments and having this thing, making $250,000 a year for a public service job of just showing up and saying yes or no to things seems minimal amount of work for the amount of money you're making. Uh, I often wondered why the states didn't do what countries do. That is to say, something like an embassy. You know, the senators are there to represent the state. So why does New York not just buy a house in D.C. and go, our senators can live there, or build an apartment complex and go, our all of our representatives they have a place to stay when they're in town.
Yeah, like a dorm.
Yeah, so you
I
can
mean,
have a dorm for each state, or a dorm for just the all of the representatives
you
and
have
all of
you
the
have the
senators.
dorm for the senators, so you have 100 fixed, you know, things. And yes, the Texas ones have to have like next door to each other. The Ohio ones have to be next door to each other. None of this about alphabetical shit. No, you put all of the states in alphabetical order and two by two, and that's how you house them. And then the same thing for Congress.
You're making me put up with Ohio and Kentucky, aren't you?
I Yes. I think it the more I think about it, the more I think a dorm is actually not a bad idea, because when you are in DC, and this is my personal experience having dealt with high ranking military individuals and going to holiday balls and meeting senators and meeting members of the House, they go to all of these shindigs, and one of the reasons why they want a home or a more upscale place to live in is so that they could entertain. But in all my time that I was actually dealing with things like that, not one of them entertained at their home or their apartment or their brownstone, wherever they were. They went to all of these lavish places that was being hosted by somebody in government. It was always a government function, never a private one. So that excuse about, well, I need a place so I can host all these parties because of my station and blah blah, yeah, it doesn't wash either. There are so many event centers in and around the DC area that you could live in a shoebox and you'd be okay. if entertainment is something that you are forced to attend every time, being a member of Congress, you'd be okay, because most of that does not happen in somebody's private residence. So I've never been able to make it connect in my head why it is that every time somebody new, like for example, when Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez was elected, one of the first things that she did was, I need to find, a condo, because I cannot be traveling from New York to DC all the time. And I'm going, it's not that far.
Yeah,
I live in Texas.
before she made multi-millions of dollars
Yeah,
as a
I'm
congressman.
in Texas. It's not that far. Okay. You could technically live out of your office. I've seen her office. She does have an area for a pull-out couch. She does have all of that, but that wasn't good enough. And then she had to tell, somebody complained about her and she said, I need, I cannot be traveling back and forth. That's too cost prohibitive. So I need to buy a condo or whatever. And she sold it to her constituency that way. And I'm like, okay, if you're going to be living there permanently most of the year, then sell the one in New York. Give that one up, because now you have two, and you start wondering who's paying for what. And this is another thing. There has been a lot of the money that goes into DC has become fungible,
Yeah.
and
Well,
under
some
the guise
states,
of it being a federal district.
yeah, some states require that they maintain a residence in their state. I know West Virginia did, which is why for the longest time Senator Byrd had a PO box in West Virginia.
Yes, that's right.
He had a farm over in Virginia, but he had a PO box in West Virginia. And this came out about the same time his parents, as I think it was his mother, died, and he inherited their property. So he now had a residence in West Virginia, and he
Oh
kept
yeah,
the
yeah.
property. So he's like, I have a residence there. He lives in Virginia. The joke was he was Virginia's third senator.
That tracks, but it just I understand having that particular, you must have a residence. That's what happened with Hillary Clinton when she wanted to run for senator. She had to find a state that had a minimal requirement that she could meet quickly, and hello, New York.
Mm-hmm.
So that was only what, 30 days
Yeah, 30,
residency before you
might
could
have
find.
been 60. I don't remember if it was 30 or 60, but it was about that.
But it was a very small window. So that was, and a lot of people is like, but she's from Arkansas. Why would she want to? Why is she living up?
Because
Because she wanted to be senator.
New York didn't have the aversion of carpetbaggers like the South did.
Correct. I currently am dealing with that right now. I'm from Puerto Rico and I hate the carpetbaggers. That should tell you a lot. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Kinsinger. But anyway. No,
But
the whole carpetbagging thing is still alive and well down here. I mean, there are families that gave me the side eye when I moved up here. And I actually I told them my life story in order to be accepted as a non-carpetbagging person. Okay. So it's still a thing down here.
well, see, West Virginia got used to buying out. So when this guy from New York comes in and decides he wants to be senator or governor, first I think he was governor, they're like, okay, yeah, fine, he's got money. So we ended up with this Senator Rockefeller, and all the other Rockefellers lived in New York, but he was senator of West Virginia because it was cheaper to buy an election there than it was to buy an election all through New York.
I always did wonder, what was he, the black sheep? Did he get disowned? I mean, I never understood how a
No,
Rockefeller ended up down there. So that makes sense now.
he came down. It was a Democrat state, so he changed from being Republican to Democrat so he could get elected. And by the time he was no longer governor, uh, those companies owned by Rockefeller, oil shares in different companies, owned 75% of the coal rights in West Virginia.
Huh.
uh-huh.
Things that make you go, okay. But
But we were
Yeah,
talking about the district and the concept of an independent, non-biased representation for the city, which
yeah.
is why they now want it to be a state because they want it to be biased. They want it to be far left. They want two more seats in the Senate that they know is in a blue district because it's highly urban. And it's
This
highly
is
urban because everybody living there is a government employee. And the per capita income in DC is higher than any state in the country.
that's amazing to me.
That city is more affluent when you compare it to states than any state in the country because there's that much money floating around from all of those DC federal employees for all the tax money. Remember what I said about Adam Smith and your
Yes,
wealthiest city
yes.
per capita, not total, but per capita. That's DC.
It's pretty tragic when you think about it. And like I said, what got me thinking about it, that stupid license plate, taxation without representation. I started thinking about it because they really want representation, but I'm like, y'all should be fighting against the taxation.
Well, what is
Forget the
representation?
because DC already has members in the House,
Hmm.
correct? So it's not like they're not being represented. The
Well, what,
taxation issue for me was the one that was kind of interesting because if you had to choose between representation and taxation, I would choose to do away with the taxation.
well, think about this for a second. I wrote an article back in Freedom Recognition Reconnection. Sorry, F, you know what I'm talking about. And one of the things people don't understand is who pays taxes, and that was the name of the article.
Mhm.
Uh, who pays taxes? A federal employee. I said they have all that money that they're getting being federal employees. They don't really pay federal taxes because they can't. You can only pay taxes if those taxes go to a third party. So a federal employee cannot pay federal taxes. They can appear on paper that they're paying taxes. But since the money's going back to their employer, it's not really costing the employer that much. So they're not really paying taxes. So when you talk about taxation without representation, they're not getting federal taxes. They're not paying federal
No.
taxes.
And again, which is why I brought up the fact that, instead of fighting the representation thing, you should be looking at the taxation thing. The
Yeah, but they're not
taxation,
paying that.
but exactly, exactly. They won't do that because that would pretty much give the game away. And um, for me, having a federal district is I always thought that it was a really novel idea, a centralized area where the government of the entire country, a hub where it can work and it can do the things for the country without bothering the states, with the minutiae or whatever. I've been to Ciudad Mexico, and it's really interesting. That city is kind of like there's two there's two sides to it, and you're walking and you walk through one part and it's all federal government buildings. That's all you see right there, and you turn the corner and it's not. That there's a taco stand, there's a guy shining shoes and whatever. It's like there's a line. It's very stark. It's not like that in DC. You have your beautiful brownstones, you have your hotels, you have your event venues, you have your you know ritzy places to go shopping. You have all of your national galleries, your museums, your national monuments, things of that nature. So in that respect, DC for me has always been different from Ciudad Mexico because they don't have as many, or they're not as prominent. I should say they're not as prominent as they are in DC. Um, and you have the dichotomy between Brasilia and Rio de Janeiro. you go to Rio for all of the fun, all of the museums, all of the carnival, all of that stuff. You go to
And the
Brasilia to
bikinis.
work, you know?
And the
So
bikinis.
yeah, I wouldn't, but guys would, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So
I'm
that's
I'm I'm
one image
I'm
comes to mind.
I'm that weird person that's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, a public swimming pool? I need a burqa. I'm sorry. I just don't go out there in a bathing suit or anything. I'm just too shy." I know that's weird. I'm too shy, um, but no, my sister had absolutely no problem being in the nude beaches down there. So she was free as a bird, and it takes all kinds. But you could see that the differences in the federal district versus the other capital. They run very differently. I have one of my best friends actually worked for the FBI in the um, money laundering and counterfeit division, and he was stationed in Brasilia for, I want to say, 4.5 years, I think. And he always said that he had always had to go to Rio to have fun. Brasilia was nice for their restaurants, but he always had to leave in order to go sightseeing and do stuff. He would go to Rio for that, um, so it's kind of, they do divide it over there. There's no division here anymore, and it was really difficult because I was trying to explain it to my cousin, because she also wants statehood. She doesn't understand why it is that Puerto Rico cannot have statehood. She doesn't understand why it is that DC cannot be a state. And I had to explain it to her. It's like, it's literally in the Constitution that this is a federal district. It cannot be a state. In order to change that, they have to change the Constitution. And that requires three-fourths of the other states to say, yeah, okay, let's make it a state. And I don't think a lot of those states want that to happen. So at least not a majority. And trying to explain to her the difference between a capital and a federal district was very difficult, because in Puerto Rico, you have your capital and there's a federal district too. So, and it's interspersed. I mean, it's not like it's just in one section. It's like everywhere, and like if you were to go to Boston, it's the same thing. So, um, it for me, trying to explain exactly what a federal district does to someone who is not familiar with what a state is, it's kind of difficult.
Yeah, that would be kind of difficult because it's the whole purpose of a federal district is to separate it from the states.
Yes.
Uh, but if you look back on the history of DC and when it started to become the way it is now, it corresponds to the growth of the bureaucracy. And it became a home of the bureaucracy as opposed to a home of the government.
Yeah.
And all of these people who are filling that, those 2 million people, these are people employed to a large extent, not all of them, but to a large extent, they're people employed by the state, by the federal government, or derivative thereof. They're, in restaurants serving the people who are doing that. That's their main source of income. That's their main source of revenue, is taxation from around the country. And without a large bureaucracy, it becomes a small town. 535 people do not make a $2 million district or 2 million person district.
This is true.
36% of the country's GDP flowing through there, that makes a pretty large town.
Extremely large.
Mm-hmm.
It's really weird because I've been to Berlin, and you can tell where their federal district is. Berlin is, as we all know, was divided in fourths. There were four sectors after World War II. And so, in a way, it kind of stuck to that. Even after the fall of the wall, it's still like that. And so, part of you can see the federal district, and you can determine where the federal district is by where the tributes to the wall are at. So it's kind of like they're telling people that come in that are not familiar with um, Berlin at all, this is where it starts. So there's kind of a division still going on with Berlin, but even, like in Germany, that is their wealthiest city.
Hmm.
And it amazes me that my German friends don't see it. They don't see it at all. And I told, I was telling my girlfriend Monica, I said, you guys pay a lot in taxes. Oh, we don't pay that much in taxes. I was like, Monica, you're paying taxes because you have two radios in your house. You have one TV in your house, and the government came to check to make sure you didn't have two because the minimum is two. And you had to actually tell, you know, the government, no, I only have one TV. They come and check to make sure you only have one because you may be lying. You get taxed on the radio in your car, you get taxed on the radios and the TVs in your house, you get taxed how many rooms you have, which is why they don't have closets because a closet is a room. So I was trying to tell her that yes, she is being taxed on all these things. And I asked her, it's like, do you get a rebate? Do you have withholding? Do you do? She's like, no, we don't have any of that. I said, well, where does your money go? Oh, it goes to Berlin. Yeah, but what does Berlin do with it? And she says, well, they spend it on the country. And I was like, where? She had no clue. She has absolutely no clue.
That's
So
ironic that you mentioned the taxation of rooms because do you know why most houses in the United States have an attic?
no, I don't.
Because they got taxed by the number of floors they had.
Oh, really?
So you could have an attic that was a half floor, so it's still usable space, but you only got half the tax for that.
Ah, okay. Well,
Well, we don't have a lot of flat roofs in the United States.
the Germans kind of just ran away with that. I mean, it's like every single, if it has a door, it's a room.
Yeah, that's
That's
nuts.
why,
But
she didn't have a broom closet. They,
yeah,
the,
governments are really funny about that. Going back to the Middle Ages, uh, and you had to pay so many days worth of labor for your taxes, and this came about in France, and they kept changing the rules slightly. Like, okay, there's so many days. I think it was like 12 days, and then, well, you're not working the whole day. You're only working 8 hours, so that's actually becoming 36 days. And they kept expanding this, and they ended up you're spending 50% of your time working for the feudal lord on your taxes. It was originally 12 days you were supposed to pay. So bureaucracies and governments have a tendency of expanding taxes by hook or by crook. So any little thing that they can do to get a little bit more money, they will do. And the more
well,
bureaucracy you have to pay, the more detailed and minutiae it becomes.
yes. And, that was something that I saw on my visits in several European countries that I didn't notice until I came back to the States and saw them here. I had never noticed them when I was here, but they were more open about certain things over there. They were not open about, they do not disclose the amount of taxes because they never went through the revolution that we did. And so now, we do this, we have to disclose the taxes that we have to pay, but they don't do that in Germany. And so a lot of people just think, oh, this apple is, 50 cent, 50 euro cent. And I'm like, no, the apple's technically 9 euro cent. The rest are just your taxes. And they were like, we don't pay taxes on food. We don't pay taxes on our clothing. I'm like, yes, you do. They're not telling you. And I could not drive that point home. And it was funny because we were in Berlin and we were touring and everything. And one of the things right outside the Reichstag, which is a beautiful building, by the way, was a park, beautiful park and everything. And there's this, I don't want to say it's a domicile. It's like a hut, you know. It's round like a yurt, but it's not cloth. It's, built, and I was like, what is that? It's like, oh, that's the public toilet. And I was like, the what? And my girlfriend's like, the public toilet. You should try it here. And she gives me €2
Oh
to
yeah,
try
you
this
got to pay.
because you have to pay. But let me tell you something. I gladly paid for that toilet because when I walked in, I could have lived in there and been happy. It was huge. It had every amenity. If you needed to take an emergency shower, it was there for you. You had you had your wash basins. You had a small bathtub in case one of your children got dirty outside because it was a very big um uh yeah, I mean, it had everything in it, right? But the beauty of that thing is when you walk out, the doors lock, everything shuts down, and it is completely sanitized from the inside. And I was like, I need one of those in my house. I need one of those in my house. I don't ever want to have to wash so it was for me, it was like, I can't believe I have to pay €2. But wow, you're paying, it was like, I was like, I need 2 more euro because I need to do this again. It was just fantastic, right? But that money actually goes for, the upkeep of that particular public toilet is it part of that is the €2, but part of that is the taxation as well. It doesn't
Hmm.
just go to upkeep the public toilet. It also goes to the taxes for that city. And I was explaining that to her. We went to the Holocaust Museum, which is an amazing, amazing place there. And it's across from the newish American Embassy. And, it had ticket prices and all that stuff. And it was, whatever. And a gentleman was complaining because he had a, a tax number, right? And my girlfriend is like telling me what's going on. She's translating because he's going way too fast for me. And so she's telling me it's like he's contesting the price of the ticket because he has a tax number. And I was like, oh, okay, so he should have lower. She says that doesn't work here. I'm like, what do you mean that doesn't work here? Then why have the tax number? Why do you have a tax number if you cannot use it to be exempt from the taxation? And she says, no, the tax number is something completely different. And so she had to explain to me that the tax number was something different. It could get some exemptions, but not all the time and not for everything. And his complaint was this was an educational trip for 12 students. So
Hmm.
it should have been, they
Exempted
should have
under
taken the
the
tax
education.
number, but
Yeah.
they were saying no. So I asked her, if that doesn't qualify, what does qualify? She says, if he had come here with a government employee, then he could have used the tax number. A government employee. So I
Yep.
was like, well, okay, I see how it is. And
Government employees are a privileged class.
yes, and this is another danger of having the federal district. It fosters that class, and it becomes this bubble where you want to live in there because it is fostered, because that's, it's an elite class.
Yeah. Well, I've
It's
talked to
not.
enough bureaucrats. The bubble is obvious every time you talk to them.
Oh yeah.
They are in their complete own little world that they think reality is a lot different than people who actually are out working do.
No, and this is one of the reasons why Henry Cuellar got mad, with the Biden administration. And Cuellar he's a member of the House of Representatives. He's a Democrat here in Texas. But he was upset because the Biden administration was telling him an outright lie about the border being closed. And he's standing there with one of the ranchers and taking video and saying, this is not closed. It is completely open. The bulldozers took down the wall that the rancher had put up to protect his property and his cattle.
Mhm.
And so what happened? He gets raided by the FBI, not the rancher, Henry Cuellar, and
Yep.
all because he had complained. And so I cannot say that all representatives and all senators tend to live in that bubble, happily and everything. There are some that tend to step out of that bubble and see the reality of what's happening in their constituency. And I will say, I know that he lost his bid for re-election after the Tea Party surged up. So in 2010, I think it was, he lost to a Tea Party member, but that Tea Party member did nothing. And as a member of the Tea Party, I was like, dude, your constituents are telling you to do this. See, I was one of them,
Mm-hmm.
and I ended up voting back Cuellar, even as a Republican, because I knew Cuellar was actually doing work. So that was, there are some that are not, that tend to actually shy away from the federal district for that reason. And Cuellar is one of the few that actually tries to leave the federal district and spend most of his time in his district rather than in DC. But that doesn't, you know, most of them tend not to do that. Most of them like to be in DC. Most of them like to get the perks of being a member of Congress. Most of them like to be, to network, to do the lobbying thing, to, if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, that, and that has, as much as I like the idea of a federal district at the inception of the country, at the birth of the country and everything, that made sense. But to keep it there is actually working against everybody else.
Yeah, you just hit on something that people really need to know, and most people overlook. When you talk about the DC bubble, you're not talking about the representatives. You're talking about the people who are actually in control of our government, and those aren't the people who are voting.
No, the
It's the
people,
bureaucracy underneath them. That those are the people who
no.
are
The
there and
members of
in control.
Congress go so that they can get the perks given to them by the
Right.
bureaucracy. That's why they want to stay in that bubble. But they're not the ones controlling the bubble. Not
Yeah,
by any
that's the
not by any
bureaucracy. The
stretch.
bureaucracy control it.
So I
That's
do think, I do think that, it should be like the Houston Medical Center. Houston Medical Center is actually not a single place. There's actually 5 or 6 at this point that are distributed throughout the city of Houston. So they are, the first one being centrally located, which is the one that has MD Anderson, St. Luke's, all of those Methodist, and most of the teaching hospitals are centrally located. But as the city grew, they understood that not everybody had access to the medical centers. So several medical centers started to grow out outside of the city. As the city grew, now they're inside the cities, but they're completely spread out. And I think that is a good example of how a federal district should be redistributed in the country in the same manner. Make it
Yeah,
centralized, put it in Kansas in the middle of a cornfield, and then have, branches,
satellite districts.
there is no,
Satellite districts and regional districts would make sense.
in this day and age of Zoom meetings and Microsoft Teams or whatever it is that you want to call it,
Well,
why do you have to even be there?
Interestingly enough, we do that with the courts. We have federal district courts. We have circuit courts, but we don't really have a circuit for the bureaucracy.
No, because if you were to do that, the bureaucracy would not have the power that it wields currently.
That's the centrally located,
Yes.
anti-capitalist, central-controlled economy.
Yes.
But,
so
yeah,
again, middle of Kansas, some cornfield that nobody's using. Put it in there. Not corn, it's wheat, but whatever.
Yeah, and then I was in Indiana. Everything was corn.
Everything's wheat in Kansas, I guess. I don't know.
No, I think I told you I went with a friend of mine. She showed me her high school, and I said, it's in the middle of a cornfield. She said, no, it's in the middle of 3 cornfields. How would you know? But if you had a circuit, this is your northeast bureaucracy center. This is your western one. Just along the same lines as the federal circuits, just have a little district in each one for subcategory of your bloated bureaucracy. Of course, I'd really like to get back from 36% of the GDP back down to 6%.
That would be optimal, but that's never going to happen. It's like the what do you call it? The Scholastic, not Scholastic, Schoolhouse Rock,
Yeah.
Tyrannosaurus debt. That's what it is. It keeps
MD's
growing and
telling us
growing.
they have soybeans too.
Hmm.
You got to give credit to MD. They have soybeans also.
Yes, they do. So, but yeah, so that was my query was about the federal district and how
Yeah.
it
And
has become.
it's a legitimate question, and most people don't have enough civics, particularly if they're around the world and they're not from a republic like the United States. It becomes hard to explain to them that our government is not just the government of the whole country. It goes back to Buchanan, the president right before Lincoln, who said he was the last president of the United States, and by that he meant he was the last president of a federal system of independent states before the Civil War. That everybody said now we are the country and the nation of the United States because it had so locked in the centralized power at the federal level
Hmm.
that it
Yeah.
changed the nature of the country. And, so I think that begins to change the nature of what the district actually means and the purpose of it. And I would
Please
much rather
take
go back
place
to
of a governmental emergency. All right, folks. Well, we got like 2 minutes left. Stephen, where can folks find you?
Well, they can usually find me every other week, except of course the last month or so, here on Inquiry on KLRN Radio every other Wednesday from 7 to 8, and on Twitter at Stephen L. Hall. And that's pretty much it.
And Aggie, where can folks find you?
You can find me at Aggie the Barkeep over on X. You can find me 8:30 p.m. Eastern Tuesday nights doing the Cocktail Lounge, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Friday nights doing He Said, She Said. The second Wednesday of every month, I am the barkeep over at Toxic Masculinity at 8 p.m.
Bar Babe.
and
Bar Babe.
whatever. And also the first Monday of every month, Spirited Books, also at 8:30 p.m. Eastern.
All right. Well, we're going to clear the decks with these two. G is up next. So full programming note tonight. Also, a reminder, I'll be hanging out with Gene for the night after. At 9 p.m. Eastern, I'll be heading over to Behind the Enemy Lines territory. Pray for me because their chat's gotten crazy. But G's up next. So want to thank everybody for hanging out with us with Inquiry. Stay put. This is one of our last late nights on Wednesday nights because starting next week, BZ will be simulcast on Tuesday nights instead of a carryover on Wednesdays. I was actually going to start that last night, but I fell asleep because I'm a sucker. Bye, guys.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you for coming.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLR.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the
Hey,
co-founder.
JJ.
If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts.
Like
It's
mine.
new, social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On
Me.
Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like.
They
That is
like
the
me.
number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You
Like
can find
mine.
Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
To me.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening and welcome. It's Wednesday night on KLRN Radio, and I hope you are holed over from Inquiry with Stephen L. Hall and his guest this week, the lovely and talented Aggie Rican, Aggie the barkeep, as it were, because sometimes shit happens and it's not good. But anyway, if you're not holed over from them, you should be. So make a note and tune in 2 weeks from tonight, an hour before me, so that you can catch that show. It's the smart thing to do. And speaking of doing the smart things, if you caught my post last Wednesday, you'll know I screwed up, so I was not smart. It was a Toxic Masculinity Wednesday last week, and it sad bone with the sad panda, and but it was a great night. I had a great time with the Toxic crew, as always, and Vincent Charles sitting in for Andrew. Appreciate you, Vincent. But now it's my turn again. So, and before we get rolling, I know Rick said he was going to be hanging out with Gene on Behind Enemy Lines tonight. What else is going on tonight, programming-wise, Rick?
So we got Behind Enemy Lines after you. We got Rick and Orty after that. We got Edge of Liberty after that. And tonight is the last night we will be carrying BZ as a holdover, because starting next week, we're going to carry him live in his regular time slot on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
There you go. And that's, folks, why he's the hardest working man in show business, because he knows all that.
Or the most retarded. Take your pick.
Potato, potato.
Tomato, tomato. Let's call the whole thing off. Oh, wait, never mind.
It's all sauce.
Well, potatoes can be made to get you sauced.
Yes, if you whip them enough, they can look like sauce. But anyway, we digress here often. Oh, crap. Oh. I don't know, Rick. I'm tired as hell.
And I'm not going to take it any... Oh, wait. Never mind. That's not the right one.
Yeah. That's right.
Dude, I'm feeling your pain. Like, I have decided, because, for the longest time, I was all excited about moving my show earlier because I thought it would make my workload easier. And then and it's funny because I used to make fun of folks like Lee Matthews and the other guy that I know that used to do a morning show when they either moved their shows because they became the program directors for their station. So they either moved their shows to lunchtime or evening, and I was making fun of them for years. And then I hit 50, and then 51, and now 52. And I'm like, I get it now. I'm gonna go back to 11. I'm gonna go back to 11. Anyway.
And I'm on the other end of that decade, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Before too much longer, we're gonna move your start time to 6 so you can be in bed by 7.
Hell, that's because I'll be eating dinner at 4. So
And get your tapioca right before they tuck you in.
Get off my lawn! Oh God!
Careful, that's Andrew's line. He might fight you over that one.
If I ever get that bad, somebody better take me out back and just exercise their 2A and say I just stepped out from nowhere and it was just a horrible accident. And
well, then don't move to Virginia because from anymore you can't exercise 2A outside unless you got 5 acres here coming pretty quick.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to talk a little bit about Virginia tonight. Yeah, she's going full retard right out of the gate.
Never go full retard.
Yeah, so much for being the moderate candidate,
right.
huh?
Right.
Day one took care of that.
Poor Fu was like just ready to go and just start stabbing.
Oh, I know, man. I know.
This was gonna happen and you didn't listen to me.
She is gonna be raising hell for 4 fucking years. And rightly so.
I think they may be plotting their exit at this point.
That would not surprise me. Yeah, I mean, Virginia has, I mean, even when I lived there, back in the early to mid 90s, it was a purple state. And it swings from red to blue and red to blue and red to blue. And it's brutal. It really is. It's brutal.
Sorry, you said swings had to be done.
Oh, well,
I'm over it now, but it still had to be done.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, let's see. Where to start? Wow.
A little time.
Hey, well, we seized another oil tanker yesterday.
I know, right? So
Yeah.
I gotta say something about this because I see all these leftist Facebook pages talking about how Donald Trump is setting up slush funds accounts with the oil proceeds. I have spent a week trying to research to find just even a smattering of evidence. There's none. It doesn't exist.
Well, of course. But it's the accusation that that's all they need, man. That's all they need. Because to them, that means it's true.
I was like, okay, so if this is true, I might actually get a little cranky. So I need to go find out. And I can't find any record of that anywhere. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I mean, I don't know why I was surprised, but
yeah, I mean, it's just they're insane. They're insane. It's like that that retard in Minnesota cosplaying tough guy with his AR standing out in the snow. Patrolling my neighborhood to guard against ICE.
Oh, wait,
he's going to end up either dead or in jail out of full stupidity.
I was hoping that you were talking about the Black Panther dude because I thought that was absolutely fucking hilarious.
Oh no, that was funny too. I mean, but this was
this was the white dude. Looked like he was from Alabama. I'm patrolling my neighborhood because
the dude with 4 necks and yeah.
Anyway. But
his AR was horizontal because he had laid it on top of his belly.
I guess I should have said Kentucky. I forgot where you live. My bad.
Dude, it doesn't bother me. I mean, I'm not from here. I just live here.
But no, it was just like the funniest thing was listening to the Black Panther dude going, "Oh, if an ICE agent comes near me, I'm gonna put a hole in his chest the size of a mailbox." You dig? I'm like, dude, what is this? 1967? What the hell?
Yeah, no, bring it. I mean, just before I came on the air, I saw somebody posted that ICE agents were deploying quote unquote toxic green chemical gases, but they had no gas masks on. They're just wearing a balaclava, but they're deploying toxic gas with no protection for themselves.
I think they're smelling their fellow protesters is what's happening there.
Oh, I know what they're smelling, and it's in the seat of their pants
Right?
or between their ears. It's all the same. So, I mean, who the hell would even think of deploying toxic gas without wearing protection for themselves?
Right? I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, hell, half the protesters have gas masks on, so why would they?
Exactly. Exactly. And they're oh, it's just 2 blocks down from a school and the wind can carry it. Yeah, but nobody's dying right there on site where it's being released either. So,
Oh,
really
no.
toxic stuff.
I mean, if we're being completely honest, they've already moved everybody to remote learning anyway, so who cares?
Well, there you go.
I'm just saying.
And these people are just so stupid. And have you seen the video of the little skinny white blonde girl who was crying because ICE was conducting a sweep looking for a child rapist in her neighborhood?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Oh yeah, hysterical. I can't believe y'all are doing this. Yes. Minnesota Democrats stand up to protect being defrauded, assaulted, and even murdered, if not sexually assaulted also. You know, God help them. God help
Yeah.
them.
I think God might be done with them.
Man, if there was any justice. If there was any justice. And speaking of justice, boom, we found our segue into the first story. Supreme Court justices were stunned yesterday when lawyers defending Hawaii's so-called vampire rule, which restricts carrying guns on privately owned spaces without consent, pointed to racist laws in their defense of gun control. Woo-hoo! During their arguments, the lawyers had cited the Black Codes, post Civil War segregationist laws that limited the rights of African Americans, as evidence of a tradition of similarly restrictive gun control in U.S. history. So here's an interesting quote. I want to understand how you think Black Codes should inform this court's decision making. It's quite astonishing, said Justice Neil Gorsuch. You see, Hawaii has restricted gun owners from carrying firearms into privately owned open spaces without explicit permission from the owners. So, lawyers were before the Supreme Court Tuesday for arguments over whether Hawaii can ban people from carrying a handgun onto private property open to the public. Uh, Places like hotels and restaurants and whatever without the owner's explicit permission. The lawyer argued that while the Black Codes were a shameful period in U.S. history, there were parts of those laws that were race neutral. His quote, race neutral. The attorney who defended Hawaii's vampire rule further contended that the debate around the Black Codes in the 1800s also proved that it was understood at the time you have no right to carry a firearm onto someone's property absent their consent. But when Justice Samuel Alito asked, wasn't the purpose of the laws in the post-Reconstruction South that disarm Black people precisely to prevent them from doing what the Second Amendment is designed to protect? Bam. They wanted to disarm the Black population in order to help the Klan terrorize them, he went on. They wanted to put them at the mercy of racist law enforcement officers. So is it not the height of irony to cite that? I just don't see how this law survives right now.
Well, based on Thomas's response, I don't think it will.
Yeah, well, he's next up on the list. He later chimed in and highlighted the fact that the 14th Amendment was later enacted to counter racist laws like the Black Codes, which could complicate the case further for Hawaii.
Dun, dun,
The
dun.
requirement is dubbed the vampire rule for its consent requirement. I figured it was because it sucks. That's just me, but
I thought
the
that,
Supreme
or
Court is expected to hand down a decision by late June, marking one of its most significant Second Amendment cases in the last, 3, maybe even 4 years. The Ninth U.S. Circuit of Appeals, which is based in San Francisco, upheld Hawaii's law in 2024. Shocker! And several other states, such as New York, New Jersey, and California, have adopted similar gun measures to Hawaii. So there may be some fallout coming later this year in that regard. Fallout for those blue states that think they can just snub their nose at the Constitution. Anyway, just some fun stuff going on out there, things you need to know about. Like they said, they expect to have a decision by late June, I guess, after oral arguments, and they adjourn and do their deliberation. Excuse me. Developing some hiccups here from dinner, which was friggin' excellent. Maybe a little too much of it, but that happens when it's really good. But anyway, they'll adjourn after they hear all their oral arguments on everything that they've taken on docket, and then they deliberate each case and render their decisions. And again, they are decisions, and I don't want to say, because they don't write law, they interpret law. So, yeah. Anyway, so that's going on. You got probably 4 or 5 states that could be affected by this down the road. I would think that by the time this decision gets handed down, that Virginia will have adopted something similar, being that their new governor, I don't know, Barnsparger, whatever the fuck her name is. I know it's Spanberger. It's okay.
I call her Spam Burger out of habit, and I haven't been able to fix it.
Spam Burger, yeah, because she's not quite, legit meat.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, and swinging a little closer to hitting in the backyard here. That's that story we just covered. That's a big one nationally. Blue states especially affected by this one way or the other. We'll just have to wait and see how that shakes out. But much closer to the backyard, this story out of New Jersey is a bit of a so sitting in his family's farmhouse in Cranbury, New Jersey, not Cranberry, Cranbury. That's Bury, like Burberry. No, not like them. But anyway, Cranbury, New Jersey. Andy Henry recalls a town meeting in the 1960s where local officials attempted to use eminent domain for the purpose of building a road right through the front of our property. It was obviously an unnecessary road because the effort was defeated, he said, but somebody came up with that idea and they were just pushing ahead with it, he said. He also recalls another local case where a World War I veteran had his land bisected by a highway via eminent domain, cutting the man off access to his own fields and forcing him to sell the land. Andy's interest in eminent domain isn't just an abstract hobby. He and his brother have been informed by local officials that their property a 21-acre farm, which has been in the family since the 1850s, is likely to be seized and used to fulfill a state requirement for a certain number of affordable housing units. Yes, you heard that correctly. They want to seize this man's land and build affordable housing units on it. It's a state requirement for sure. So they are acting in response to a mandate, Andy said. It's just a mystery of why they would come here. In other words, local officials feel that they are being coerced to enact policies by force by distant legislators that have handed down a mandate that ignores the natural end results of theft and violence. Innocent people are being harmed, and a family may lose their identity, history, and indeed their property. The farm, he says, is a terrible spot for housing, especially affordable housing, which is ostensibly intended to help lower income people. Putting housing on what is currently Andy's farm would isolate them from the town rather than help newcomers find a home in the community. They've been pointed to several other properties that would be more logical, he says. We are 2 miles from the center of town. We're surrounded by warehouses. And more importantly, the farm's not for sale. And not only is it currently in use as a hormone-free and chemical-free cow and sheep farm, but it has an incalculable value to their family. Certainly, it's emotional. We love having it as a farm, he said, and we love taking care of it. And I want to pass this on to my kids, and I hope they love it like we do. There have been no phone calls and no communication from the officials to Andy and his brother. They have turned down many offers for their land in the past. He said that they routinely received and turned down inquiries from land developers offering as much as $30 million. Damn. For 21 acres? Yeah.
Damn.
I don't know, man. I think I might retire with $30 million. Find a way to tell them that it's 30 million with taxes paid on it. So I'm getting like a free and clear 30 million. And yeah, they could have my acreage then. I can buy some more acres. But anyway, they simply haven't wanted to sell. And what Andy and his brother want, however, hasn't been part of the discussion for local officials. We just got a certified letter in the mail, Andy recalled. Basically, it said, we have to do this affordable housing. We've identified your place and one smaller place up the road. If you want to tell us what you think the place is worth, we can work with you. If you don't want to sell, we'll just use eminent domain to take the property. The letter, dated April 21st of 2025, was delivered on April 24th, just a few days before the April 28th meeting where city officials read the first ordinance to take the property. No phone calls, no communication from them over these last several months when they've been working on this, said Andy. It's just right out of the blue, less than 5 days before they had a first reading. That left him and his brother scrambling to raise awareness, find an attorney, and mount a defense against the forceful taking of the family property. And they do this on purpose. This is how government operates. They have a lawyer that tells them how to do this. And look, I know this because I had a family member that sat on a jury in an eminent domain case here. I understand exactly how they do it and why they do it. And the defending lawyer was brilliant and won his case. So I hope that this gentleman also has a good lawyer that can get him there. But anyway, if a neighbor were trying to steal the Henry family farm, it would be the job of government officials to prevent it. But when government agents are doing the taking, they're claiming special permissions to steal and moving quickly to get it done. Yeah, they are. According to Andy, town officials are moving ahead with seizing the Henry's farm for affordable housing, despite the property being ineligible for that construction under current zoning laws. Now, that could be changed, but the town is running up against a state deadline to move forward. Apparently, the way it works is they have to submit this plan to the state by June 30th, and we and our lawyer will contest it, Andy says. But apparently, at the same time, they get to come out and do an appraisal and tell us what they think it's worth, which I'm pretty confident would be way less than what some warehouse developers around here have offered. Now, the state deadline, according to Andy, continues to push Cranberry town officials forward without regard for the wishes of the community. They haven't slowed down a bit. They're determined to keep pressing on this. And recently they came out with a proposal to take only half the property. I think they're calling that a negotiation, but it's certainly not a negotiation at this point. We know that theft and violence result in decreased happiness, harmony, and prosperity, but Cranberry government officials and New Jersey state lawmakers are pretending this principle doesn't apply to them. They aren't the first to operate under this incorrect assumption. Boy, and he ain't lying there. The power to take land from unwilling citizens has a strong legal backing. June 25th marked the 20-year anniversary of Kelo v. New London, Connecticut, a Supreme Court decision where the city was given permission to seize Suzette Kelo's Little Pink House so that pharma giant Pfizer could be part of an economic development project. Kelo's house was taken and destroyed, but the Pfizer project never came to pass, and the land to this day sits undeveloped. Now, with the ink barely dry on another denial by the Supreme Court to overturn Kelo, Andy is searching for pro bono legal representation while currently paying out of pocket for an attorney to fight for their land. He's being unlawfully robbed and paying dearly in an expensive fight to prevent it. Now, there is help coming from other places. The media coverage of town officials' efforts has gone national. Federal government officials at the Department of Agriculture have reached out saying that they are exploring every legal option to help. And Andy said even the people of Cranberry have rallied with him, creating campaigns that have raised more than $140,000 for his legal defense fund. They're doing social media posts and making referrals to support organizations. And Andy has been researching on his own as well, learning about the history of eminent domain and seeing the parallels with his own situation. He said, I just can't imagine them actually building housing here. It could be like in the Kelo case, he laments. They lost their property, and then the developer said, we're not actually going to do that. And all those jobs that were supposed to be created didn't get created, and all those houses that were supposed to be built didn't get built. And Andy is worried about something similar happening with his family's farmhouse. It wouldn't be beyond me to say they change their minds later and decide, well, we'll build somewhere else, and then we've lost our property, so there's no way to get it back. Now, that was the end of that particular story, but I did some digging on this because the eminent domain thing kind of hits close to home with the family member sitting on that jury case and the defendants winning it. The state attorney was asking the jurors what made them decide the way they did. And it was overwhelming. Everybody was on the same page. The state was offering a quote unquote comparable value amount for acreage that there was no comparable acreage to compare to. See, what had happened is this family had farmland, much like Mr. Andy there, and they sold a piece of it to Buc-ee's. Now, a lot of people know who Buc-ee's is now, the big roadside stores with the great brisket and barbecue and such like that. It's like almost like a Walmart for travelers.
And don't forget the beaver nuggets, because
Don't forget the beaver nuts. I mean, you got to have the beaver nuts.
First time I heard beaver nuggets, all I wanted to do was say giggity.
And one of the little things that people don't know about Buc-ee's, especially if they don't have one locally, you can take, once you buy coffee there, you go in and you buy their coffee, and then if you buy their mug, you can bring any mug back in. You don't have to bring their mug, but you can bring any mug back in for a $1 refill. And I've got a friend that goes every friggin' morning with his 32 ouncer and coffee's up for the day.
I mean,
he's just like, it's an automatic dollar every day. I'm just down for it.
I mean, that sounds like it's part of RoboCop, because I'd definitely buy that for $1.
I mean, right? I'd buy that for $1. I love that line. That's a great movie. Not because it's cinematically great, but just the quotables and the fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And you got Red from, that 70s show. Dumbass. Anyway, digging around on this story, or where the hell was I? Oh no, because they sold a piece of property to Buc-ee's, and then the state wanted to take more of their acreage to put a road through right next to Buc-ee's, where the interstate runs parallel to it. Well, again, there were no comps for anything like this because nobody else owns land around there. It's just them. And the jury, I mean, decidedly came down on the side of the family and told the state to piss off. So, like I said, I hope this guy gets the right representation and they can do something. But here we go. In digging around on this, I found an update to the story. At a later meeting, doesn't specify the date, just says later, the Cranbury, New Jersey Planning Board moved forward with the plan to take half of the Henry's farm using eminent domain. I believe we still have an opportunity to get another place approved within the next 60 days, Andy commented via text message. They could have done something in the last 4 weeks, but they choose not to for some reason. And then Andy Henry updated on social media again later, it doesn't specify how much later, that facing national pressure to save the Henry's family farm, New Jersey state and local officials say they have reached an agreement with Andy Henry and his brother to ensure the farm remains under the family's ownership while local leaders look elsewhere to meet the town's affordable housing obligations. Though the mandate from the state officials still requires that the affordable housing be built and leaves others at risk of their property being taken by force, Andy says the agreement is a very positive development for him and his family and appears to be a sure thing. The formal settlement is expected to be finalized any day now, and it says early 2026, as in any day now. And he is waiting on the slow wheels of justice to play their part in securing his happiness, harmony, and prosperity, but is reaching out to other property owners in the area and wanting to help them if they are not interested in selling. So there you go. The Henrys are going to be able to keep their farm, it looks like. That's fantastic news. I love it when government gets the shaft, and especially when they're trying to dick over good, solid people. And obviously, this family's been farming this land since 1850. I think they know what they're doing, and I think we can count on them to be pretty stand up. I mean, if they weren't, nobody would be rallying around them. So good for the Henry family. I like it. I don't know. That's just me. If you don't like it, piss on you. Who cares?
You can suck it.
That's right. You can suck it. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Oh, man. Tired. Old and tired, and I hurt.
Need a quick break for a pick-me-up or anything, something?
You know what? We could spin a short commercial break. I think that'd be fine.
All right.
Yeah, we hadn't taken one, so let's spin a break, and we'll be back in just a few. Yeah, I like that.
1, 2, what you doing? I've been jumping through some hoops. Wanna get my body loose. Wanna tell you what to do. I've been running out of bounds like an animal struggling, looking for a diamond. I'm trying, I'm fighting, riding in the rhythm now. I just wanna stay.
Come gather round the footlights, lads, and hear the old boards groan. A tale of ink and iron will, of voices overblown. From mics and scripts to painted sails, we've traded shore for sea. The players will man the rigging soon. Aye, your hands, follow me. From Long John shadowed silver grin to Jim with compass true. We speak the words, we wear the scars, we make the old world new. No gold without the work behind, no legend without sweat. A stage, a ship, a single breath. The course is not set yet. We play a sail, we play a sail, we play a sail soon. All hands to KLRN Radio, setting sail for Treasure Island, March 2026.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
All right. Appreciate the short break there, Rick. I needed that. And damn it, I hate I missed JJ, but you know,
There's always next week.
there's always next week. That's right. So, as promised, we were going to discuss Annabelle Barnes-Sparner, the new governor of Virginia. I call her Annabelle because she's a haunted little witch.
What
I
call
know
her
Fu
usually-
knows I'm right. We may bring Fu on one night just to dish on Spanberger. And
what I call her usually rhymes with witch, but we'll let you have that one.
yeah, I mean, you know, the word I would choose would rhyme with blunt, but you know.
Oh, a lovely version of lovely. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't like to use that word too often, but sometimes people just earn it. But so, newly sworn in Democratic Governor Abigail Spanberger wasted no time implementing her party's priorities and getting rid of Republicans now that she is the head honcho in Virginia. A long list of moves by Spanberger and Virginia Democrats who now have a trifecta in the state with control of the governor's office and both branches of the state legislature were criticized by Republicans, several of whom chastised her for campaigning as a moderate, but then ushering in radical policies. Quote, I'm old enough to remember moderate candidate Spanberger, who ran ads talking about crime, touting her law enforcement experience with her retired cop father, said former NRCC Executive Director Rob Sims. She's a fraud, has always been a fraud, and always will be a fraud, he said. You know, Spanberger, she has... She's just basically lied all along the campaign trail, talking about her moderate this and moderate that, and said she's been moving at high speed to permanently radicalize and change the state. She's no moderate, that's for sure. And we're going to start, and this is just the top 5. Okay, there are more already, but top 5 things that she has done since taking office. And these were either day 1 or day 2 acts. So, 1, ending cooperation with ICE. She has rescinded former Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin's executive order requiring Virginia law enforcement to cooperate with federal immigration officials. On Saturday, shortly after being sworn in, she followed through by repealing the order while signing 10 new executive actions. State and local law enforcement should not be required to divert their limited resources to enforce federal civil immigration laws. It is the responsibility of federal law enforcement, she said, as she signed her day 1 directive. Virginia state and local law enforcement officers must be able to focus on their core responsibilities, which is investigating crime and community policing. Okay, no one's asking them not to, but how does community policing, investigating crime, and helping find illegals not all go together? So, you know, that was 1. Number 2, in addition to Spanberger's day 1 executive orders, Democrats in the legislature also took advantage of their new power by introducing amendments to end mandatory minimum sentences for various crimes in the state. According to Jason Mayaris, the outgoing Republican Attorney General, those bills included a proposal to eliminate mandatory minimum sentencing for rape, manslaughter, assaulting a law enforcement officer, possession and distribution of child pornography, and other repeat violent felonies. Sweet. Democrats also removed the mandatory minimum 5-day sentence for first-time DUI offenders in the state. Pandering to the base really quickly here. You know, murderers, philanderers, rapists, child pornographers, that's who the Democrats want to protect. You can see it right there. Number 3, raising taxes. Despite Virginia Democrats running on an affordability message in 2025, they were quick to raise taxes. Among the bills they introduced was one that would raise the state's tax rate on residents' investments, another that would extend the retail sales tax to include several service industries previously not taxed, such as dry cleaning, landscaping, animal care, cosmetic services, and gym memberships, and one that would impose a tax on every delivery in Northern Virginia, ranging from Amazon to UPS, and an 11% tax on Virginia firearms. Now, if you are not familiar with what it is like to live in a Commonwealth state, which Virginia is one, I believe there are like 9 or 11 Commonwealth states in the Union right now. You should look up the way Virginia does taxes, because I'm here to tell you now that my house right now, my house note, I would need a good 3 to 4 months of house notes to pay my property taxes in Virginia on the same house. Yeah. It's brutal. Not only do you pay sales tax when you buy a car, but then you're assessed a value and like an ad valorem on the car value later when it's time to file taxes. So you're being taxed twice for the same thing. It's so intrusive and so unnecessary, and it's absolutely just pillaging the wallets and bank accounts of Virginians, and this does nothing to add to affordability whatsoever. Let's see, number 4. Another controversial measure pushed by Democrats amid their new power is a bill aimed at requiring government contracts under $100,000 go to minority and women-owned businesses, leading some critics to argue the move is discriminatory. They are correct, because that is against the law. The bill in question directs the executive branch in Virginia to set a target goal of picking businesses based on DEI criteria for at least 42% of its contracts, while also allocating a certain portion of its contracts under $100,000 be set aside for award to certified DEI businesses. Again, highly illegal. And it will just take a court challenge. It may take an appeal, because Virginia's court will probably say, oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. But no, it's not okay. Number 5, the last step in a series of actions needed to take place to enshrine abortion rights in Virginia's state constitution was also just passed by the Democratic Party-led state Senate. If approved by voters in November, the constitutional amendment would permit abortion in the first and second trimesters, while letting Virginia regulate abortion in the third trimester for various reasons. The latest push has led pro-life critics to fear the new law would permit abortion up to birth and interfere with parental rights when it comes to minors. What you will hear is that all we're doing is solidifying Roe v. Wade, and they're going to say that the alternative would be a full ban on abortion in Virginia, said Victoria Cobb, Family Foundation of Virginia president. However, Cobb argued this is not the case. When a young girl considers abortion, her parent would have to be involved. This amendment would essentially override that, she continued. Same thing with late term abortion. When we, right now in Virginia, already have a situation where someone can get a late term abortion, but it has to be 3 doctors that sign off that, in fact, this is either the child is non viable or, as they might say, there is a need, quote unquote, a medical need. We wouldn't say that exists for women's health. That's how it can happen today. But after this amendment passes, you'll have a situation where the only person making that decision about whether an abortion is allowed at the very latest moments is the abortionist, the one who profits from the procedure. Other notable mentions include a bill to end hand counting of ballots that can be read by a scanner, a bill to regulate gas-powered leaf blowers, because, we got to be like California here, and other electric landscaping equipment, and a constitutional redistricting amendment that some critics say would put Democrats at a 10-1 advantage. The state's new attorney general, Democrat Jay Jones, also said he would withdraw his Republican predecessor's opinion that undocumented immigrants don't have a right to in-state tuition at the state's universities. And Jay also continued that if you don't like that, he was fine with your children being killed to make you realize that he's right. No, I'm just kidding, but he did say that about something else. So who knows what he's saying now that he's actually been elected, after threatening to have people's kids killed to make them see his way. Virginia's proposed redistricting amendment is a response to what we're seeing in other states that have taken extreme measures to undermine democratic norms. Yeah, okay. Right. Anyway, that, what can I tell you? Virginia is going full communist, and they're not even going, they're beyond light speed. They're beyond ludicrous speed. They've gone plaid. They're going so fast. And if you get that reference, we can be friends. And if you don't, you better go fucking watch some Spaceballs. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you better watch it before the second one comes out, or they're going to be really confused.
No shit, right? I mean, come on, people. Mel Brooks is catching his second wind. He's 99 years old, coming up on 100, and he's just living his best life. One of the funniest men ever. I mean, my God, he's so. We got a couple of legends. Dick Van Dyke, funny in his own right, but maybe not quite. Well, it's apples and oranges. They're both friggin' brilliant, Dick Van Dyke and Mel Brooks. Thank you.
All right, I was muted. I was trying to help you. I promise.
I don't know. 58. Yeah, you have vapor lock in your brain every now and then. So, but anyway, both absolutely brilliant legends in their own ways. Apples and oranges, yes, absolutely magnificently talented and brilliant and fun to watch. Yes, two sides of a coin without a doubt, and both massively enjoyable. So, and both, one's 100 already, the other one's on his way, and he looks like he's going to be there to make it. So, God willing, just a few more months, I think it is, for Mel, and we'll be celebrating his 100th. And man, I can't wait. It's exciting just as a fan. I mean, I've been watching Mel Brooks, God, since I was old enough to remember watching TV. I mean, my God, Mom, no, don't watch that. You're not old enough. Okay, turn the channel. Mom goes away. Channel goes back. What's that?
Hey, where are the white women at?
Yeah, yeah. I told you to wash your hands when we come out of the mine. Oh my God, so great, so great. I digressed in that I do not have a happy ending tonight. I know, shame on me. Shame, shame, shame.
Shame on you.
I will be visited by 3 ghosts.
Actually, it turned out that was just a CPAP problem, so they fixed that.
No, well, okay.
Have you not seen that commercial?
I have not.
There's this new internal thing you can do instead of the CPAP. So they had Scrooge on there, and the Marley comes out. And he says, "No, no, 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 it's fine. It turns out I was just cranky because I wasn't sleeping. I fixed it with this thing. Inspire, I think is what they called it." That was
That's funny. Okay. I'll have to watch for that. I don't get to watch much TV these days. When I close the laptop here in a minute, I will be going back out to the couch and opening it back up for about another hour of work. Yes, that is my
see,
life. That
see.
is my life now.
This is why I told you don't become a boss, but nobody listens to me.
Nobody listens to me. Yeah, I know, I know. And I kick myself, and at the same time, I'm just like, okay, I know, it's the money, it's the money. Yes, I can be bought. I'm a whore. What can I tell you? I can be bought, but I am not cheap.
In one
And
of your in one of your native tongues, I believe they call that puta.
that's okay too. They can call it what they want, but what it adds to my retirement fund is what I care about, and I will still be plenty young enough to enjoy it when I get there. So I am. I would have loved to walked away, but I still would have had to go do something else. And
You could have helped me take over the world, sir.
I don't live near a major metro like you do. There are very, very few jobs around here that pay what I am earning. So I am very grateful for that. And it is what it is. So I'm gonna do it for a few more years.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. All right.
Anyway,
Tell
hey,
everybody where
that's
they
the
can find you
show.
'cause we gotta go.
What's that?
Gonna say, tell everybody where they can find you real quick because we gotta
Yeah,
go.
they can find me at TCC_Grouchy on Twitter. You can find me in this time slot on Wednesday nights, streaming live on X on KLRN Radio. And that's it. That's the show. If you like it, tell your friends. If your friends like it, you need new ones. But they and you are welcome with me right here on Wednesday nights. Peace.
All right, folks, I'll be sitting in for Ross coming up on Behind the Enemy Lines right here on our feed. Best place to chat, though, is the Behind the Enemy Lines YouTube channel. So if you want to go hang out over there, I won't be mad at you. Bye.
Thanks, Bob. Later.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
Here's to you, feel the grass, 'cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Here's to us, 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 here's to to us.
We are going to roll with it as people are rolling in right now. As you're rolling in, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button and share the show with some friends. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. You could have been anywhere tonight, and I'm glad you are here with us as people are rolling in. This is pretty awesome. Tonight, we're going to be talking about basically what you see on the screen right now. This whole controversy with ex-CNN commentator, journalist, if you want to call him that, whatever, Don Lemon, and this controversy over Operation Pull-Up showing up to a church during Sunday service. I believe it was a Baptist church. But as I am vamping here, I have my friend Rick Robinson to bring in. So let's bring him in the only way we know how.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
That would be me. I'm next. How you doing? Oh, hang on. Why am I not hearing you, though?
I don't know. I was muted for a second, and then it might be the same crap that what happened last time.
Yeah, I can hear you now, so you're good.
Okay, you can hear me now? Wonderful. How you doing?
Yeah,
What's going on?
I think it auto muted whenever you played the clip, and now it doesn't auto unmute after the clip's done. That's because it used to.
Yeah, I gotta figure that out. That's a StreamYard thing. Whatever.
Yeah.
What's going on, man? I was just letting everybody know we're gonna be talking about Don Lemon.
Don Lemon, yeah, this should be fun.
It should be a lot of fun. I got a lot of clips to go through with you guys. I got a lot of law to go through with you guys. I'm in my cozy mode after work. I got my Mr. Rogers sweater on, so this should be a little bit of fun. I hope, at least for me, anyway. I love talking about buffoons like Don Lemon. But this time,
you're doing your two favorite things. You're bashing a buffoon and talking law. You should be awesome.
I am in my glory. Again, folks, for those of you going in and out, maybe you've seen us on the shorts feed or whatever, be sure to hang out, hit the thumbs up button, like, comment, hit the chat room. We're always looking for people to join us in the chat room. Let me know what you're thinking about all this as we go along here. We also accept any super chats you may want to throw at us. You don't have to. We will take care of that as we go along with our audience. If you guys are contributing something that maybe we want to talk about, is thought-provoking or just provoking in general, we will bring it up here. So let's frame out the facts as we know it based upon the videos that are out there. We got Don Lemon broadcasting live thinking that he's Andy No or Nick Wilson or James O'Keefe. He's out there in public roaming around with a microphone and a camera, and he wants to document what's going on in Minnesota. Let's first talk about the attempted reinvention by Don Lemon in being this gonzo reporter out there. Is it working? Is it not working? What do you think?
Yeah. Nothing.
Dynamite dropping, Monty. Let's move on then. So
no,
nothing
he did worked. He looked like a total he looked like Don Lemon.
Well, let's start at the beginning here. Don Lemon's first move after leaving CNN was creating his own channel on X. He sat down to interview Elon Musk, and that went horribly. It was absolutely ridiculous. Elon called him out on it and said, the only reason I'm here is because you're broadcasting on X. He basically said his interview was crap, and it was a very inauspicious start for him.
Well, the funny thing is, if you remember when Don Lemon first stepped away from CNN, the reason Elon Musk went on his show is he was planning on offering him a 7-figure deal to be a live streamer on X. And Don Lemon messed it up in 5 minutes.
He fumbled the bag, as the kids say.
Dude, I mean, I'm telling you, I used to try to when I realized that deal fell apart and how much money he was trying to get Don Lemon just to do one show, I was like, dude, I have an entire team that would do shows for that amount of money. I'm just saying, you could pay us what you were going to pay Lemon, and I know like 10 people that would be on all the time.
On all the time with staff of 10 each as well to evenly spread it around. Folks are coming in. Guys, if you're watching the show right now, join us in the chat. We welcome your comments as we go through what happened here. I want to start at the beginning of this Sunday interference that happened at this Baptist church in Minnesota, Don Lemon met up with a woman named Nakima Levy Armstrong. She's going to introduce herself here, and we will be revisiting this later on. Listen to the organizer of this group that calls themselves Operation Pull Up describe what they are there to do at this Baptist church in Minnesota.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere.
For some reason, okay, there it is. It was a little bit of a delay on my end. I'm going to restart it so everybody can hear it.
Tell us why you're doing this.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now.
So there's the description from the organizer of this. We pull up, we wreak havoc. They don't expect us coming, and this is what they do. And let's watch a little bit of it just to give people a flavor of what these people were experiencing in this Baptist church in Minnesota.
Demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not stand. They cannot pretend to be a house of God while harboring someone who is directing ICE agents to wreak havoc upon our community and who killed Renee Good, who almost killed a 6-month-old baby. Enough is enough. I am a reverend on top of being a lawyer and an activist, so I come here in the power of the Almighty God.
Come here in the power of the Almighty God. Activist, lawyer. Wow. I gotta use that line myself. I really gotta start proclaiming. You know what, folks? I am here as an act of God myself. I am a lawyer. I've been an activist. I'm not a reverend. I can't say that. But
I can ordain you. Then you can use the same lines.
Ooh, we'll talk about that after the show. But this now, Nakima Levy Armstrong. She keeps saying our community, not from Minnesota. Operation Pull Up was actually started back during the George Floyd riots. And so we got a chat right now from our friend, a new friend here, Mike Almodovar. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your last name. My last name is Baradelli. It gets screwed up all the time. These people must be stopped. I think that's correct because as we're going to go into, there's some law breaking going on here. Thanks for chiming in, Mike. Make sure you subscribe to the show. I have to do the grift all the time.
My only question is, which is he referring to, the protesters or ICE? Just for clarification.
Well, it doesn't matter if he just whatever. Hey, Mike said I got his last name right. That's good.
Nice.
I appreciate that.
I do want to say this though. I don't know if they realized it when they named this thing Operation Pull Up, but they basically gave themselves a theme song. I'm a big kid. Look what I can do. Okay, I'm done.
Well, considering I don't know if Nakima Levy Armstrong can do a pull-up. And by the way, he clarified in the chat it's protesters. But you know what? I'm not going to say that because neither can I. I do want to show a little bit more, and maybe I'll just mute the volume on this.
Like the kids things.
Yes.
Not the
No, I got the joke. It just wasn't as funny as mine.
Whatever.
Just going to play this in the background. This is what was going on.
They're in the middle of the church. In the beginning of the church service, the pastor was speaking,
complete with Don Lemon's commentary.
And Nakima stood up and said her piece, and then the protesters surrounded her. But this is a clandestine mission. I think they found out according to them, this is according to Operation Pull Up, that one of the pastors here is a member of ICE. And so here we go.
You could talk to the lead pastor.
Yeah.
So that's Lemon's commentary on this. I don't know how much stock you can put into what he said. Go ahead.
Well, so right now I don't have an issue with what he's doing. Right now he's in the back of the church. He's documenting. He's talking to the folks that are watching him. But what he does later, yeah.
Well, part of what he does later is he does interview some parishioners. And I do have a video of at least one of them. But before I get to that, I think I have to upload it. So the reason why Operation Pull Up was there was to protest one of the pastors of the church who they believe was working with ICE, and as Nikema Levy-Armstrong was saying, wreaking havoc in Minnesota. Don Lemon at some point ended up interviewing the pastor, I forget his name, I had it in front of me, who was there that day actually administering services. And this interaction was pretty wrong in my opinion.
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live there's a constitution and the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Now let's talk about that for a second, Rick, because we happen to be a bit of experts about the Constitution. The First Amendment applies. What? Well, okay, fine.
Yeah.
I am. The First Amendment applies to whom? You have freedom of speech and freedom to assemble without interference from whom?
Typically, it's most of the time it's interference from the government.
Right, and there are certain instances where it could be a private entity doing the work of government, much like we saw with old Twitter doing the bidding of the federal government, and that ended up being most likely, at least in my opinion, a First Amendment violation. So now when we're talking about a group of protesters walking into a church that is not owned or operated by the federal government, how does the freedom to assemble apply there?
See, this is, I mean, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to tweak that. I mean, it is definitely a disturbance, but, I mean, I think one of the ways they might be able to back channel is I'm pretty sure they're going to figure out that a lot of these people are being paid by federal tax money.
Well, I don't think that they'll be able to do that because there are other federal laws besides the Constitution that we're certainly going to be talking about. And that'll be the face.
I don't necessarily know if this is a clear 1A violation, but there are other federal laws that keep them from being able to do the things that they're doing. Now, as far as the freedom to be able to worship, they are interfering with that. But again, that was primarily designed to make sure that the colonies and eventually the first 13 American states didn't wind up with a George Washington Bible and a First Church of America, which was the primary focus of why the First Amendment was created. And nobody really talks about that part anymore. Again, they may be able to do some legal gymnastics to make it a 1A situation. I think it's going to have a lot more to do with the other laws that actually keep them from being able to do the things that they're doing. So
absolutely. Hey, folks, we got a bunch of people hanging out with us on different feeds, whether on Rumble, YouTube, X. Hit the thumbs up button if you like what you're seeing and hearing. Get into the chat with us and participate. Let me pull up this video now. This is Don Lemon with one of the parishioners outside of the church after this whole scene happened, where this Operation Pull Up entered the Baptist church, disrupted services, and this is one of the parishioners and his son leaving from the venue.
Here that wants to praise the Lord with my son, and now I got to go home. I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group.
Oh, what do I have to say?
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. So this is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus, and that's not something that we have to run away from. So
I absolutely love Middle America. Being from the People's Republic of New York City and in this area, you don't normally hear this sort of discussion from anyone about looking forward to going to services, being with your family, praising God and all that. You don't get that here at all.
Well, that's because if they say it, they'll either burst into flames or get pummeled because they're either lying about it or somebody's not going to like what they say. So,
I recently heard a discussion. I think it was one of the Subway takes that is pretty viral online that you see. How one woman from the People's Republic of New York City was actually saying, I don't believe people are actually religious, because if saving souls were that important and that vital, people would be much more zealous in interacting with people about it. Instead, they just go about their days and they do whatever. Yeah, that's called minding your own damn business.
Right?
And I wish more people would do that.
We don't know how to do that anymore, though. That's the problem.
Yeah. Ball Striker. I got to take him. Oh, Ball Striker Bandito. I love the name. Don Lemon should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. We're going to be talking about the law in a little bit. Hang out with us. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, pal. I'm going to be looking at some laws later on after we get some of the facts out, talking about what Don Lemon might be facing based upon the evidence that we see. Let's continue on with this interview because Don Lemon again presses this guy who's just trying to go about his Sunday. He just had his church services disrupted. Now he's got an ex-CNN reporter who got owned by just about everyone on his show. If you remember, Vivek Ramaswamy was actually the last nail in the coffin for him. Now he's in his face after leaving his church, trying to get political with him when all the guy wants to do is go about his Sunday.
I was going to say,
we're going to heaven, so that's the best.
Go ahead, Rick. What were you about to say?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off right as you were trying to press play, but Don Lemon better be careful because I bet you this dude's probably a little hangry.
I mean, that's kind of what I do after going to services. You go to a diner or something like that. Locally, we got some great diners around here where I live, by the way. But yeah, damn it, now you got me thinking about diner food. All right, while I try to manage my own hangry, let's get back to the video.
Best news we got.
Do you understand that some of these folks feel voiceless?
I don't understand because right now I'm so upset. Right now I don't really have I'm thirsty and I can't think very clearly. So what I want to do is just say we love you.
Yeah.
My son and I love you guys.
Yeah.
And
I'm a journalist. They're activists.
The simplest thing we can say is that we love you guys.
What do you mean, you guys?
Well, whoever's here in this house.
Oh.
He just tried to instigate something there, didn't he? He just tried to almost make that like an us versus them. And I don't know if the us versus them may have had a racial tinge to it, but it looked like he was trying to stoke something there. Didn't you think so?
No, that's exactly what he was trying to do. I mean, that's what he did on his show. That's why I eventually got fired. So the difference is now he's doing it in the middle of the street and might eventually get fed his teeth if he's not careful.
Well, have you watched any of his interviews that he's done on the street outside of what's been going on in Minnesota and how people have been just owning him left and right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've watched several. I talk about them all the time on the daily show that I do. And yeah, it's funny because people will just, I mean, there's a couple people that have literally looked like they just wanted to punch him in the face and they didn't do it. So, but yeah, I mean, it's been interesting because you watch him with all these, he's got all these what he thinks are cogent talking points, and people are just looking at her. I mean, there's one dude you could actually see it on his face. If his face was a billboard, it would have said, "Are you fucking retarded?" And then, yeah, I mean, dude was just like, "No, no. What the hell are you even talking about?" But yeah, for a while, because he was making news almost every other day for a little bit when he started his channel. He's kind of faded into irrelevancy, which is why I think he's doing this. He's trying to get himself stirred back up a little bit because I bet you his pocketbook's been a little empty lately.
I bet he's been operating at a loss, and Ball Striker Bandito is absolutely correct. Don Lemon has been a provocateur since becoming a quote-unquote journalist, and that was his job at CNN, and that's what ended up getting him some ratings until it all collapsed for him. But let's see if he'll let this guy get on with his Sunday.
Okay. We don't distinguish between Christian and non-Christian. We love everyone. We want everyone to come to heaven.
Yeah.
We want people to go to heaven.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. We want folks to go to heaven. And if we need to talk about these things, then, I mean, this isn't the time for that, really. I mean...
But don't you think until we go to heaven, if you believe in that there should be some sort of peace here on earth and that people should have agency and we shouldn't be beating people up off the street?
The great philosophizer Don Lemon trying to get ecumenical with this parishioner. If there was anyone less qualified to talk about what God wants on earth, I think Don Lemon is the least qualified person.
Can I just say I'm a little sad that there was not a lightning strike in that moment?
I mean, it's kind of hard to do in like snow and stuff, isn't it? It's got to be like blizzard conditions, I think.
There's snow lightning. It happens. It could have happened. God could have said, "Hey," and I don't like that. Sap. That would have been. That would have.
Nicholas in the chat saying Don Lemonhead is going to jail. That would be great. Homosexual, racist, married to a white guy, and a little bit of a laugh there as well. I'm not here to judge Don Lemon's personal life. I don't think that that's in bounds for me anyway. People can have their opinions about him and his lifestyle. I don't judge people on their lifestyle at all. People are responsible for their own choices. And whether or not he'll be going to jail is a discussion we'll be having. Hang on, Nicholas. We're going to get to that. Like I said, first part of the show here is getting all the facts out. And let's keep on going here. See this guy's response to Don Lemon trying to reach this gentleman at his level, talking about what God would want here on earth for some reason. Let's keep going.
You should be abiding by the Constitution?
I think that's just a little bit loaded for me right now. What you're doing.
Why so?
Well, I don't want to interview right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to interview. I just want to tell you guys I love you. I don't need to interview right now because I want to be with my son. It's Sunday. It's time for rest and for renewal.
Where are they? Like in this car, just like right on the corner.
And I would like to answer your question, but I just can't right now. Okay.
Yeah, in other words, leave me the fuck alone.
Don't ask me so many damn questions when I'm hangry.
Word. That has part of it, but I also think this guy was just like, just leave me the hell alone already here.
I know I would have been.
That's not cool, you know? I mean, he wants to play gonzo journalist, and okay. Now, that's pretty much what happened the day of. And since then, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, was going on TV, seeing what happened here, mobilized the Department of Justice to investigate whether any laws were broken here. Don Lemon got wind of that, and while we're going to see some of what Harmeet Dillon had to say, here is Don Lemon preemptively responding to Harmeet right now.
And the fake news magas are losing their mind over something that's not even true. So let me just make it clear, because this a Assistant Attorney General, I don't know, gosh, what's her name? Something Hammett, Dillon or whatever. So I had no affiliation to that organization. I didn't even know they were going to this church until we followed them there. We were there chronicling protests. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism, which was report on it and talk to the people who were involved, which included the pastor, members of the church, and members of the organization. That's it. It's called journalism. First Amendment, all that stuff. For all of you people who believe in the First Amendment, absolutist.
So he's saying, I'm not with these people. He's the dealer at the blackjack table going, I'm out of it. He's got nothing to do with them. Preemptively trying to steer the government away from any sort of scrutiny that he would have. Oh boy, that comment speaks for itself right there. Yeah, his ass may have been puckering when he made that video. So yeah, that Tree Rogie just threw me off guard and made me lose my train of thought. But that was him preemptively trying to steer the government away from him. I got nothing to do with these people, Rick. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, but well, of course that's what he's trying to say. He's trying to put himself above it. But you know, for those that have seen all of the footage that we're going to be showing today, he was definitely at several points during all of this not above it. He was right in the middle of it. There was one point where he got in the face of the pastor, and it just completely out of bounds in my opinion. I do like Karen's question. Did you get a permit? Because guarantee he probably didn't. But then again, since he's claiming First Amendment as a member of the journalistas, he probably doesn't technically need a permit. The rest of the folks, they probably would have, and I bet you they didn't have one. But
or some
then again,
or some other type of permission. Yeah. By the way, Karen Burns, thanks for that question. And I think Rick answered it pretty well. If he's claiming that he's not part of that group and he's just covering it, and they were going in, he's covering news. He probably doesn't need a permit to cover news. If he's part of that group and they're disrupting everything, then that question becomes very relevant. Orty says first in the chat. I guess he's in the other chat. He's not watching the vertical feed. He claims he's first. Orty, you're not first.
No, it's a contract thing. He's always first, no matter what.
Oh, is this an Orty thing? This is what he does?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. My bad, Orty. Then you're first. I'll go along with it. So we heard what Don Lemon was saying. Now let's go to Harmeet Dillon's reaction to that particular video on the Benny Johnson show. I hope Benny doesn't copyright strike me for this, but we'll see.
Joke him if you can't.
Well,
take
look, I mean, we have a presumption of innocence in this country, so I want to preserve my ethical duties here. But let me just say that, he's a journalist. He was a journalist. I don't know what he is now, but journalism is not a badge or a shield that protects you from criminal consequences when you are part of a crime. And I think the videos show how close he was to these folks. I think further evidence will show more information about that, but he clearly knew, and he stated before going into the facility, it's on his own video, what was going to happen there. What was going to happen was a violation of federal law, federal criminal law. And I don't know what to say. I mean, the FACE Act has been out there for more than 30 years, and there were lawyers involved in this so-called protest, and their purpose was to terrorize people of faith in a house of worship. They were targeting a different pastor, not the one seen on camera, who they got information was a ICE supervisor. None of that matters. It's off limits to go into a house of worship to do your little protest. Protests can occur on public property. Protests can occur outside, on a sidewalk, certain sidewalks, not all sidewalks. And this is like basic what you learn in the first year of law school. There's a time, place, and manner restrictions on the First Amendment right of protest, and they were violated here in this case. No question about it. The only question is who was involved, how many were involved, and how many charges are going to be brought here. Those are the questions.
There you have it. I mean, I couldn't have explained it better, but let's try and let's get into the nitty gritty a little bit here.
Well, hang on. Before you go into your explanation, I feel this has to be said, because this is a shout out to Amish, for Harmeet Dillon. Totally would. Giggity giggity.
Wow. Wow. You're gonna reduce her to that, really? Come on.
I mean, tell me you wouldn't.
I'm not commenting.
That's what I thought.
I'm not commenting because I'm a respectful person.
Your silence,
colleague and fellow member of the bar.
Your silence is confirmation, sir.
All right. Well, just for you, we're going to hear a little more from Harmeet on another appearance. I believe this was on Newsmax.
For civil rights at the U.S. DOJ. Harmeet, great to have you back on. This actually, the FACE Act, this could potentially be, I think it is, a blatant violation of these people storming a church, a violation of the FACE Act.
Now, let's talk about the FACE Act for a moment, shall we? You see it on the screen right now, at least the part that is relevant. But let's talk about this. This is 18 U.S.C. Section 248. It's titled Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, but it's not limited to clinics. Whoever, and we go to Section A2. So we start with Section A, says whoever, and then we go to Section 2. By force or threat of force, or by physical obstruction, intentionally injures, intimidates, or interferes with, or attempts to injure, intimidate, or interfere with any person lawfully or seeking to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship. And then it goes on to say later on, you don't see on the screen, but I'm going to read from the law right here, shall be subject to the penalties provided in Section B and the civil remedies provided in Section C. So there's a civil and a criminal element to this, except that if a parent or a legal guardian of a minor shall be subject to any penalties under this section for such activities insofar as they're directed exclusively at that minor. So the parents can even get in trouble if there were minors present there. And the penalties could be up to a year imprisonment if it was a first offense. If it was a second offense and there was a prior conviction for this, imprisoned for not more than 3 years, except that, and there's some exceptions there. And then civil remedies, there is a right of private action provided. Now, I do want to go into different phrases here. Certain ones, like physical obstruction in this particular term, means rendering impassable ingress to or egress from a facility. We can go further into definitions, talk about intimidation. When they mention intimidate, the word intimidate means to place a person in reasonable apprehension of bodily harm to his or herself or to others. Another term of art that we should be aware of here in this passage would also be interfere with. Interfere with in this context means to restrict a person's freedom of movement. That's probably the most applicable to this portion of the law, Rick. Before we get to Harmeet Dillon's commentary here, what do you think about that?
I mean, I couldn't say it any better than our new friend in the chat just put it. These folks check all of the boxes of 18 U.S.C. 248. They did all of those things. I mean, other than they didn't, as far as I know, cause any injury, but they did in fact physically obstruct, intimidate, or interfere with any person lawfully exercising or seeking to exercise any First Amendment right of religious freedom. So, I mean, to me, that seems like it's going to be a slam dunk by the time it's all said and done. And it's a good thing it's a federal charge. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't be going anywhere. Just saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, and we'll see where it goes, but let's get Harmeet Dillon's take on the question asked while she was on Newsmax.
You're absolutely correct. The Attorney General reached out to me about this yesterday when I was on an airplane, and before I landed, we'd already scrambled the jets and gotten prosecutors assigned to this, as well as reached out to the FBI and had agents assigned, and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis assigned to this. So there are already several law enforcement officials working on this as of yesterday evening. What people need to understand about the timing of arrests is we're a little bit different than the state prosecutors, who are, I think, frankly, refusing to do their jobs at this point. I have to get federal judges to sign off on arrest warrants before I can arrest somebody. So today's a federal holiday, and if it weren't, we have certain slow rolling of things we're doing there, but we will get there. I have seen enough video and evidence at this point to believe that what we saw and what we're seeing on the screen there is multiple violations of, at a minimum, the FACE Act, as well as other federal statutes. And so we want to bring as strong a case as we can against as many of the offenders as we can. And we are doing that with all due speed. And the Attorney General is personally checking in with me every couple of hours, and she is extremely motivated to make sure that we do justice in this case.
Extremely motivated. Forgive me if I don't really respect Pam Bondi's definition of extremely motivated here. I haven't seen any sort of motivation going on here. One comment I want to highlight, cops stood outside doing nothing, says ball striker Bandito. They're not federal officers looking to enforce federal law. They can enforce state law, and that's what they're empowered to do. But if they're not familiar with the FACE Act, then they're not going to do something. Now, if there was a violation of a state law that is like the state counterpart to the FACE Act that was enacted in Minnesota, which I'm not a Minnesota attorney, I don't know, that could have been something there. Orty wants to chime in and say this is a federal holiday because Harmeet Dillon was speaking this past Monday on Newsmax. Magistrates works 24/7, 365. Weak-ass answer. Well, Orty, you got to get the facts gathered first before you can go for the warrant. You have to meet your burden to get the warrant. And if nobody was on the ground to investigate this, then it would be kind of a knee-jerk reaction to do so. So I gave you a second dose of Harmeet, pal. And now we get to the lies. But before we get to the lies, I got to do some grifting here. I got to say, everybody, thanks for tuning into the show. Everybody joining us right now. I hope that you're liking what you're hearing and that you're subscribing or liking or thumbs up, whatever you're doing, wherever you're watching, whether it's on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, on KLRN's feed. Shout out to our KLRN people. You guys are always awesome and love hanging out with you. Also, check us out at buffoonoftheweek.com. That is the official website for this channel. We got the website back up and running. You can check that out. And while you're there, we also have my book, Schnooks, Crooks, Liars, and Scoundrels, a field guide to identifying political buffoons. That's available right now on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other online bookstores. You can check that out at book.buffoonoftheweek.com. And we got merch. We got merch on the YouTube shop and also at shop.buffoonoftheweek.com. And now time for the lies. The first thing I want to go back to. Go ahead, Sal. Go ahead.
We should probably address the comment in the chat, because this is one of the things that is somebody that is the last one. Plenty
This one
of
here
video.
about Bolshevik Banditos, about plenty of video evidence. Are you serious? So let me explain what I mean by evidence gathering real quick, because one of the things you have to do is not only collect evidence, but you have to collect it in admissible form as well. If something's published publicly, you can't just tear it off the internet. You have to go back to whoever created the video, if it was not Don Lemon, for example, or if it was somebody else doing it. And you need to authenticate the video first. You need to make sure that it was done at the right time and go through metadata. You have to collect all this information. You also have to collect witness statements, identify the people who were there, interview them, get them to say things under oath about how they felt interfered with, how they felt intimidated. You have to go interview the pastor. If there are any cameras in the church itself that would show what was going on, or outside the church, you have to do your due diligence here. And then you have to take all of that. If you need to get warrants to, for instance, get some of Don Lemon's devices because he'll claim First Amendment protection and things like that. There's a whole bunch of rules that you have to follow in the administration of justice. And if you don't do it by the letter, then people will get off on charges. The perfect example of that to me is, what's his name? Alec Baldwin. The New Mexico prosecutors did a poor job in their evidence gathering, and because of that, the charges got dismissed when he ended up shooting Helena Hutchins in the face during filming of his Western. Perfect example of that. So you have to be very meticulous, methodical, and follow the rules.
Well, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to bring this up, because I see this happening more and more, because you're seeing these things happen in real time, and everybody's like, it's right there. Why aren't they doing something? There is an entire forensic path that you have to follow to be able to do these things. Not to mention the fact that depending on where that church was and who their parent church is, they may have specific rules about, even though it's something that they may want to have looked into, they may actually still make the feds go get a warrant before they can get access to any cameras and stuff in the church, because a lot of churches will do that, even if it's something simple like trying to prove a robbery, because they have these long-standing policies of considering themselves sanctuaries. So this is one of the things that, having worn a badge and a gun before, drive me nuts. And I'm not trying to downplay anybody, talk smack or anything else. It's I'm just being as clear as I can, that I'm not trying to say that people aren't allowed to be angry, frustrated, or anything else. But even on our side, I've noticed this whole thing anymore. If we want everything wrapped up in 42 minutes, not counting commercials, and to do it right. I mean, we saw just about a couple months ago, the Trump administration not doing it right. And because they were using somebody who actually overstayed their temporary status, they have to start over. So,
right. And you know, I saw mention of a FISA warrant in there that has to do with financial crimes. So I wouldn't apply that to this situation. Now we're going to get to the lies. I want to revisit a video that we played before, because it's going to be relevant now for purposes of catching the lie. So remember when Nakima Levy Armstrong was talking to Don Lemon about what was going on and why they were there? I want to find that video again, and I want to play it in her own words. I want you to listen to the beginning of this video one more time.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now.
Now, afterwards, after Harmeet Dillon and the feds are on their asses, I want you to listen to Nakima Levy Armstrong change her tune.
Correct something that was said in the beginning. We did not rush into that church. We actually went and sat down and participated in the service. And after the pastor prayed, that is when I stood up and asked him a question in response to his prayer. And then he responded to me. And then I proceeded to ask him about Pastor David Easterwood and how is it possible for him to serve as both the pastor and the director of ICE for Minnesota. And instead of responding to me, As soon as I said the name David Easterwood, the pastor said, shame, shame. And that is when I led us in chants, justice for Renee Good and hands up, don't shoot.
So now she's claiming to be reacting to something that happened, not
Yeah,
provoking
I didn't
something.
actually go there to start it, even though I said on camera that I went there to start it. Yeah, that's gonna work. Sure.
Yeah, one more time for those in the back.
Doing this.
This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what
I mean, my goodness. Talk
So-
about caught in a bold-faced lie.
Was she lying then, or was she lying later?
Well,
I'm
let's
gonna go with later.
Well, I'm going to go with later as well, because let's talk about the circumstances. Before anything happened in this church, she's talking with Don Lemon about what they're intending to do, free of any sort of consequence or perceived consequence from the federal government. After going on CNN with Harmeet Dillon now saying that we're looking into what happened here, now she's got to get her story straight to avoid any sort of federal criminal wrongdoing. That, to me, shows what you call, at least in civil litigation, scienter. In criminal law, it's called intent. She intended to go in there, wreck shop, disrupt things, and basically intended to break the law. By saying this, she's admitting to violation of the FACE Act. She's there as a disruptor. She's intending to disrupt. Bold-faced lie right there from Nakimi Levy-Armstrong. Something I'm sure that Harmeet Dillon and her team are hopefully looking at here.
Yeah, hopefully. I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Yes, keyword hopefully. Now, one of the other things that I want to point out is when Don Lemon was talking about, when he was interviewing the parishioner, Don Lemon was constantly saying, oh, I'm a journalist, I'm not with them. Let's remind everybody that that was said as well.
Christian here that wants to praise the Lord with my son, and now I got to go home. I'm sorry that you guys are so angry.
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group.
Oh,
I'm just chronicling. I'm not with the group. Now, I want you to listen to Don Lemon before this group entered the Baptist Church in Minnesota, and listen to the language here that he uses.
In Minneapolis a little bit ago, and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? Saw the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up, and it's Nakima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, I can't tell you where they're going.
This is what we're doing. He included himself in them. I want to play that one more time. See if I can find the spot here where he says that again.
Dante Wright and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations again.
This is what we're doing, and after we do it.
Yeah, not after we cover. I mean, let's face it. Most people that stand in front of the camera do use the royal we BS all the time. But he did say after we do this operation, not after we cover this operation. So. Yeah, I think he's just, SOL. I think he's going to get slapped in the face.
I don't know if he's SOL. And my legal analysis on this is still developing as evidence develops, so I'm going to withhold final conclusion here. But I will say this. By saying this is what we're doing and we're going to do this in that video, he has certainly opened the door to questioning how he knew about this organization, what he was told about his organization, what his role was with the organization. Was he just traveling with them? Does he clearly has sympathy for these people based upon the interview style he had with the pastor and the parishioner that we saw earlier. So this part of me wondering whether Don Lemon's personal bias against ICE, against Trump, against MAGA, against conservatives, and you see it dripping throughout all his videos, whether that personal bias may have bitten him on the ass. HM Hug in the chat saying he will get away with it, and we know why. I don't know if he's going to get away with anything. I don't know if he did anything to get away with, but the reason we know why is, well, I'll let you guys fill in the blanks on that one, and certainly. So yeah, that's where we're going to sort of leave things here, and I guess we'll. Well, actually, there's one more thing I want to show you, because I just want to show how batshit crazy the people in this Operation Pull-Up are. I don't know the name of this guy. I don't want to know the name of this guy. I don't care to know the name of this guy. But this is someone who identifies as one of the protesters at this Operation Pull-Up. And after the controversy following it and Harmeet Dillon's public comments, he had this to say at a press conference. And you'll see Nakima Levy-Armstrong there in the background with her. So clearly he's somewhere there.
What we're seeing around this country is they're using their political influence to attack people that disagree with them. They're going to come at me with charges, and I'm not scared of that. There's no base for these charges. I did not block them from, their service. They welcomed us in. They never asked us to leave. The police never came in and removed us. So in fact, people were still praying the entire time. The music was still playing the entire time.
It was a mostly peaceful protest, Bell.
Oh yeah, sure it was. I mean, that's their line for everything, though, right? It's mostly peaceful. That was their whole thing during the Summer of Love. You've got reporters standing in front of cars on fire and buildings being torched, and yeah, it's mostly peaceful out here, Janet. Sure.
Well, here's the thing: when you characterize your own movement as a clandestine operation, meaning secret operation, and then you want to go after the fact and say, well, we were welcomed in with open arms. Yeah, maybe it was because you were clandestine. Maybe it's because you hid your true motives, as your organizer admitted. And as I'm sure that you all were briefed when you were having that pre-meeting outside where Don Lemon was sort of setting the stage for his video. So yeah, you were welcomed in, but your intent is what really matters here. Obviously, he's already batshit crazy. He's going to be even more so going forward.
So, Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it. And for all the people giving me death threats, threatening my life, kill me. Go ahead, kill me. Because you know what? As Fred Hampton said, you can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution.
Sir, this is a Denny's. We don't know who you are.
I was just going to say the progressive caveman's not doing so good these days.
Well, I want to know exactly who knows him, who threatens him. Are the people threatening you in the room right now, sir? What the? And then of course he has to mark out for himself, and he has to say, "This is the revolution. I'm a revolutionary, and this is revolution." Blah 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 blah. So stupid. Nobody cares, bro. Just put the fries in the bag.
Ding, fries are done.
Oh. America since 1776 saying rabble rouser and revolutionary. Absolutely. Robbie, I got to get my glasses fixed. Robbie here. Robbie, I'm going to lean in. This is not good for the video. You know what? I can't. Robbie, Yeet Headford 345. He needs a trip to the woodshed. After I got through your name, yeah, I agree. Yeah, this guy is cuckoo bananas.
I'm sad they don't let us use that in headlines at Twitchy anymore, because I used to love to write articles about so-and-so gets a trip to the woodshed. They don't let us say that anymore. I'm so sad.
Why not?
Apparently,
Twitchy
had some
sold out. Twitchy sold out. That's what it is. Twitchy
racial
sold out.
tones. You know, they're
I'm
part of
sorry.
Salem.
They're-
They're part of Salem
that is-
now, so they have to behave. I guess
That
I
is
don't
not
know.
racial coded. Stop it. But listen,
Hey,
they want to
I'm
get
just
sued.
saying
So I
what the
understand.
email said. I don't know nothing.
Welcome to our PC culture, right? You can't even say things you want to say anymore. One thing that isn't PC though is, in addition to the FACE Act, Harmeet Dillon and the DOJ is also looking into whether or not there was a violation of the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871.
Shoot, I was dying when I saw that.
I can't believe I got to say that on YouTube.
Well, we'll find
Am I
out for
still
sure.
here? Wait, hang on. Am I still here?
I think so.
Okay, good.
Chat-
They're actually
chat
called
can-
the Enforcement Acts, by the way. That's the proper name for it. It's colloquially known as what I said earlier. That act makes it a federal crime to deny or individual, and I'm quoting from the law here, any of the rights, privileges, or immunities or protection in the Constitution, which would include, you guessed it, your First Amendment freedom of religion. So that's another law that they're looking into as well.
Dun, 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 dun.
So good for them in that aspect. The final and probably the most quirky thing about this whole thing is to add to the hullabaloo and the circus. And yes, if you had hullabaloo on your bingo card tonight, you can check it off. Nicki Minaj, that famed conservative out there, is actually going against Don Lemon here. I couldn't believe it when I saw it, but apparently there was a tweet out there from Nicki Minaj actually saying that Don Lemon is not so good things. I'm actually going to pull it up as we talk about it. But hey, Rick, did you have Nicki Minaj versus Don Lemon on your bingo card for 2026?
I did not. So I'm already going to have to refresh my bingo card. Boo.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive one. Actually, I found a story here from the Hollywood Reporter that I'm going to put up on the screen, and then we'll head to final thoughts after this. Folks, by the way, if you're hanging out with us as I'm sharing things and whatnot, if you like what you're hearing in this show, I hope that you like it. Please, give us a thumbs up wherever you're watching. Share the show with your friends and subscribe wherever you are. And yes, Singularity 82, that is a poster of Ronald Reagan behind me. It's actually a vintage poster from 1984, and you can't see it on there right now, but at the bottom it says it was made for the Brooklyn Republican Party. Little background on me. I used to be part of the Brooklyn Republican Party in the People's Republic of New York City. It was the first county in America that actually endorsed Ronald Reagan back in, I believe it was 1976. So he was always a friend of them. He actually had these posters made up just to be placed around Brooklyn, New York. And I think it's pretty damn cool. Let me get back to putting up this article from the Hollywood Reporter. We're going to remove that one first. And I'm going to change it out here. Give me 1 second. I wish I knew how all these buttons worked. I'm kind of being a little bad with it. Dead air, Gene. Dead air. Get to it. So we are going to share screen, and it's going to be the Hollywood Reporter tab, which is right here. And here is the article. Don Lemon claps back at Nicki Minaj for calling him homophobic slur over ICE protest report. Nicki got spicy. Quote, she's always weighing in on things that she doesn't know about. Welcome to America, Don Lemon. That's basically everybody. Nicki Minaj should just sit the F down, this loser said. Oh, boy, in his crushed velvet blazer here.
I mean,
Don
isn't a
Lemon is not
Minaj
holding... Go ahead. Say again?
I would say, isn't a Minaj always spicy? Asking for a friend.
I mean, if you have to ask, then you probably don't know. Don Lemon is not holding back in his response to Nicki Minaj after she called him a homophobic slur over one of his reports on ICE protests in Minneapolis. The former CNN anchor, who, by the way, if you didn't know, is openly gay, went off on the rapper during an interview with TMZ, calling her a homophobic, bigoted, ignorant woman after she called him disgusting for his coverage. This is clearly out of her depth She doesn't understand politics. She doesn't understand journalism. I mean, we could say the same thing about Don Lemon, but I digress. And I'm not surprised that she's weighing in on something that is beyond her capacity. Let me see if we can actually get to what Minaj said. Here we go. Minaj took to her X account to slam the journalist over the video, writing, in all caps, by the way, Don pee-pee sucking lemon, and she didn't write pee-pee, is disgusting. How dare you? Oh, I need my Greta Thunberg. How dare you? I want that thug in jail. He would never do that to any other religion. Lock him up. She also included a photo of Chucky in her post. I don't know what that's got to do with anything. But, Rick, I will say this. Prior to Nicki Minaj having her awakening in politics and siding against Don Lemon, I didn't really care about what Nicki Minaj thought. And now, after Nicki Minaj is out here bad-mouthing Don Lemon and what he did in that church, in that Baptist church in Minnesota, I don't care what Nicki Minaj really has to say.
Yeah, I don't really either. I like it when it's their side going after each other. That's been my favorite thing of so far 24, 25, and now the beginning of 26. Because you didn't used to see public infighting like this between them, and it's been fun to watch.
It's a lot of fun to watch. You got to get going here, pal. So I know you got another show to get to at 10 o'clock.
I do want to make one other quick comment, and I was going to respond in the chat, but I couldn't find this one there. To Singularity, there is no verifiable proof of what you just typed as far as the paragraph you just put in chat. There's no record of that.
I'll put it out there so everybody knows what we're talking about here, and I'll actually read it. Hey, and you can respond to it. Hey, Rick, did you know that Ronald Reagan and his team intentionally negotiated with the Iranian hostage takers to keep the hostages until he got elected so Carter would lose? One of his team admitted to it.
So just so you guys know, there was an extensive investigation into this in 92 and 93. Keep in mind who was in charge of most things in 92 and 93. And they found no bearing for that statement. So that's where I'm going to leave this part of it. But yeah, I do have to jump. We have Rick and Orton coming up next on my feed. So
right, and just real quick, if you have a final thought you want to leave with everybody, and plug KLRN Radio, you can check them out on X, folks. Give them all the information on how to find it.
So yeah, at KLRN Radio, X, Rumble, YouTube, all the places. We have a website too, klrnradio.com. Feel free to check out our schedule. It's not all politics all the time. We pattern it after AM radio, so there is a wide variety of content over there. The one coming up next is kind of a mix between politics and pop culture. And then as far as anything else, my final thought is, I'm just going to say it, Don Lemon's a dick. That's my final thought. There you go. And these protesters, I hope they put them under the jail when they're done with them. That's my final thought.
All right, my friend.
I had to take Ross's lane because Ross wasn't here. So
no, it's no problem. Listen, Ross hopefully will be back next week. He had a meeting tonight with an organization he's affiliated with, and I'm not going to put his business out in the street. But listen, thanks for pinch hitting for him. Go to your other show, and God bless. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us.
All right. My final thought for tonight as we leave this sour lemon ice backlash show.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Come gather round the footlights, lads, and hear the old boards groan.
A tale of ink and iron will, of voices overblown. From mics and scripts to painted sails, we've traded shore for sea. The players will man the rigging soon. Aye, your hands, follow me. From Long John shadowed silver grin to Jim with compass true. We speak the words, we wear the scars, we make the old world new. No gold without the work behind, no legend without sweat. A stage, a ship, a single breath. The course is not set yet. We players sail, we players sail, we players sail soon. All hands to KLRN Radio, setting sail for Treasure Island, March 2026.
But for podcasts, it's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNradio.com. Hopefully you guys have been keeping it locked. We just left behind enemy lines. I snuck back. I made it back in one piece. We're now hanging out with the Amish one for Rick and Orty. Then we'll be heading over to SHR Media territory after this. But we are live, and I am Rick. He is Orty, otherwise known as the Amish one, and I'm trying to coax him from behind the Circle K because since I took that gig earlier tonight, I think he was having some fun behind a dumpster. How you doing, man? How you doing? How's things? Maybe.
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm okay. I was trying to figure out if you were snoring or growling there for a second. I wasn't exactly sure.
I'm having fun.
Nice. Okay. So yeah.
How you doing?
I'm all right. Actually, for the first time in probably about 2 weeks, I actually feel somewhat normal. I actually got quite a bit of my workload done today. So I was like, I actually feel kind of normal today.
Nice.
It's been a minute.
Yeah,
I'm
feeling all right too.
With everything that's been going on, I just kind of really haven't felt like myself lately. And then my workload was getting further and further backed up. And then I looked and realized that, in between all the time off and then me not doing uploads for like 2 weeks, we haven't had a show on Spreaker in a couple places in like 2 months. And I'm like, hey, I got to fix that today before they start yelling and pulling out, our syndication points because we haven't posted it. So,
right.
So, yeah. Yeah.
Excellent.
Right.
Good.
Yeah, that song has been in my head all day, Al, because we have snow coming on Friday and all through the weekend. So yeah, north to Alaska. Yeah, I feel your pain, my friend, but I think you guys are going to get it worse than us.
So hey, I gotta say, I love the the Treasure Island spot. Great job on that.
Thank you. That actually took me about 500 credits to get right.
Okay, one thing though. We're not doing it in March.
We aren't? I thought it was March.
No, we just said spring.
Oh, I thought he said March.
But that's okay. We could just on the graphic scratch off March and say spring. So, but yeah, no, I love the shanty. Great job on that. But yeah, I can see how that was intensive. So, but thank you.
No, it'll take like 2 seconds to fix. I just got to go change one word.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could have sworn it's part of the song too, which is why I want to fix it.
Okay, like I said, no, I mean, it just pointing it out. I didn't want people to expect us next month, or God, it already feels like February. Jesus Christ, what a year this week has been.
Right, you've been saying that for the last 3 weeks. But no, I feel your pain. But yeah, no, it's not even February yet, which is why I was like, I think he said March, and then I went back and tried to look through the playroom, and because of all and it's mostly me, so I'm not yelling at anybody because of all the hey, share my stuff.
God, there's so much spam in here. Wait, it's all me. Fuck.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, because I don't want trying to get everybody's attention because I'm like, that is one thing that I have pretty much given up on because I mean I'm not as prolific as I once was on the platform because it didn't do me any good to be prolific. But then I get inspired and I start trying to do stuff, and I even try to mix it up and do memes and jokes and not always politics. And I'm like lucky if 20 people see my shit, and I'm supposedly being followed by 12,000 folks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fucking throttled to, all the way back. Twitter is breaking its wrist, turning that throttle all the way back on me. And once a month, I'll get one good tweet. But yeah, so it's, and boy, today was one of those.
Yeah. Well,
my little rant. Right, again, it's the ones I fart off that always take off. It's like that I just got so sick of the fucking lawyer class on Twitter. Oh, you fucking normies just don't know. Blah 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 blah. Look, everything you people are talking about is trial procedure. We want arrest procedure, and that's what we're mad about. Yes, you can take all the time in the world to make your case, but the only person who has been frog walked, and not even really frog walked, the only person who's been prosecuted in this administration was Comey. And that wasn't even Bondi who did that. That was the temporary stand-in while she was getting confirmed. And to correct some of the things I've seen on Twitter, the paperwork wasn't fucked up. That was activist judge faggotry putting requirements on the Trump administration that it is never required for a prosecution ever.
Oh no.
So
no. And I understand that. I mean, my only take on it at this point is it's one, Pam Bondi needs to stay the fuck off of Fox News and News Nation and everywhere else she's going every 5 minutes and actually do something. But I will say this, from being somebody who's done investigations before, I think, because I've actually had this come down from higher ups before. And it happened to me, not in anywhere near this scale, but there was a case that I was involved in where they wound up telling me that I couldn't arrest the guy and detectives would come back and deal with it later because they wanted to flip him. And they didn't, but they also wanted to flip him without anybody involved in the organization knowing that he was being flipped. So I wonder how much of that might be going on. And that's just me trying to be hopeful, because I've actually seen that more than once. I think there may be some behind the scenes stuff going on. At least I hope. Because sometimes they don't frog walk because they don't want anybody to see the cards they're actually holding yet.
Okay, but here's the thing is that they've openly stated that they were going to do it. Again, Bondi on fucking Fox and Christine Noem. You know what? I'm giving Dylan a lot of slack because I do like her and I think that she does try really hard. And of the three, she has the most high profile success. Success in high profile cases. The three being Noam, her, and Bondi. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so I cut her a bit of slack.
Well, yeah. So what
That-
I'm trying to do, and it's not telling everybody that they're wrong or anything else, is I have an entire segment that will probably take a couple of segments tomorrow, going over everything the FBI, DOJ, and everybody else have actually done for 2025, because they have done a lot. They haven't done the stuff that we wanted them to see, and I get it. I said the same thing when Bondi did the whole Binder Gate thing, and I'm like, this is fucking retarded. We're basically just anointing our version of the Twitterati class, and we don't need to be doing that. But I think, and this is just my honest take on it from what I've seen, and from a little bit that I've been able to keep up with, I hope, and I could be wrong, and like I said, I even said this today, they're running out of runway either way, because they're going to have to get something done before the midterms, or it's not going to matter. So they're
well,
running out.
And that's what I keep saying is the fact that, I mean, okay, and I said this the other night on Twitter, being a California resident, I can tell you what voter disenfranchisement looks like. Okay. I mean, with the whole top two and, jungle primary and everything, I can, point to it. That is all I see on Twitter. And the lawyer class on Twitter is going, oh, they're just getting rage baited by the influencers. No, fuck you. Okay. We actually have eyes and can see. And when I see stupid statements like, well, it's a federal holiday, you know what? Minneapolis has an FBI field office. They have JTF and SWAT capabilities. Minneapolis has a district court in it. 2 of the judges in that district court were appointed by Trump. They have an AUSA office. And actually, they have 3 AUSA offices between Duluth, Minneapolis, and Twin Falls. So saying it's a holiday weekend, duty magistrates exist. So don't sit here and blow fucking sunshine up my head. If you say we need to make a case, we are trying to build the strongest case, I'll listen to what you're saying. But to say it's a federal holiday, choke on all the fucking dicks. Okay. Federal magistrates work 24/7, 365. Oh, you're going to piss off a judge if you call them at 3 o'clock in the morning. No, you're not, because they're paid for that and they're paid well for it. So fuck off. I had another point.
You should really not hold back.
I lost my other point. I'm sure it'll come to me in a minute. But, let's see. What was the other one? There was another retarded fucking comment. Oh, arrests are coming within the hour, or are coming in the next few hours. Noam said that yesterday. It's been 24. How many is a few?
Yeah, I missed that. So I will admit I didn't see or hear anything about that. So
Yeah, she was on Benny Johnson when she said that. So, or Newsmax, OAN, one other fucking anyway. So yeah, I'm really getting tired of these fucking Barbies blowing sunshine up my ass. I really, really am.
But yeah, I mean, I get it, and I'm just as frustrated. I'm just hoping, having been at least a little bit involved in how the sausage gets made and some of the stuff, that there's stuff going on that we don't know. But I will admit, I did not hear the comment from Noam that there were arrests coming within hours. So the only thing I saw was fucking subpoenas going out, which don't mean shit yet.
Yeah. And again, we've subpoenaed Tim Walz and blah, 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 blah. What does that mean?
Dude.
There were news camera hours after January 6th. There were news cameras of people everywhere, people getting swept up for the insurrection. And then they were put in a hole for 4 years and had the full weight of the DOJ dragging down their cases to where it eventually took a presidential pardon and orders to federal judges to release these people. But we can't get one fucking frog walk.
I don't know. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's not working real well.
Oh, I'm fucking black. I've been black-pilled since the 90s. That's when I became a minarchist. So, just sometimes I use my outdoor voice.
But no, I don't know. I've been busy watching the other stuff, like all the lefties freaking out because half the administration's having babies and they're like, oh my God, they're pregnant. Yeah, what? So
yeah, and you know what? That's what happens when hey, y'all shout your abortions, they're shouting their pregnancies. So what's the big deal?
Did you see the meme Vance put out?
Probably not.
It's a combination of the ultrasound, and then it's got him, his wife, and the son, and they both have the same suit and same hair.
Yeah. I did see that, but I think it got lifted because I saw it from somebody else. I didn't recognize it as from Vance.
It may not have been from Vance. I know at one point he either posted it or actually reposted it. So it may not have actually been him, but I don't know. The one thing I will say about this, as fun as this administration is, sometimes I feel like they're using it as a distraction now.
Well, as long as shit's getting done. I mean, look, okay. Now I remember what I was going to say. Yes, I voted for a lot of what the administration is doing. I voted for a lot of that. I voted for frog walks too.
Oh, we all did.
And we haven't had one. So that's where my outrage is going to be. Is it for 100 years? Okay. You know the old saying that's attributed to I think it's Pachinko under Stalin, who said, show me the man and I'll find you the crime.
Yep.
He got that from Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover. Okay. We invented that shit. 100 years of the FBI. If the government wants somebody, they will move heaven and earth to get them. This is a delay tactic. They are waiting for it to get out of the collective consciousness, and then nothing is going to fucking happen.
Well, I mean, part of that is honestly that they don't. I mean, you said it yourself. It's if they want it to happen. The other problem that we still have, and the fact that after seeing what Virginia's done in the last 48 hours, hasn't basically disabused people of this idea of this whole Republicans have to use these Marquis of Queensberry rules bullshit. I mean, dude, in 48 hours, Virginia's gone further left than New York, and he's been sworn in longer.
Yeah.
That should terrify everybody. The guy that basically told you that he was a socialist is moving slower than the person who campaigned as a moderate, and now, I mean, they're now trying to make it illegal to do hand counts on ballots. Anybody?
Yeah.
Find that a little disturbing? Anybody? Maybe just me.
See, I wasn't with you on the nuke the filibuster thing. I really wasn't.
I've been there all along.
Now I am. Because and before Virginia in the last 2 days, I was against it. And now it's like they're just telegraphing what they're going to do if they ever get in office again. So codify all the fucking things.
That's what I'm saying. Get rid of the filibuster, expand the Supreme Court, put more judges in, do everything you got to do, and then, like I said, even if that's enough to piss everybody off and we lose, you've got over a month to put the filibuster back in, because at that point it just takes a simple up and down vote to put it back in. And that's the part that I don't understand why everybody's like, oh, we can't do that, because if we don't do it, they're the ones who already did it on one of the things that was the most important thing that they took it away on. And here's the real kicker: we don't even have to get rid of the filibuster. We just have to make the filibuster a filibuster again, because they used to have to stand up and talk and keep talking, and there was none of this I yield my time so I can go to the bathroom shit either. It was you talk until you run out of gas, and you better hope you can talk for a month, because if not, as soon as you're done, we're voting. And it's a simple up and down vote at that point. If we just got back to that, we wouldn't have to do this shit. But the blue slips and the filibuster have been so just manhandled by both sides that I think they just need to do away with all of it long enough to fix what's broken, because things are very, 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 very broken.
Well, I mean, and people say, well, that was a long time ago. No, that was under Obama. I distinctly remember Rand Paul on one occasion and Ted Cruz on another. I remember Rand Paul getting Snickers all over his face because it was in his pocket. It got warm and the caramel ran down his chin while he was doing a filibuster. And I think he went like 16 hours or something like that. And I remember Cruz almost went 24.
Yeah, it was like one of the longest ones until recently. But yeah, we don't.
Yeah, I mean, the longest was fucking Strom Thurmond. But yeah.
I mean, we don't even do that anymore. It's just like as soon as they say, well, you're gonna have to get 60. Okay, well, we don't know what to do because we can't get 60 votes.
Yeah, we're not gonna try. fuck it.
And be like, okay, you want to filibuster? Stand your ass up and filibuster, bitch. Let's see how long you can talk.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, just yeah. So I'm just saying, I'm with you on that one now. I just fucking do it. Like you said, and we've got 4 years.
It's
We've
funny
got
with this
4
law.
years of tweets from everybody in the political class saying stack the court.
I mean, it's just
So
kind of ironic to me that you've been black-pilled longer than me, and you're just now coming around to pack the Supreme Court.
because okay, still I want to play by the rules even though I'm black-pilled, but since you're using honor to fight an enemy that has no honor. It doesn't work anymore. That's why I'm pissed off about Minneapolis, because we're playing by rules that the DOJ hasn't played by in decades.
Right? I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, this if it were me, the second they said, "Oh, this is an autonomous zone," I would have had the fucking airborne in there in 5 seconds. Been like, "Oh, you're not American territory anymore." So guess what that means, bitch?
Yeah.
How you like me now?
Hey, we found oil. We're going in.
I've been screaming for Operation Scratch and Sniff since we did Operation fucking Snatch the Dumbass. Because, that's what I call it, to go get the mayor and the governor, because they're fucking retarded.
Yeah.
But I see, I was trying to be calm. You're getting me fired up.
No,
and
I damage calm now.
It's too late at night for me to be this angry. Just kidding. Not really. I'm over it now.
So I just, and I keep going back to it. Trump appointed 261 federal judges. There are still 100 federal judges left over from Bush 43. Okay, we'll count them as neutral. But the 261 that Trump appointed, these are Article 3 judges, not just like fucking immigration judges and everything. Those are 261 Article 3 judges. Where are they? Do they have Tuesdays off? Are they on permanent PTO? That's was that?
I said apparently they have every day that ends in Y off, or they only work the second Tuesday of every week.
Because 261, that is 30% of the Article 3 judges in the federal courts. One person put in 30% of the judges. And Pam Bondi doesn't know how to venue shop. When the left, when the Dems want something, they throw a dart and they get it fucking,
Well, I mean, that's just it. The fucking last guy was a turnip, and they venue shopped.
Yeah. This is supposed to be you know what? This is going to be my final word on it. Trump needs to stop hiring people he wants to fuck.
Probably. Not.
Well, I mean, what's the point of being president if you can't hire people you want to fuck? Okay, well, you know what? Make them interns, not the fucking attorney general.
Right? Although,
anyway.
Pam Bondi, a little too Barbie. Now, Dylan.
No, Dylan. Oh man, I just you've heard me say it 100 times. So just King of the Britons.
Yeah, I think I made Gene blush tonight because
I realized I couldn't type my thing into his. Was I in the wrong chat?
He has two. Because he does because with Restream he can actually do portrait and landscape. And so each one is a little different. So I didn't, because there were some people that were typing things that I could only see inside of the thing. So I think you were in the same one that I was in.
Yeah, because I was in the portrait one, and the reason why I chose that is one had 2 people viewing, one had 9. So I went for the one that had 9, thinking the other one was just a rebroadcast.
It's the same thing. Restream can actually let you do both. You can actually granted, it's way more expensive, or not Restream, but StreamYard. It's way more expensive than what I pay for, but it actually will let you, like, he can go in and he can set X at portrait and set YouTube at landscape, or vice versa, or even do both simultaneously. So
I've seen a little of that.
He's been testing it by doing.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say he's been testing it by doing both because it seems like you get a lot more traffic on YouTube anymore if it's said to, oh, we're going to make it look like we're going to make it so it shows up on people's phones.
Yeah, but you get a lot more retards too. Look what's been happening to Edge of Liberty.
Oh, I know, but I don't know if you're trying to build your following, you usually got to put up with the retards. I will say this: Gene had a lot fewer of them this week than he had last week. So there were a couple that tried to sneak in, but they didn't hang around very long.
Yeah. I felt a disturbance in the force on Sean's show the other day.
Yeah, you showed up at just the right time.
There are retards.
Well, yeah.
But apparently they got moderated out.
Well, no. Well, like 2 seconds after the alien made the comment about did Sean borrow Orty's retard finder, you were like, bing. But yeah, that was funny.
So,
all right.
Oh wait, we're up against a break. One thing. Yeah,
go
one
ahead.
thing before we go to break. Did you see Susan Collins' news today?
I don't think I did, so we can talk about it now, I guess, because I don't think I saw it.
It doesn't take long. Hang on, let me find the actual. It'll take me just a second to find it. This was another one I tagged Pam Bondi in saying, hey, nothing's going to happen with this, right? So, Susan Collins and her treasurer caught smurfing $4.4 million into her campaign committee. Criminal money laundering.
Nice.
One of the victims, Anthony Takei of North Carolina, we are supposed to believe made 38,967 contributions to her campaign.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah. You know what'll happen? Not a fucking thing.
All right, folks. This is the Cranky Hour with the Amish one. We'll be back in a minute because I haven't been able to take a break in like 2.5 hours. So I'll be back. Bye. We're going to play some music. Maybe if I can make it work. Why is it not? And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. And I feel at least a little bit better. How was your break, Amish?
It was good. It was good. I just noticed for some reason, there it is. Okay. I wasn't broadcasting on my stream for some reason. So I don't, anyway.
Well, yeah,
It's good.
It's been being a little cranky for folks tonight. I don't know why. Al brings
Yeah.
up a great point in the chat. It all went sideways when we stopped buying tar and feathers in bulk.
Yeah, I had a similar tweet in my and that's absolutely true. I had some, at the Ordnance J. Packard Tar and Feather or Pitchforks and Torches Emporium, we will be having a special on tar and feathers for the month of February. Bring back yearly tar and feathering, where the worst gets tar and feathered.
Needs to happen. Definitely.
Yes, we'll do it during President's Week.
Nice. So, so we got it. We got to talk about Don Lemon potentially facing, KKK legality charges on Martin Luther King Day, which I thought was absolutely kind of delicious.
Yeah. Real quick, that song during the break, that was Killing Joke. They're big in the 80s. 80s punk, post-punk. The most famous for living in the 80s. So, but yeah, that's Seeing Red. Can't imagine why I picked that song for the night.
Yeah, no, can't imagine, not at all.
Yes, Don Lemon.
So yeah, I mean, I don't want to go. I don't want to go that much into it, other than getting your take on it. Other than saying, Gene and I, because Gene had all the clips, and so we're watching Don Lemon, depending on who he's talking to, going, "Oh, I'm just here to chronicle," and then earlier before, he's like, "Yeah, I'm here with this group, and we're about to do this, and we're about to do that. And this is
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's my frustration. You have video evidence of the planning, the implementation, and the post hoc rationalization for what they did at the church. That's evidence. That is as much evidence as closed circuit TV of a robbery at a convenience store. Okay, that should be enough to arrest. Anyway, yeah.
Well, I mean, I will say this. The thing is, yes, we can all see it, but there still is a forensic process the police have to go through to even get the arrest warrant. So, because it's not a crime that was committed in their presence, so now there's a process that they have to follow. It's different if they're there. It's not when it's something that they're having to deal with after the fact, and that's where all this forensic crap comes into play. And it's because of all the different stupid laws that we have about, well, you didn't follow procedure for this, and you didn't, and it's all bullshit. I will tell you right now, most of what I dealt with, even in private sector work, wearing a badge and a gun, was total bullshit for the stuff that we had to go through. But we still had to go through it because you have to dot all your I's and cross all your T's. Because if you weren't there and you didn't see them do it, you have to be able to verify what you're using to prove that they did it. And it's retarded. And it's not gotten any better now that we have cameras everywhere. I wish it did, but it hasn't.
I mean, the best thing about the left insisting on body cams is that it's destroyed so many of their narratives. But yeah, my favorite part about the Don Lemon video saga through all this was, this, we stopped here because this protest looked like it was going to be MAGA coded because there's American flags. Eat a million dicks, Don. I know that's not really punishment for you, but eat a million dicks. By the way, loving Nicki Minaj getting red pilled. Okay.
I mean, there is still a gluttony thing, so a million might be a little much even for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think Gene liked my joke about that either.
No.
I was like, isn't a Minaj always by me? Man.
Hey, drive safe, Al.
But yeah, so the other one that I love today was the rage baiter who was like, "Oh my God, the Supreme Court just said that the cops don't have to have a warrant to go into your house." Using exigent circumstances, as long as they had exigent circumstances, they've never had to have a warrant to go into your house.
Yeah,
I know Fred Trier on Hunter from 1986. I think it was 86.
Yeah, no, and I saw the same rant you were talking about, which is funny. I saw it, and then when I went to quote tweet it, I accidentally hit the wrong thing and saw you had already quote tweeted exactly what I was going to say anyway, but I was just going to make a simple where of exigent circumstances are a thing, and they always have been. So
I was feeling wordy today because people were pissing me off everywhere today because they're all like, "Oh man, like, dude, just shut up." I mean, I guess that's the part that pisses me off the most is because the only people that seem to get any attention on social media or anywhere anymore are the ones that are instigating or race baiting and or rage baiting, and it pisses me off because I'm like, I'm out here trying to actually do work, and everybody's like, "We don't even see you anymore." Shut up.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, it was like on my long form post today. I should have read it as an article, but since Elon's got that little contest going, but yeah, I mean, I put it out there as a look. Most of the normies who are pissed off don't follow the grifter class. That was the first paragraph in my. Is we're not getting rage baited. This is ground root. This is grassroots. Because most of us consider the influencers, especially the Epstein binder class, as grifters. So, yeah, no, quit trying to dismiss this. People are fucking pissed because they are seeing a two-tier justice system all the time, everywhere they look.
And I mean, and unfortunately, sadly, it is still happening.
But yeah, if if Don Lemon had been charged with the KKK Act on MLK Day, I mean, like actually arrested, that would have been my erection would have lasted another 3 years.
Yeah, that probably would have been my highlight of 2026 if that had actually happened. But
we can cancel 2026 now. It's not gonna get any better than that.
Oh my god, who posted this? So James Woods posted something. I'm trying to figure out who the original poster was, and it's got
Is it me? It's me, isn't it?
No, I can't think of her name. It's the one that Trump used to make fun of all the time that they've kind of kissed and made up now. Wait, no, it was Woods. He was on with her. That's he's like, that makes sense now because he's like, I may sell these as shirts someday, and it says Don Lemon is the dingleberry hanging off the ass of American journalism.
Megyn Kelly.
Megyn Kelly, yeah. I saw
Fuck
that
her.
when I was dying.
She's thrown in with fucking Tucker and Fuentes.
Oh,
Fuck
I know, but still. I still like James Woods though, so that's
yeah. But God, I thought of something and then I forgot it.
Don't you hate it when that
Yeah,
happens?
so I'm just gonna say it again. I'm just impressed with how red pilled fucking Nicki Minaj is getting.
Yeah, I mean it happens. I mean, almost everybody eventually gets red pilled unless you're just fucking retarded.
Well, that's true. So Trump's bringing back asylums.
So I have seen a couple of people posting about that, but I haven't been able to find any record of anything actually being signed yet. So
He said he was going to be signing an EO to bring back asylums. My comment on it was suddenly half the white women in suburbia disappear.
Hey, where are the white women at?
Had to be.
What's going to suck is it's going to make the behind the Circle K action much more difficult. Demand is going to be higher. Lines are going to be longer.
Yeah,
but that's capitalism.
I was going to say that's pretty much how capitalism works.
I'll just have to wait till we invade Greenland and pop up a Circle K there.
Oh, so I just noticed this. This actually came out while I've been running everybody's shows and stuff tonight. So DHS is reporting a massive surge in website traffic as millions of illegals have decided to start opting for self-deportation.
Good. The plan is working. So, talking about Minneapolis, one thing I'm noticing is that while all eyes are focused on Minneapolis and all the activists are racing to Minneapolis, ICE is going fucking gangbusters in like Maine and everywhere else. It's like a diversion tactic. It's like a feint, It's like, during World War II, oh, we're really landing over here, and then everybody dumps on Normandy.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, I mean, and honestly, that's kind of been what I've been wondering if that's what they've been doing because not only are they, they've sent a lot of folks into Maine and a few other places, they're also going into a lot of states where the governors are friendly to it. Like they just had major operations in Louisiana, they had major operations in Texas, they just did a major operation here in Oklahoma and in Tulsa, and all the blue haired liberals in Tulsa were pissed. I can't believe we're cooperating with that, blah 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 blah. And now apparently they've actually been finding so much here, which they didn't really expect. And I tried to tell them that they would, that they're planning on building a detention center in Oklahoma City. And now the residents of Oklahoma City are pissed because the mayor's already said, I can't tell the federal government no. So it's going to get built. Sorry for your luck. So,
See, I'm
fun
trying to
time.
figure out what to call the one in Oklahoma because I came up with Gator Gitmo. And I'm trying to think of what to call the Oklahoma one. Give it something witty.
We'll figure it out. We should make it a contest. See if anybody comes up with anything cool.
Yeah. You know what? I'll think about it tonight. I'll have something by Jux this weekend. And then there is the lovely and charming Vincent Charles in the chat.
VC.
Oh, and hey Z, hey Steven.
Yeah, Z's been in there for a while. I decided to forego all the short jokes that I was making earlier tonight.
Yeah, I probably didn't see her. She's under the.
Well, it's kind of hard to see her.
Yeah, below my head height, below my line of sight. See, I can get in on the short jokes too.
She's gonna get stabby.
Yeah, Jeff just sent me on Discord. The Maine peeps are calling the hotlines and sending the protesters to the wrong locations too, which is my favorite thing about that report ICE website. I think about that every time I go to a convenience store and I see the big ICE bin outside. I'm like, God, I should report this place. Say that there's an operation here.
So, did you see the story where like all these people are pissed because ICE went to eat at a Mexican restaurant, and then they figured out that half the staff was illegal, so they hemmed them up on the way out the door.
Yeah, and great.
See,
I saw the comments of what they didn't tip enough. Is that what you're mad about?
I guess so.
That is what's called investigation, folks.
Yeah. Oh,
I just yeah. But the one thing I was thinking about. Here's why I think. I know I keep coming back to it. Here's why I think that the DOJ is dragging their feet, especially on Don Lemon. He gets to play the race and gay card.
Hey,
and I don't know if I want that smoke.
I got one. It just popped in my head. I swear I just had an epiphany. Sooner Stockade.
Sooner Stockade. That's nice. I like that.
The other one I had, I decided not to go with because it has Cowboy in it. I'm not an OSU fan. I'm not gonna. Nope, just not gonna. But yeah, it was Cowboy Containment. But that kind of sounds like we're.
I'm trying to think of a famous prison with T. That starts with the letter T. And it's not coming to me. And I know there one exists. So that way it could be tornado, whatever. Is this on? Are we here?
No. Yeah, no, sorry. I was sneezing, so I muted myself.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, those are the only two that I could come up with. But I mean, there's tornado lockup, but to go along with your idea. But as far as prisons that start, there is a famous prison in New York City called the Tombs, Tornado Tombs. I could probably get behind that one.
There's a famous one in Delhi called Tihar. Tornado Tahar. It's a supermax. It's the largest prison complex in South Asia.
Yeah, so, or we could go the Tornado Tower. You go Tornado Terre Haute.
Tornado Tower. Yeah. For the Tower of London. Yeah.
That could be good.
What else is in the news? What else has been fun?
So many things. So Trump is in Davos, basically making the WEF his bitch, which has been fun to watch.
Well, what's even better about that was the State Department making Gavin Newsom their bitch in Davos.
Yeah, that's been fun too.
And Al Gore speaking to a room that had more press than people in it.
Yeah,
they put him on one of the little side venues, and I did a head count. There was maybe a dozen people in there, maybe 2.
Yeah, everybody else in there was covering it. So,
Man Bear Pig is overstayed his welcome.
Nice. Well, believe it or not, I think we have pretty much covered all the major stuff in the news. Plus, we're almost out of time anyway. So, what you been watching?
Last week I talked about how I wanted to start watching the animated series. I haven't gotten around to it.
Surprising no one.
Yeah, I know. Hey, wait a second. That seemed like a shot across the bow.
Maybe,
but yeah. So, no, I've just been digesting a lot of YouTube content, and music reacts and D&D stuff, and just habitual line crosser and shit. Just watching a lot of YouTube shit. Haven't really been. I don't even think I've had my TV on for the last 2 days.
Yeah, you've started, but dude, we used to be able to vamp for like 20 minutes on what we were watching. You're like done in 2 now.
Nothing's inspiring me. Nothing's grabbing me to watch. It's just
you still haven't even started watching Fallout yet, have you?
Fuck, I forgot. And okay, so like Fallout, that would usually be something like if I turned on Amazon, it would just jump right in my face. And it hasn't come up on any of the title cards yet. So yeah, nothing's really been jumping out at me.
Well, Amazon's title cards have been weird lately anyway, which is odd because it's been number 1 at Amazon for a while now. I will say this, Walter Goggins is pretty much carrying the whole damn thing this season.
Well, he kind of did. I mean, don't get me wrong. She's fucking hot as fuck, but Goggins is a force.
Dude, there's like a couple, especially in this one because he's laying on the accent even thicker. There's been a couple times I have gone out of the room and come back in, and I could swear it was fucking the dude from Landman.
Thornton.
Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton. I was like,
yeah.
Wait, no, that's I forgot. I'm watching that show. But yeah. So as far as me, I actually have been watching, the new season of Fallout. It's actually, I see it. I liked the first season because it had they did a really good job recreating the world. The story felt kind of choppy. I had that feeling for the second season too, until today, because they actually started tying a lot of the pieces together, but they're over the halfway point now, so they kind of have to start tying all the pieces together. Because we only get 10 episodes of fucking season of shit anymore, because
right,
we got 8 million different things to watch now, so we can just do 10 episodes each. I mean, at least on broadcast TV, they're still doing like 18, 19 usually. They just split them up, which still annoys the shit out of me, because then it's like 9, and then there's a break, and then there's another 9. But and of course, I did watch the premiere of Star Trek 90210. I didn't hate it as much as I thought I was gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna keep watching it, but I expected to hate it a lot more than I did, because it was kind of cool listening to them, start the process to rebuild Starfleet as far as back to what it once was. And I don't have as much issues as everybody else does with the weird characters and everything else, because Starfleet almost got wiped off the map in this timeline. So them being a little disjointed and confused doesn't really bother me as much. I did think it was funny that William Shatner's like, "This is trash. You need to bring me back." I was like, That's awesome.
Yeah. And
That's
Stephen
awesome.
Miller went, yeah. Okay, so well, I love the cope that surrounds every time a new Trek is released, like with this one. Oh, it's the highest rated, blah, 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 blah. Most people, yeah, because everybody wants to watch it so they can trash on it, and then they never come back. They just want to make sure that it is the garbage that they believed it is. Yeah, Dawson's Fleet, Vincent.
Dude, day 2 it was
Yeah.
already number 5. Day 2 it was already number 5 in their top 10. As of today, it's not even on there. It wasn't even in their top 10 anymore. Now, whether it comes back
Right.
tomorrow when the new episode comes out, look, I mean, and again, I'm not making any excuses. What I am saying though is, everybody's like freaking out because chick has got her lounge chair on the bridge, and I'm like, dude, she's 450 years old. She's in her I don't give a fuck phase. I'm 52 and I'm in my I don't give a fuck phase. If they told me I could put a recliner in the fucking bridge, I'd be there. So that doesn't bother me as much. And everybody's freaking out about the Jim Hadar. All I have to remind you guys about that is please remember Jeff Goldblum's line from Jurassic Park, "Life finds a way." So, yes, at one point they were being genetically engineered. At some point, it looks like they started procreating because, life finds a way. And then the
They
whole
would have had to have been genetically engineered to do that, and I hope that is in the story.
Well, that's not necessarily true though either, because remember the dinosaurs were never supposed to be able to lay eggs. And then one spontaneously changed gender and suddenly they could lay eggs and fertilize.
The dinosaurs still had reproductive organs.
True. But,
There would have been no reason. There would have been no reason for the founders to genetically engineer the Jem'Hadar to have reproductive organs if they were never intended to reproduce in the first place.
Yeah. Again, all I can say about that is life finds a way. It's been proven over and over and over again. So, but again, I'm not trying to save the show. Like I said, I may watch this season just to see. And of course, there's all the trolls that are already putting out AI stuff about it being canceled. Everybody's pissed off, and I'm like, it hasn't been canceled yet, but it's not even being as well received as Discovery was, which is upsetting to me because I actually like the Doctor. His lines were actually some of the funniest stuff in the show. Like when he's interacting with the main character, he scans him. He's like, it's some sort of weird parasite. I don't remember what he called it. He's like, how did you even get those? And how are they all the way down in your digestive tract? What did you do? Bathe in a bog? And I'm just dying.
Yeah, Picardo can. The great thing about Picardo as a character actor is he always plays himself. So, and getting back to, I got to make one more comment about Goggins real quick. Yeah, he's great in Fallout. He was absolutely fantastic and Justified, but his command performance, his best scene ever, was in Predators. When he's walking behind the IDF sniper, she turns around and looks at him and he goes, "Your ass is awesome."
Oh, yeah, nice. Vincent, earworm, you bastard. I hate you. Oh.
I don't want to wait to pilot the brand new Miranda. I want a Galaxy class ship right now.
Oh. Well, so I'm confused by Jeff's comment about you said KLRN. Isn't the thing you guys are doing, isn't it part of us too? I'm confused.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I was just like, did I miss a memo? Did he decide to take it off on his own? I'm cool with it if he did, but I thought we were running it too. But anyway, but yeah, so that's cool. We got like back-to-back launches, week 3 and week 4.
Yes, and we do have a new show starting in 3 weeks.
Yes, we do. And it's a surprise. We're not talking about it yet.
Yes. Oh, is it a surprise? Okay, I was going to bring it up, but yes, it will have you, me, Vincent, Charles, and Jeff on it for starters. So
we have decided we're going to hype it up a bit. So we're just kind of being really quiet about it. We're going to do a countdown. So probably by next week we'll start talking about it since it launches the week.
All right.
Anyway, where can folks find you? I got to get ready for Sean.
Fucking Sean. Let's see. This week you can find me. You can find me always as Ordnance Packard on Twitter. Still weird. Tomorrow, you can find me on the Culture Shift with Brad with the great hair as we take our deep dive into the business entertainment business industry. Then Saturday, you can find me with you on Juxtaposition, and Sunday you can find me on the Vincent Charles Project, where we will be talking about Fred Ward's finest film, Remo Williams, The Adventure Begins.
So can I say I was honestly a little sad that Janelle actually was able to get a copy of Trouble in Little China, and I said that on her feed yesterday too, because I was like, I really wanted.
You really
Vincent
wanted us to do Tiptoes, didn't you?
I wanted Vincent to be all angsty because I knew that was not what he wanted to do, and angsty Vincent is fun for those of us that, that aren't working with him at the time.
See, we actually have people who are now going out to get the movies we are discussing, and unfortunately for them, they went and watched Tiptoes. One of them said she watched it on an airplane and was also almost air marshaled.
Ooh, you guys are getting actual fans now. They're like, hey, I wouldn't watch this shit. Y'all didn't even talk about it. That's funny. But yeah, actually, since I actually had a spare few minutes yesterday, I went and hung out on one of Janelle's video game feeds for a while. That was kind of fun too.
Oh, nice.
She was
I
doing
meant to go to that one too.
Star Trek: The Next Generation on Sega Genesis. I've actually only ever played that one on the Super Nintendo, so I'm kind of the Genesis version seemed like it was a little more in depth. So I'm kind of sad that I never played it over there.
Yet Genesis does what Nintendo don't.
That may not have been their slogan, but it might as well have been.
I think it was. I actually think it was.
I never
Sega does what Nintendo don't.
Anyway. All right. So, well, there you go.
How about you? Where can people find you? Where can they dig up some more Rick?
Don't look for me. It's a trap. You can find me tomorrow on the Rick Robinson Show. New time. We're changing things around. So I'm back to noon Eastern because trying to get up in the wintertime and butt crack it down early and do a bunch of shit. It's been a pain in my ass. So we're going back to later in the day. Starting next week, it'll be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday because that way we can go hang out on, even if I don't start running them, that way we can go start hanging out on Big E's channel. Over at SHR on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Plus, it gives me a break on my late nights. And then Thursday night, I think we may try to do a Jen and Rick. I'm going to touch base with her and see. Friday night, hanging out with Aggie Rican. Saturday night, hanging out with you. Sunday night, Kingdom and Country will be back. And then Monday night, America Off the Rails after we start the new time on the daily. Our new day on the daily starting on, again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But that's it. You can find us on X at KLRNRadio. You can find me at RowdyRick73. And for anything else, feel free to check our schedule because I'm involved in about 80% of the content one way or the other. But we're going to get out of here because Sean has already spun things up. And I will be with you for about the next 3 hours, hanging out, just pushing buttons for other folks. Have a great night, everybody, and thanks for joining us.
Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.
Hail the Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We have had.
No, I don't have that sort of pull. If you disagree or doubt, you write the information down that you're going to receive tonight, and you can go do the research yourself. Comes back to like that source document reading. You can figure it out. So tonight we're going to talk about Minnesota. We're going to talk about Davos and Gavin and Trump, and we're going to talk about a couple other things, some Supreme Court rulings if we get to it. It's just dangling there at the end. But, you know, as always with the Edge of Liberty, we will talk about what's important and what carries, and then we'll go from there. Look, if you're new to the channel, thank you so much for being here. Please like and subscribe to the network. Appreciate it. And I will pop in Goldie right now. Goldie, good evening. Thank you so much for being here.
Good evening. You can hear me?
I can hear you just fine. You're live. You're doing great.
All I had to do was say hello so far.
Well, and you nailed it. So we're going to go to your home state, and this is something that you and I have talked a lot off air. And one of the things that you bring up a lot is there's so much more that people don't hear about. as far as everything that goes on in Minnesota, and certainly everything that we're seeing in the news today. And I asked a question Monday night. You and I discussed this too a little bit. Why Minnesota? And it's a broad brush question, and there's not going to be any one answer, and I know that. But it's just, how come everything came to a head seemingly in Minnesota? With the immigration aspect, it could have been anywhere in the country where there was a large population of illegal immigrants. We kind of get why the fraud happened in Minnesota, in the sense of you have a large community that's very communicative with each other. Once somebody figures out how to game the system, it trails like wildfire. And so that part's not going to be answered, but why it wasn't covered and why it wasn't necessarily outed nationally sooner, and a couple other things. So thank you for being here. I appreciate your time. I'm glad to have you back. I don't even know where to start with this, because I have so many questions I want to ask you about all of this. But the first one I want to go with is kind of the broad brushstroke. Why do you think this all bubbled in the cauldron of Minnesota and came to a head? And you don't have to be specific, but just the political climate is kind of what I'm looking for.
Oh, easy questions first.
I figured I'd get right to it. You know what I mean?
I was trying to divine where you were going with this, and thank you so much for having me on. I've been listening to you and BZ, and probably a shameless plug for any of your curious listeners is we had met at a Freedom Fest out in Vegas about a dozen years ago. It's hard to believe it's been that long, and they're going to be back there again this July, as they usually do. Hope you guys, anybody listening, will attend Freedom Fest, the largest gathering of free minds. But in your question, one of the things that you wrapped into your very encompassing question was, why wasn't any of this fraud covered? And I think I heard you say this in one of your broadcasts over the last week or two, and maybe that's what started this interaction. People have been talking about this in Minnesota for the better part of at least 8 years, if not more. Even a major, again, we are drawing distinctions between mainstream media and independent media, but even a mainstream media outlet in the Twin Cities in 2018 broke a story about millions of dollars who were stolen from child care assistance programs. And at that time, I think there were regulations in place about money transfers, like the remittances, that money could flow out of the country. And so the only way that they could then get funds back to their families in Africa was to fly suitcases of cash out of the airport. And that was probably what really brought, the situation to the attention of the media, was these suitcases of cash flying out of the airports of Minneapolis. And so that was 2018. And then it continued again in 2019. There were overpayments to some of the, my people, the native tribes here in Minnesota, for some opioid treatments. And so it seems like there may have been a way to find their way in on fraud, but then it really was COVID-19 restrictions, lockdowns, and waivers that really broke everything open.
So you brought us, you laid out a whole bunch of stuff. So in 2018, you saw there was the fraud where money was being stolen, and that was something you would say that local media and politicians kind of knew was going on, and that was something that it just did not get the effect that it would have perhaps somewhere else. Yes,
it was met with a certain amount of outrage at the time, locally, as people were like, why are you stealing this money? But at that time, it was $72 million that was alleged to have been defrauded from these child care assistance programs. So fast forward, 5 or 6 years into the Feeding Our Future, where you did have the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney for Minnesota was just like, oh, this is so bad. We have to pay attention to this. And it was 10 times as much. It was over $750 million that they have found it was this Feeding Our Future scandal. And it was supposed to be meal programs that went to elderly and kids during COVID. And that is, I think, was a little bit of the regulators' nose under the tent that then went on to find all kinds of problems with housing programs, autism, and even daycare centers here in Minnesota. And that's what really blew up. The daycare centers is what blew up virally from that Nick Shirley video a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and we've talked about the fraud with the food program from COVID. We've talked about it in this network plenty of times because it was incredible. You look at 720 million, and I hate to say, if it was just $1 million or $2 million, but the reality is if it was just $1 million or $2 million, people probably would not have, it wouldn't have been as much of a concern or an outrage, especially when you look at that case, and I've looked at part of that case, and you could see how easily the structure of that fraud is most likely, and I don't know because I haven't seen the documentation, but is most likely the same sort of structure that we see in the daycare fraud today. Maybe some different players, maybe some different caveats, but in general, it seems like somebody looked at that case and went, oh, well, if they can do that from getting money from the government, we can apply it to this program and then just do it as much as humanly possible.
Well, I do have a few numbers in front of me, courtesy of there's a legislative auditor in Minnesota. It is a truly independent branch appointed under the legislature, bicameral, bipartisan, and we don't have a whole lot of trust in government anymore, I would say. But from this agency, I think that their terms are spaced very outside of elections. And so they fiercely guard their nonpartisanship. And they did an audit of the whole Feeding Our Future and what led up to it. And granted, even when people raised concerns, the Feeding Our Future agency would threaten the Minnesota Department of Education because these funds, that's how the federal funds that came to the state were funneled through the Department of Education, probably because it was like school meals, and that's just was that pipeline. And there were 2 times where they were like, hey, something doesn't look right. And they said, well, then we will sue you. They threatened legal action twice in 2020 when like major red flags were raised on these programs. And so then they stood down. So they were probably afraid of being called racist or, starving children, anything that they could do in more of a public media, standpoint. But at the end of the day, between 2020, the payments for these food sites, and again, this is COVID, we got to kind of like put our minds into what 2020, it was totally a crazy time, but there were $70 million in payments because there were waivers that you could still feed people even if everything was like locked down. You could put the meals into a bag, they could pick up like takeaway. But then in 2021, that number jumped again from $70 million in 2020. It jumped to $336 million in 2021. So even if you looked at your utility bills from one month to another, you're like, oh my gosh, I know it was cold and it was $70 this month for my gas bill. It's $336 next month. Like you would probably be like, what?
Yeah, there may be something to look at, a window open in the attic, something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, my kids leaving the door open. They were born in a barn. We get this, but no, apparently nobody really took a very hard look at this, and that's where it seemed like there was just a culture of fraud built into this. Is we can't question this, whether it's they're going to sue us, or I know there are a lot of people here in the state who are saying that that money then came back to elected officials, and it's really just been very bonkers. And for those of us who work hard every day, we pay our taxes and think like we were working all this time, but we could have been opening up a daycare or
Yeah. I mean,
and something like we could have been getting on this grift.
If
Why
I'm
are
going
we
to be
even
doing
paying taxes?
paperwork, I might as well do paperwork and not do any work next to it, and then make a ton more money than I am working my real job every single day. And I asked you that question, and I knew, obviously, because we talked beforehand, we're looking back at least 8 years. There was a huge fraudulent activity going on that people were aware of, most likely, in the state of Minnesota, that we could surmise, and I don't know for sure, and I'll admit that, but surmise that the daycare fraud probably stemmed from the framework of that. But I asked you that question and you got that information because I wanted to show people that there are things that have been going on in Minnesota for a long time that plenty of people were looking the other way on. Like you just laid out clearly, that case should have garnered a lot of attention a lot sooner, and either intentionally or by being completely inept, it did not. So if you could explain a little bit about the state government of Minnesota in that regard, and just how I don't want to say dirty, but dirty it can be.
Well, it definitely goes back a ways. I can't remember the last time that we had a Republican governor, because even that, when we look at the federal level, like right now, we have a sort of a more conservative or a constitutional majority on the Supreme Court because of retirements, and like Donald Trump, Bush before him, what they were able to appoint, because we've had such a Democrat leading majority in our governorship, and also it's flipped back and forth, some of the whether it's the Senate or the House, but Democrats pretty much run the state, and then it just becomes kind of this self-feeding, is even if you happen to lose an election, the Democrats are in charge, then we'll just find a commission and park you there, get a salary for the 2 years later when you can run again. I mean, we had our state auditor and the leader of the Minnesota Senate, state auditor Julie Blaha, and then the Senate leader was like Melendez, and they were in a rollover accident, a vehicle rollover accident with an open container of alcohol. And it was not news until 9 months later. So the media is in their pocket, they're able, the unions totally go to bat. It is a state that it's not just political. There are multi ways that they protect their power here in the state. So yeah, you're going to have a few, agencies that maybe are not doing things right, but they put the money back to the side of your friends. You're not going to be that curious about it.
Well, and it's the fox in the hen house, so to speak, right? I mean, like you said, you had a state auditor who was in a rollover accident with an open container in the vehicle, and the citizenry of that state did not hear about that for almost 9 months. And that brings us to, okay, we know internally it's all Democrat run, and I'm going somewhere with all of this, so it's all Democrat run. The fox is guarding the hen house. We're now seeing cases where the media is not reporting things such as a rollover for a state auditor, which even in some pretty liberal areas, you would see that be reported from at least local news to find out, or to tell the local population. You're seeing, like you said, the food fraud, so to speak, feeding our future. That's out of control. So you're already starting to set the groundwork for a government that is doing what it kind of wants to, hiding things when it has to. And now you brought up the media. How complicit is the media in the Twin Cities area?
I mean, I don't know about complicity, but yeah, maybe they're definitely uncurious. I will give a shout out to the only reason we even have these stories, like the 2018, the reports of the cash, being on planes going, out of the Minneapolis airport, and then there was also in 2019 there were overpayments to Medicaid. So we have had a few outlets who have tried to, draw attention to the fraud stories, but I do think it has been more the breakthrough of independent media. I'll give shout outs here in Minnesota. One of them, even it's left of center, but you can still get to the truth from the left. There's the Reformer. There's from the right, there's Alpha News here in Minnesota. And, even just like the Nick Shirley, who knows why he was here or whatever his motivation was, but just like going to daycare centers and say, are there any children here? Seems pretty basic.
Yeah, it's like going to an aquarium and asking to see, fish. Usually there are fish inside when you ask that question, and they don't yell at you for daring to come to an aquarium and looking for fish. And the reason I'm asking all these questions, and we'll go to the bottom of the hour if that's okay with you. The reason I'm asking all of these questions is when you frame just these few instances against what we're seeing today on a national level, finally, because like you said, clearly, I mean, you knew stuff was going on. A lot of people knew stuff was going on. Maybe outside the Twin Cities area, it was harder to come by that information because now you have a media who's not following with the stories, minus a few, like you said, the Reformer and Alpha News. You have this almost perfect storm of a state where they have control. They control the communications and what's being sent out. They are looking the other way when it's politically convenient for them. And the Keith Ellison phone call a couple weeks ago being leaked kind of shores that up, where he says, I'll make sure that none of this fraud stuff gets close to you. And then the next day he gets a whole bunch of donations. Do you think that's enough for people to understand how we got to today in Minnesota? You have your governor who is, he's your governor. You have this fraud case that's blown up. You now have the ICE raids that are going on, and the amount of people that are showing up to violently protest and intervene. Does it feel like could you have seen this perfect storm coming 2 years ago, or even a year ago when Waltz was running for VP?
I think we saw this storm 6 years ago in the wake of what happened to George Floyd, where people were mad, people were upset. I was upset, and again, before all the facts came out, is like you have this interaction between law enforcement, and a man. Definitely the other side tried to make it racial. But yeah, if you have somebody who is in police custody and it doesn't go well, like nobody's happy about that situation. But I think what ensued over the next 3 to 4 days, where it started very peacefully, where we're like, oh, we're mad and we don't know what happened. But then you had, the Molotov cocktails, and, you had no-go zones, and the confrontations with law enforcement, to the fact that it escalated, all of the rioting, blocks burned down, even the police the police of Minneapolis gave up on the 3rd precinct building and allowed, the protesters, which at that point you're not protesters, you're rioters, to come in and to take that over. I think 6 years ago was this license of there are no consequences.
Right.
And we can, I'm definitely not discouraging or disrespecting the First Amendment, but it's supposed to be peaceful. And if you're talking about fire and you're talking about people getting hurt, it's not peaceful
no longer
anymore.
peaceful.
But
Well,
I think it doesn't even go back to this fraud or any of the recent events. Like that precedent was set in 2020.
Well, and you go back to that time, and especially with the George Floyd, the riots, and there's a reason why the entire world calls them the George Floyd riots. And you said, I don't want to trample on the First Amendment and you're not. So when protests no longer start being violent and start being destructive, they are no longer protests under the law, right? Peacefully assemble is a key point. That's something that gets missed, and I think a lot of that goes back to civics. It's like the people say, oh, I have free speech, I can say whatever I want to X, Y, and Z. It's like, no, you can't. Freedom of speech has to do with speaking out against the government. It doesn't mean that you can walk up to somebody and yell a horrific word in their face, that because your constitutional rights only go as far until they impede on somebody else's, is really the general rule of thumb. So as we get to today, and you've been watching this closely for a long time, you now have Keith Ellison, Frey, Waltz, and a few others who are getting subpoenaed. They're obviously their encouragement of some of this behavior is certainly questionable, and that's being very, very nice. Do you feel that there's any sort of change, and you're close to it all? Do you feel that there's any sort of change in the state government where they're like, oh, maybe we should start changing gears a little bit, or maybe we should pick a new direction? Maybe we should not encourage this as much.
Oh my goodness, you're funny.
Look, I'm asking the questions. You're the one with the information.
I thought it was just your speech and how you say car.
Car. And I'm saying
no.
it nicely because I'm not just ranting like I normally do. Car.
No, it's we definitely, you can just look at an electoral map of Minnesota and you see like most of the state is red, votes red. Few like metro centers still vote blue, but that is what really rubs us the wrong way in greater Minnesota, and that's what we call ourselves outside of the metro, is we are very dominated. It's the reason why I think that the foresight of our founding fathers to even have the electoral college at the federal level, we would love to have that at the state level, is we are dominated by the population center of the Twin Cities. Don't get their hands dirty, don't know that you need to get up at 4:30 in the morning to milk cows. During COVID, it was really, really stressful for us when, because the chickens don't know about COVID and everybody's shutting down and staying at home, and hunkering in place. As they're still laying the eggs, the piggies are getting fatter, the cows are giving milk. We have to get up every single day, even though, when COVID broke, it was still February, March, is you have to take care of these farm duties. And then when, I don't know if it was medically indicated or even like a COVID thing, when they shut down the processing plants. And now you have invested 6, 8, 12 months into these livestock to bring them to market, and you can't process them. It was so stressful to so many of our communities that they just had to cull herds or cull flocks because they couldn't sell them, they couldn't process them. Nobody in the Twin Cities of Minnesota understands work
or cares.
or cares to a certain extent. They're like, oh, my meat comes from styrofoam, although they probably are all vegans and they don't wear leather either. Don't drink milk. It's oat milk and can't milk an
Don't kill
almond.
animals. Go buy them at the grocery store like other people.
Yeah. So we definitely do not have a legislature in Minnesota that is going to change. The only thing that can change the direction of the state is going to be elections. Or, at least we should have a quiet few days because as I'm looking at the weather forecast, is we have very, very strong northwest winds moving in here. And I think the high temperature is not going to get above 0 for the next 2 or 3 days. So, we call it like Friday. Everybody else would probably be really offended by it, but I think the weather is probably going to quiet things down here for the next few days.
Well, and plus a lot of the people who are bussed in from maybe warmer areas won't be prepared and able to deal with it. We got, 2 minutes left. And I want to ask about Waltz, and I saved him for last because I mentioned him earlier, but when he got picked as Harris's running mate, was there a giant collective head slap from Greater Minnesota?
Oh, absolutely.
You mean he's not a man of the people like he portrayed himself as? He pretty much told us he was a farmer who worked with his hands all day.
Well, and that wasn't even true because, trying to have a little bit of respect, he was in the National Guard for 24 years. And he was an educator. He didn't get a whole lot of dirt probably under his nails. So he was not really a working man. He was in the union. Yes, he was in the service, but even then he was not really honest about how he, left the service, calling himself a command sergeant major, even though he said that he had achieved the rank, but he couldn't retire with it. So I don't know. You can trust anything that he says.
Well, I wish the people of Greater Minnesota well. I hope this comes to a clearing soon because I know it's been difficult. We've talked about this before, how it's affecting the state by and large. I do want as stories pop up from the Minnesota, and it's going to be in the news for a while, even with the fraud cases haven't even started yet. So it's unfortunately just getting underway. Will you come back and visit us and give us updates, please?
If it works out, that's fine. I see a couple of things in this. This is very new to me, but like a news station or newspaper for story sources, if you want to follow up with any of these folks, I'm happy to send it on. But, at the end of the day, we really just need, elections have consequences. We're going to do what we can here in Minnesota to change our direction, but nationally, we saw what happened in 2018. The Democrats had a huge wave. They took over the House. They completely stopped, Trump and went into, endless impeachment and investigations. And I think that we need to let the small differences go to the side because we already knows what happens if we want to try to make the small differences big between us. So I appreciate you giving me some time and insight on Minnesota. And next time, maybe we can compare hot dish recipes.
I'm down for that. I love to cook. Thank you so much, Goldie. I appreciate you being here, and we'll touch base soon.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome to River of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a sharp wit and clear discussion. Tune in every Monday and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a refreshing dose of reality as we fearlessly tackle the tough topics with no nonsense, just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com to discover where you can catch River of Common Sense in action. He's here to amplify your inner logic. He may not always be polite, he may not always be refined, but one thing's for sure, he always tells it like it is.
Come listen to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show. Live on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Pacific on the SHR Media Rumble channel, SHR Media YouTube channel, X, Twitch, Spreaker, and wherever great conservative podcasts are found. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, guides you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Raised as a free-range child with dirt, stains, mud, and freedom, BZ broadcasts from North Idaho, comfortably surrounded by actual normal people. Jump into our plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room on rumble.com. Click on live chat to join. Now, with 37% more umbrage and 19% more bulbosity than previous shows, featuring delicious Liberty additives for the best in late-night conservatarian talk radio. BZ reminds you that with great beard comes great responsibility. No chinchillas were harmed, embarrassed, fat-shamed, or the focus of any sarcasm whatsoever in the making of this ad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. Thank you to our friends over at KLRN for the simulcast. Thank you to the moderators keeping the chat room in check. We greatly appreciate it. And of course, thank you to Goldie for joining us. There's a lot more information there that we will get out in another episode. Please take a moment to like and subscribe to the channel, even if you don't like us. That's okay. You can subscribe and then get notified to come back and, argue with us. Love good, healthy debate. That's what makes this country great. I don't have to agree with you, but I can respect you. But you can also have a little fun. So, the World Economic Forum is happening this week. And man, this was just, I thought after Klaus died that you wouldn't hear about WEF all that often. I mean, it would still be a thing. The Democrats will get money. The Green people will get money. We all know how it works, yada, yada, yada. But then you find out that Newsom, who's supposed to be 3 miles from where I am, jumps on a plane on taxpayers' dollars, and he's all of a sudden in Davos, which is weird because he's not a world leader. And we couldn't figure out why, for the life of us, he would suddenly go over to Davos, and then, well, we saw it. Wait, that wasn't. No, I'm sorry. I got the wrong one. That was it. He actually was there, and he did a photo op with Alex Soros, of all people. Now, we know that Gavin, he's got a little bit of an ego, which is why he would put a taxpayer bust of himself in the San Francisco City Hall. I mean, and we all know he's running. I mean, that's easy to figure out, right? And I don't care you don't have to see what the betting websites are saying as to whether or not he will run. He's going to run like that. That's it. Now, the problem is, and I've said this before for Gavin, he's going to get the automatic, Democrat vote, right? Because the Democrats, for the most part, there's that 35% that it doesn't matter whose name is next to the D, as long as it has the D, he's going to go. And so
I think
it started pretty quickly as far as when the American delegation, if you will, got over there, because Scott Bessent had some few words for Gavin Newsom.
very, very ironic that Governor Newsom, who strikes me as Patrick Bateman meets Sparkle Beach Ken, may be the only Californian who knows less about economics than Kamala Harris.
So it started off a little spicy. By the way, to Newsom's credit, he released on his little website there, the money making website, the fundraising website that he has, the Sparkle Ken doll of himself, and I laughed because I'm like, yeah. All right, I'll give that to you. You played that one well. But when Newsom was over there, he was giving, and I got the interview here, he was giving very bizarre interviews. And when I say bizarre, just ones like this that, you're calling out a lot of people pretty quick, man.
Messages from the White House around Greenland this week.
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious.
and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, say one thing on a text or a tweet and another publicly. It's time to have principles. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with
tariffs? Time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders.
So this is the same guy who, if he got into office, would be kissing all of the world's leaders' asses and trying to send things back to the way of Biden and Obama. We're a world government. We need each other and no borders and blah, 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 blah. This is all the shit that Newsom believes, and we know that. And he's saying, oh, yeah, all you guys, and I'll be clear, he just wants to be able to play these clips when he starts running his ads. Okay, that's all this is about. He absolutely just wants to be able to say, look, I went over to WEF and I told them that they're all wearing knee pads, so I'm really tough with the world. But you're not, Gavin, and everybody knows you're not. And as I've said before with Newsom, his whole approach to running in this next election is to try to make people forget what a disaster it is here in California, where I live. I watch him every day. I know what a disaster it is. I know all the money that we've spent. I know what a just entire disaster is. And then, like you said, the picture eventually with Alex Soros came out. So now we see the connection. There's the Soros connection that we all knew was there, but instead, he went out. It shows you how cocky and stupid Gavin Newsom is, because if I was Gavin Newsom, with everything that's been said about the Soros family, I would take their money and tell them on the side, look, we really can't be seen together right now. Give it a couple years. But he didn't. He took the picture, and obviously I showed the funny picture earlier just because it made me laugh, and that's it. But you go over and you look at so many of the other statements that were made by world leaders and either slamming the Biden administration, as we see here. Oh, stand by. My apologies. Click the wrong damn button. Where is it? You make one little misclick and it screws everything else up. I'll get to it, folks. Let's see. I completely backed out of all my clips. I apologize. It does happen. Oh, here we go. You see world leaders, as much as Newsom's over there shitting on Trump, you see world leaders who are actually saying, maybe Trump has done some good things from even our perspective, like this.
Question to the audience. I mean, many of you, I know, criticize Donald Trump. But do you really think that without Donald Trump, 8 big economies in Europe, including Spain and Italy and Belgium, Canada, by the way, also outside Europe, would have come to 2% in 2025 when they were only on 1.5% at the beginning of the year? No way. Without Donald Trump, this would never have happened. They're all on 2% now. Do you really think that in the summit in The Hague, as already Alex was saying, sorry, the president of Finland was saying, that, and here...
Yeah, so what he was saying is, hey, Trump got the EU, essentially, and Canada to come up to the level of funding they were supposed to be at. This is specific in NATO with their defense budgets. And that's something that we've been talking about on this network and in this country for a long time. We fucking fund NATO. At the end of the day, we fund the majority of NATO. And all we've asked time and again is, hey, do me a favor, all you other countries that we provide defense for, can you just, I don't know, act like you're fucking trying, right? And they finally did. And then Trump showed up, and Trump gets on stage, and he was very Trumpian as well. It's really funny to watch Gavin Newsom sit there and tear apart all the world leaders for not standing up to Trump, and then it sits there. You have Trump, who's now shitting on all the world leaders.
Governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on
everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite.
And we talked about that too. The decisions, this world government idea where everybody just keeps opening the borders, letting everybody in, flooding the systems, flooding the healthcare systems, flooding all of the systems, if you will, is disastrous for nations. And that it's okay to close your doors. It's okay to kind of take count of what's going on in your nation right now and fixing it before you allow a lot of other people in. And look, we saw this coming years and years and years ago when all the migration started happening to Europe. I've said it. Other people on this network have said it. People much smarter than I have said it. That's not going to work out. That is not going to work out. You flood the system like that, and what you've already built is going to be absolutely destroyed. And we're seeing that in a lot of countries. Look at the UK. Look at France. Look at Brussels. I'll tell you right now, what you don't get over here in the US is you don't get a lot of European news. Start looking up European news. Seriously, start looking up European news, and you'll realize just how badly it isn't working out for them on that side of the pond. And then when Trump spoke about Greenland as well.
You here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now after I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today. We have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships.
So what you saw right there is, Trump said we're not going to use force. And that is an indicator to me that on some level, a deal has already been done. And as we come to find out, we've already submitted a deal to Denmark to be able to do it without fully taking over Denmark, or there's a whole bunch of ins and outs of it. But, and he's right, Greenland was a trustee of the U.S. at one point. And I think that deal, I legitimately think that's the whole reason that Trump went over to the World Economic Forum, was to cut that deal. And then you had world leaders over there. And, you know, every world leader says something stupid at one time or another, but usually it's not contradicting themselves within 11 minutes.
Just as a direct answer to the question of this panel, can Europe defend itself? My answer is unequivocally yes.
Without the Americans?
Without the Americans, I mean...
How?
And that's not true. I don't know who they're talking about defending themselves against. Look, outside of nukes, we all know Russia's a paper tiger. The Ukraine war has shown us that. The EU, outside of NATO, they could have probably have done so much more to stop that. We all know that. If China attacks them, yeah, China has a lot. If you look at a lot of experts, China has a lot of paper tiger military as well. I don't see China going to invade the EU all that often. Could the EU defend themselves against what we've seen in Russia now? Yeah, probably. Mostly they have some pretty, all joking aside, they just don't have the numbers. That's the thing that they're lacking, and they don't spend enough money into their defense. That's the thing that they're lacking. Capabilities, they get it all from the US. Yes, they make some of their jets on their own and they make a lot of their equipment on their own, but there's also a ton of equipment that they use that they buy from the United States. But he said, yeah, you know what? Without hands down, the EU can defend itself. And then he continued, which was a really bad mistake for him.
Them for these key elements. You've said earlier that Europe can defend itself without the Americans. If it comes down...
not exact, Mike, so that's not a quote.
No, that's what he said, though.
More or less, more or less.
Let's,
we'll go back to the transcript.
Let's stick to the left on this one, yeah.
So statements from me will not add anything here. And when it comes to the Arctic, I think President Trump is right. Other leaders in NATO are right. We need to defend the Arctic. We know that the sea lanes are opening up. We know that China and Russia are increasingly active in the Arctic. There are 8 countries bordering on the Arctic. 7 are a member of NATO. That's Finland and Sweden and Norway and Denmark, Iceland, Canada and the US. And there's only 1 country bordering on the Arctic outside NATO, and that's Russia. And I would argue there is a 9th country, which is China, which is increasingly active in the Arctic region. So President Trump and other leaders are right. We have to do more there. We have to protect the Arctic against Russian and Chinese influence. And that's exactly what NATO ambassadors decided to do in September. We are working on that, making sure that collectively will we defend the Arctic region. So,
yeah, Trump is right. And look, when you talk about defending the Arctic, that's where Greenland comes into play. That's where Greenland comes into play massively, because of time and distance and stepping off point. But it also comes into play with protecting the U.S. homeland. If you have a bunch of assets I have to focus on in Greenland, the homeland where all the majority of our stuff is, can actually be protected and be utilized. So that was the World Economic Forum. I wanted to get to a little bit about Iran. The situation in Iran is just getting worse and worse and worse. The U.S. is moving ships into the region. I've had a couple people tell me that there's potentially something going on here shortly. Don't know, can't confirm. I just a couple of little snippets here and there. But doctors on the ground are calling it an utter slaughter right now in Iran. They describe mass shootings as systematic blinding of young people. So they're not even, they're blinding them to make them suffer for the rest of their life. This is absolutely what a horrible regime Iran is. And just keep an eye on that. We haven't talked about it a lot. We've had so much going on in the news with Greenland and Minnesota, as we talked about earlier, and all these other places. But Iran is a situation that is not done. There's no coverage on the protests. They're still going on, contrary to what a lot of people believe. And it's still something that we have to keep an eye on, because something's going to happen over there soon, is all I'm saying. A few other stories I wanted to clean up on. This was back, and this story didn't get a lot of traction, but do you remember the Seditious Six? Well, allegedly, Klobuchar is under investigation for that, and I wanted to talk about that earlier, and we don't have a lot of, but it just didn't get talked about. And yeah, that Seditious Six video is still coming back. What's his name there? Mark, not Giffords. That's his maiden name. Or his married name. He's still putting out videos every third day defending his actions, which is not a good sign of somebody who is in the right. And that's something that it'll be interesting to see how that folds out. I do want to play an old clip for you. And this is Bill Clinton. Oh, no, I think I already played that the other night. I apologize. I had more from the WEF. Oh, this was another good. I might as well get into the memes for the night. This is another good meme that was put online. That's Newsom and Soros. And of course, Newsom has his racing clothes on, in which, has all of his payments coming in from. I thought that I got a kick out of that. I don't care what anyone says. That was fucking funny. Let's see. Oh, and I don't know if I saved him, but the vice president or the second lady of the United States, Usha Vance, announced that they're pregnant. They're going to be having another baby in July, which I don't know if you recall the picture from Halloween of JD Vance dressing up as the meme of JD Vance and posting the TikTok of that, which was just really funny. Look, anyone that can actually make fun of themselves, I'm a fan of. And he's doing a pretty good job of that. But I do want to point out to everybody, that it was 9 months from Halloween will be in July when they're expected to have the kid. So did that video do a little something extra? I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Another story that people probably weren't following. U.S. for the first time in 50 years experienced a net migration 2025, which is huge. It's enormous. And certainly one of the main reasons that fentanyl deaths are down. And the Atlantic wrote an article about this, but they couldn't put their finger on how it happened. How is it that we shut the border and we slow the amount of drugs coming into the country, and all of a sudden fentanyl deaths are down? It's almost like we've stemmed the flow of fentanyl by controlling our borders and dealing with the people that we're bringing it to the country. It's fucking amazing to me. When you take actions and that can be successful, and then they're successful, and then a paper like the Atlantic can go, we have no idea how that happened. It's absolutely bullshit, man. Look, over 100,000 people a year from fentanyl. 100,000. If narco terrorists or China or anybody else was shooting these people, there would be mass outrage on the street if the government did nothing about it. And that's what we saw under the Biden administration. The government did absolutely fucking nothing about it. They opened the borders. Special interest aliens, come on in. Potential terrorists, come on in. Drug flow like we've never seen, sure, come on in. And then suddenly you shut the border, and you don't have to. It was the same thing that Trump did in his administration the first time. Right? And then Biden undid the day he got in, and then we realized the polls were terrible about the border. He added some of them back, and then Trump finished locking them up. And then all of a sudden, the border tightens up and the drug deaths go down. It's absolutely crazy. And what do I got? 4 minutes left. If you need a reason not to vote Democrats, I have at least two coming up in both the midterms and the general election. Here's the first one.
If you look at the budget actually we're working on right now, and we'll have the T-HUD budget, transportation and HUD budget, we restore most of the cuts and even go higher than previous years on many of the programs that DOJ slashed. When I met our nominee for HUD secretary, then he was nominee, he talked a nice game, but he doesn't seem to have the clout to make those views prevail over the DOJ people, over the cut people.
Yeah, so it's amazing how cutting, and this tells you just how bad Democrats are at even optics. Most people approved of the cuts, getting rid of the government fat, the amount of money that we were just sinking into the government. was a good thing, and the amount of waste. And look, we talk about waste. You look at Minnesota, we look at a lot of other cases about how the money was just being handed out and nobody was paying attention. And that shores up why Doge is important, and it should continue to be important. And the Democrats are out here saying, and look, I know Schumer is probably going to get taken out in the next election. They want his seat bad. They want Klobuchar to be the senior. The progressives are coming after him hardcore because he hasn't been hard enough, in their opinion, on Trump. And then you have, where's this wingnut? I have one more video. Hold on. I'll get to it. I know I'm running out of time. My finger's scrolling as fast as it can, for God's sakes. Oh, there's Chuck Schumer talking about how immigration was important back in 1990 something. I was going to show you that tonight. Oh no, but I can't without
Congress is going to.
I don't know if you know who this woman is. Her name's Jennifer Welch. She was an actress, I guess, on some level, and now she's a leftist podcaster. This is her talking. I'm not even going to say his name. He used to work for CNN, and everybody hated him, and he's a moron. And this is what they want to do. And this is when we have this conversation of how can we even converse when you want to burn everything down? This is the sort of rhetoric we're talking about.
The blue tsunami means that Congress is going to haul Elon Musk, big balls, and a bunch of other people's ass in front and say, what crimes did you commit? And it's going to get really serious. And the same with Trump, because I believe, and this is just my opinion, that Trump and all of the bottom-feeding morons surrounding him, and Elon Musk and all the bottom-feeding Klingeroners that surround him, I think they commit crimes every day. And I think to reconcile all of this is going to take hardcore, not integrity Democrats. Fuck you, Democrats. Fuck you for fucking over our country. We are serious about this. We are prosecuting. We're going to uncover every document, every phone call, everything you did. We will be relentless about it. And that's the mindset they've got to have, because I think the electorate is going from, we've got to get him out, but also we want accountability.
There has to be accountability. You have to have a situation where there's accountability. And I talked about this the other day with Fanone.
Of course, there's
MPD police officer who almost got killed on January 6th.
And you look at that and how many people on the left agree with that, and it's absolutely insane. They just want to burn it all back down again because they need power and they need control, and that's the only way they're going to get it. And it's just one more reason why Democrats should never, ever, ever be in charge until they wake the fuck up. Folks, that's it for me on the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHR Media Network. Thank you so much to everybody who watched. Thank you to everybody who subscribed. If you haven't, now's your chance before we go off air. Thank you to the chatters. Thank you to the mods who are keeping the chatters in line. I greatly appreciate you. Please check out our website, shrmedia.com. There's a lot of written articles from me and other hosts. And if you have a chance, please check it out. And also, I'm not the only one on this network. Every Monday and Friday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 on the East Coast, you have the River of Common Sense with Jersey Joe. Tuesday and Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon on the East Coast. You have Mission Ready Man with my pal Big E. Tuesday and Thursday night, you have the bulbous one, the Berserk Bobcat Saloon with BZ, right here on the SHR Media Network. And also the Alien makes an occasional appearance over on our YouTube on Sundays when he gets around to it, when he zooms past the planet again. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you Monday. I hope you have a good rest of your week. Good night.
listening to Late Night Radio on the SHR Media Network. Caution, there will be mature themes explored and potentially adult language used. If conservatarian words, phrases, certain concepts, or rhetoric offends you, tune out now.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. And if you and I don't do this, then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it once was like in America when men were free.
Got the truth in my back, leftist lies and globalists, I'm pushing them back. From the saloon to the airwaves, I'm spitting it raw. Constitution's my compass, liberty's law. Big gods creeping, shadows on the land. Feds with the schemes trying to bind up my hands. But I'm the Sherpa, guiding through the storm. Red, white, and blue, yeah, freedom's reborn. They spin their tails, but I see through the haze. Media maggots, lost in the maze. I'm calling it out, no fear in my soul. This patriot's fire ain't losing control. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight. Torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. Stand for the truth, won't bow to the game. Sherpas, come and remember my name. Sherpas rising. This judge is twisted, trying to steal our rights, but I'm locked and loaded, got them in my sights. From J6 to the border, they're selling us out. I'm screaming from the mountain, hear my rebel shout. They mock the flag, but I'm holding it high. Stars and stripes forever under God's open sky. No globalist chains gonna cage this land. I'm the Sherpa with the truth in my hand. They push their agenda, but I'm breaking the mold. Their promises empty, their hearts ice cold. Chicago's bleeding, borders torn apart. I'm fighting for the people with the warrior's heart. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight. Torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. Stand for the truth, won't bow to the game. Sherpas, come and remember my name. Sherpas rising. I've walked the line, 41 years, badge on the grind, now I'm on the air. My voice like a blade, cutting through the lies that the traitors made. Hurricanes rage, but we're standing tall. Sheriffs of the Constitution, answering the call. From the saloon to the heart of the fray, we're taking back America, no more delay. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight. Torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. Stand for the truth, won't bow to the game. Sherpas, come and remember my name. Sherpas rising. Static, hear my voice resound. Conservative Sherpa, freedom's battleground. Berserk Bobcat rolls will never kneel. For God and country, this fight is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show, where I am broadcasting from North Idaho in an actual free state. I am this guy. I am your conservative Sherpa, guiding you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal, reminding you, of course, that what you're about to hear for roughly the next 2 hours consists of my opinion and my opinion only. I am doing the job the American media maggots won't. I am fundamentally changing America one leftist diaper at a time. And thusly, we don't water our drinks, just like we don't water our conversations. We are still serving stiff drinks here in the saloon
along with facts, history, logic, rationality, proportion, clarity, context, tradition, and common sense for normal people. And so politics, religion, crime, culture, economics, race, sex, science, law, we talk about it all right here at this in the saloon, where the speech is free, but the booze is not. I am streaming right now on a whole host of different places like this, Rumble, X, Twitch, KLRN, Facebook, and of course the SHR Media YouTube channel. This is going to be kind of an interesting night in terms of, well, I haven't done this before. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room has returned. And if you wish to jump in there, you can do so only by going to the SHR Media YouTube channel. That's the only place where the folks who wish to chat go in there. Also, this is a special night because this is the first night that KLRN has been gracious enough to say, hey, BZ Fat Guy, we're going to put you on live tonight, because customarily on Tuesday night, they carried another show live, and I'd be resizzled on Wednesday. And so no resizzle for Wednesday. I am instead here live on KLRN Tuesday nights and Thursday nights. Thanks so kindly to Rick Robinson. Let's see if I have him. Why people? Why tax the Rick? I don't know. I don't understand that. This is also going to be, let's see, a different kind of show, because this is also, let me see if I can find the spot here. This is the first time I've ever done this on YouTube. And customarily, I'm the first to admit, I hate portrait mode. I really do. I love landscape mode, and that's because I came from a photography background, a photography and a video background. And the most information that you can get is from a landscape mode. Generally, the accepted 16:9 instead of 9:16, which is just kind of weird, but I know why it happens, okay? I get it. I know. This is also a first night where I'm sure perhaps some personnel may be in the saloon. Maybe yes, maybe no. Hard to say. Tonight, though, is about President Trump 1 year in and what has happened with that. And I've got the SHR Media guys were invited. Maybe they show up, maybe they don't. That's okay. That's cool, because I have a big old hanging show already pre-planned for everybody. In terms of the Diggy Dogger, I should like to remind you that he's still around. This is him last night. If you put it on night mode, you can actually take... Oh, this is great. Apparently, the trolls are already here, and this is for you guys. I created just for the individuals that I suspected would be here. You know, I knew this would happen because these are the guys that are coming out. We're fighting for you and for fighting for leftists and idiots. Thank you for being here. So if you're going to be nice in the chat room. I appreciate it. Moving right along. Also, if you want to be invigorated and or really pissed off, I will. Problem with going vertical is it makes all the icons over on the right harder to see. But I will be later in just a moment doing the standard Mark I Model 1 carousel of amusing GURP. But I also want to put this up because I will be soliciting for your Greckles. And that is this. Here's the give, send, go to the ICE officer. If a Honda Pilot driver can get it, then certainly other people can get it as well. And I trust that thousands of you will be depositing coin into this account, because the sad thing about a lot of people that are recently watching the SHR, some of them are bots, and they're attracted to, like good content, like flies to honey. And in any event, no matter who you are, I'm going to say thank you for being here. Now, folks that know me at SHR are probably thinking about this time, thanking? I did not see this coming. And it's true. I'm going to try to be the kinder, nicer, gentler BZ the first time around. And so you can expect, if you are not a standard Mark 1 Model 1 customer of the show, you can expect that I'm going to be very careful, very gentle, obviously with your mind in mind. So in terms of the carousel of amusing GURP, here's one to start with.
Yeah, baby. And they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
The U.S. economy was much stronger than expected.
Okay.
He doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. $2.95 a gallon as of today? Sure, it's got an incompetent governor fool. I mean, he's a stupid person. He comes in, does nothing but bitch.
That's pretty much true. But don't think that I don't have more, because obviously I do, or I wouldn't be known as BZ. Here's another one. This guy, I don't know who he is, but he posts this stuff under Xerias, XERIAS_X. And like George Bush said to Ozzy Osbourne, Ozzy, my mom loves your stuff. See, they're even in tune. I think that's wonderful. Also, I think I may have another one, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I do. But this is not humorous. This happens to be one of the finest occasions that I've ever heard the national anthem sung. This was glorious.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? For the
Holy crap, where did that guy get those pipes? That's absolutely astounding, and I have to agree that's one of the finest renditions of the national anthem frankly, that I have ever seen. It's amazing. And now, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's time for this.
Leftists are dangerously insane. Courtesy of BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show and the SHR Media Network.
This comes to mind, and I wanted to play it a week ago or so, but this, it's like you can't write replies to this kind of shit. You have an alleged doctor in the House who's going to be speaking to Josh Hawley, who asks an incredibly simple question, and this doctor, Verma, cannot answer. Well, it's not that she can't answer, and it's not that she doesn't know the proper and correct answer, but she's more afraid of leftist excoriation than she is of virtue signaling, because truly, we know what's happening here. I know what's happening here, but she just can't come out and say it. So let's count the times, shall we? Yeah, it's like, this is a 2-hour show. I have the time to do it. And so let's go.
I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men can get pregnant?
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was. I mean, I do take care of patients
Okay, avoidance one.
with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities.
Many women.
And so that's where I paused. I think, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is just the truth. So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there is I'm not really sure what the goal of
deflection number 2.
The question.
The goal is just to establish a biological reality. You just said a moment ago that science and evidence should control, not politics. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities, but
can men get pregnant?
Many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of.
Test failed. Abject failure. Leftist moron. Allegedly a doctor. Continue.
Of people that don't identify as women. That
Can men get pregnant?
Again, as I'm saying.
Let me just answer the damn question. Let me just remind you, you testified to a moment ago. Science and evidence should control, not politics. So, can men get pregnant? You're a doctor.
I love hoisting leftists on the petard, the idiotic petard, the moronic petard of their own creation. Go.
Science and evidence should guide medicine.
Do science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men, can they get pregnant?
I also think yes/no questions like this are a political tool.
No, yes/no.
You are the political tool, my lovely Bint.
Questions are about the truth, doctor. Let's not make a mockery of this proceeding. This is about science and evidence, and I'm asking you. The United States Supreme Court just heard arguments yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives.
Well, it is a question that one SCOTUS jurist can't answer. Ketanji Jackson, because, she's not a doctor. Well, apparently the doctor isn't the doctor either.
And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert. And you've been telling us that
an expert shill.
You follow, right, you're a doctor, and you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science,
here we go.
Can men get pregnant?
9 times.
That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
I think you're trying to reduce the complexity of a lot.
I'm not. I'm trying to get, it's not complex.
It's not complex. Insert tab A into slot B, get product C. XX and XY. Move on.
What the hell is going on?
I'm trying to get to an answer, and I'm trying to test, frankly, your veracity as a medical professional.
Yeah, we're not over yet.
Can men get pregnant?
I think you're also conflating
This is
male
extraordinary.
female with.
No, I'm not conflating male and female. They're two different things. There's biological men and there's biological women. And I want to know, can men get pregnant?
What you were talking about is biological.
You're not going to answer my question.
Biological males.
Nope.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men,
tranny dudes, can get pregnant? Just ask them.
Get pregnant? Yes or no?
I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you that is not coming from a place of trying to be polarized.
Man, listen, piss me off, man. But these people are sick people. These are
Oh God, that's why. That's one of the major reasons that I went to and began the carousel of amusing GURP, because predominantly I like to start off the show on a positive, humorous side. And there's nothing humorous, nothing more humorous than skewering leftists and Democrats and people that can't answer a simple question. It's a glorious kind of thing. So let me take this off. It's the standard, but wait, there's more. So let's play this. Now, you may have heard this before, but the glory of this show is the fact that I can make it go in whatever directionality I care at the time. And so if you would think that in 1 minute and 51 seconds, I might have comments about these two people. So after storming a church in Minnesota, Don Lemon, spell it correctly, Don, D-A-W-N, Lemon, L-E-M-A-W-N, says white Christians are entitled and engaged in white supremacy, and says he's been targeted because he's a gay black man. Number one, I don't give a fuck if you're gay. I don't give a fuck if you're black. I just care if you're stupid. It's not the type of Christianity that I practice, because Don, on his show, when he had a show on CNN before he was fired, was all about Christianity, wasn't he? He pounded that home every damn show. And so he wants to know, America, how did he become the face of all of this? And the producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America, and you have a platform, and you're the biggest name, of course. No, you're the biggest narcissist. Go play.
I think these MAGA men, they have like a hive mind. None of them are unique. None of them are...
Okay, stop. None of them are unique. Absolutely none of them are unique. Like these people, none of them are unique. They all look the same. All y'all look the same, but let's continue.
The alphas they think they are. They just all take their orders every day. What's Elon saying? What's Trump saying? And they have to bend and mold. And you are a prize for them, an independent, gay, black, happy, successful man. And
who lost a multi-million dollar job at CNN because no one was interested in watching his bullshit. And his numbers absolutely plummeted. His show just hemorrhaged watchers and advertisers.
This is an attempt to intimidate and beat you down.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that. And I didn't hear the first part, but I think that there is obviously there's racism in it. The whole point of it is that they're detaining people on the streets because of accents and the color of their skin.
Hello. That's called profiling. And here's what I would do. If France or Norway or the Netherlands or Finland were on our southern border, I can't think of more lily white nations than that, can you? I would be saying the same thing. Fuck you. You're not storming as an illegal invader into my country. You can get the hell out. Enter lawfully or don't enter at all. And if you don't enter lawfully, no matter your skin color, I want your ass rounded up and ejected.
And they're also targeting people of color and black people as well as brown people. So there is a certain degree of racism there, and there's a certain degree of entitlement.
Said the racist.
I think people who are,
if you watched his show, Don Lemon, like most Democrats, are some of the biggest racists and sexists and misogynists out there.
Religious groups like that. It's not the type of Christianity that I practice.
I doubt you practice, but move on.
But I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much. And so, yeah.
I said the guy that has absolutely zero idea about history and how we got here. But that, you see, is part and parcel of, in fact, how we got here from ignorant people who don't know history, which is sad but expected. Now, as I said, and as I indicated, leftists are dangerously insane. Here's another, as I customarily want to say, because it's true. With regard to this show, there's so much going on, but you have to keep track of all of this stuff. I don't make anything up. I don't need to. All I need to do is bring the articles and the videos to you from the internet. And the American media maggots primarily do not want to source the correct information from the internet, and they don't want to show you, which is why I'm going to show you this. This will be the last little segment that I'll play before the bottom of the hour break. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being in chat. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being in the chat room. And if you would, please, I think I have not yet put this up. We have 786 subscribers today. We gained 50 subscribers just over the weekend. For us, this is great, and you're helping. And I thank you very much. See, even the people who don't like us are helping. So, yeah, this is so unlike me. How conciliatory can I possibly be? Let's put this up. This is from Ketanji Jackson, the DEI racist hire from the Biden administration, illustrating how such a moron she happens to be. So I'm going to make an historical notation. This is a Supreme Court oral argument regarding firearms in Hawaii. And so Justice Jackson ends up defending the racist black codes as precedent. And my guess is that probably none of you leftists know what the black codes were, because you are absolutely unfamiliar with history. What do I have? I got 1 minute left. I'm going to hang on to this. And so what I think I'm going to do is play a break. Time for you guys to go hit the electrical chamber, get a drink, and come back in a couple of minutes. I'm busy. You're not. Aren't a lot of you thankful for that? I'd bet.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Mission log entry. I mean, let's face it, who's even counting anymore? The Lost Wanderer is officially off course, chasing rogue rocket launches, fringe science, and things that probably violate causality. If it burns fuel, bends time, or makes scientists very uncomfortable, yeah, I'm probably going to talk about it. Every other Sunday on KLRNRadio, The Lost Wanderer, because space doesn't come with a roadmap, and honestly, I wouldn't follow if it did.
Hello, I'm Matt, a student at Hillsdale College. Here's Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the continuing relevance of the Constitution.
Many argue today that the Constitution is outdated because it addresses problems peculiar to the 18th century. Some parts of the Constitution do read rather quaintly. Consider the injunction against titles of nobility in Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. But is that so outdated? The purpose of the injunction is to prevent the government granting special privileges to some for partisan reasons. This strikes at the heart of the rule of law. The crony capitalism so common today is a place where the government bestows favors and tax dollars on some businesses to give them a leg up over others. This is exactly the kind of thing the Constitution was meant to prohibit. The Constitution is not so outdated after all.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To join the national conversation on the Constitution, go to constitutionminute.com.
Hey fellas, are you mission ready? You need to check out Mission Ready Men via Earl Big E Jackson on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Central, and noon Eastern. It's a show that equips you to navigate our society's challenges from a biblical perspective with courage and conviction. Tune into Mission Ready Men as we examine our culture through the prism of biblical truths, teachings, and how to apply them in our daily lives. Prepare to step up, stand out, and step into your role as a man as ordained by God. That's Mission Ready Men, hosted by Earl Jackson on the SHR Media Network. And get mission ready.
Want to make an immediate difference in the life of a critically ill child? You have the ability to do that right now. Make a donation to Dream Makers for Life, the organization that restores dreams to seriously ill children and their families. You can sponsor a dream pack for a child, which contains a clear PVC backpack, a dry erase board adventure coloring book, a journal, and dry erase markers to inspire a critically ill child to envision a future adventure and hope. Want to become a dream maker for life yourself? Go to dreamforlife.org. That's dreamforlife.org. Help a child. Help a family. There is always hope.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Hey folks, I'm BZ. I'm back. Thank you very much for being here. Our sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room is wide open right now. In case you didn't know, it looks very similar to this. I have brought the white gorilla back. The albino gorilla chat room has just come back, and I spent a whole bunch of money to bring this thing back because people said, hey, why don't you bring the gorilla chat room? Why doesn't it return? In any event, we were talking about Ketanji Jackson, the jurist there, and she was making reference to black codes, and perhaps a lot of you were saying something similar to, I don't get it. What is this about? This is an oral argument in SCOTUS. This is Sarah Harris, the Deputy Solicitor General, speaking, because you don't video SCOTUS hearings. You can tape them. You can record them. So go.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I really don't understand your response to Justice Gorsuch on the black codes. I mean, I thought the black codes were being offered here under the Bruin test to determine the constitutionality of this regulation. And it's because we have a test that asks us to look at the history and tradition. The fact that the black codes were at some later point determined themselves to be unconstitutional doesn't seem to me to be relevant to the assessment that Bruin is asking us to make. So can you say more about that?
Absolutely. Black codes were unconstitutional from the moment of their inception because they are pretextual laws that are designed to ensure that newly freed slaves are returned to a condition of sharecropping.
Okay, let me stop you there. They were not deemed unconstitutional at the time that they were enacted. They were part of the history and tradition of the country. And when we have a test now that's asking us to look at what people were doing back then.
Okay, let me stop right there. For the historically ignorant amongst you, those with historical Alzheimer's, and it goes something like this. So Ketanji Brown Jackson just defended the racially oppressive post-Civil War black codes. The funny thing is she never fails to disappoint, and here she has not failed to disappoint. Now, the case itself revolves around Hawaiian law that doesn't allow people public carry licenses to have their handguns on them when they're on private property that is open to the public, unless they have prior permission from that particular owner. Okay. Do you know what black codes are? Black codes were laws, folks, that happened to be enacted in the southern states after the Civil War in 1965 Louisiana, it stemmed from that law. And from the outset, their objective was to control and restrict the freedoms of what? Newly emancipated slaves. So these codes were designed historically to limit Black people's economic, their social, their political freedoms. And it involved, of course, forced labor contracts, because who didn't love a good slave? That's right. All the Democrats loved a good slave. So it's like, you are defending essentially the indefensible. So if you're Ketanji Brown Jackson, if you're for the support and use Black codes in reference to argue against Hawaii's law and say that Hawaiians shouldn't be able to do this, which is your point throughout all this, but if you love that, wait, wasn't the Confederacy a history of our country? Weren't Confederate flags? How about Confederate statues? Those were all wiped out, but you defend Black codes. And my only question for you at this point is, okay, how stupid are you?
I don't understand why they should be excluded.
Because they are outliers. They are by definition unconstitutional. They have
Found later,
unconstitutional.
afterwards, not at the time. And if the test says what's happening at the time tells us what's constitutional for this purpose, why aren't they in?
Respectfully, a law is always unconstitutional. When it's from its inception,
So the history doesn't matter. We shouldn't care about the history then.
We should deeply care about the history, but the whole point of the Bruin framework is
But it depends on whose history it is.
as follows. The history and tradition of the Second Amendment are particularly important because it is codifying a pre-existing right. To figure out in sort of common law fashion what the national history and tradition.
And there you go. I happen to have made my point. But it's so bizarre. It appears that, I don't know, Hawaii apparently relied to some extent on the Black codes to placing restrictions on public carry, right? So that's how it's applicable. Okay, that's just so weird. So then Neil Gorsuch, after this, happened to point out that the hypocrisy of the gun control side of the aisle in cynically trying to use a 19th century racist law that was struck down a ton of time ago, it's going to be used by Ketanji Brown Jackson as a means to restrict gun ownership in 2026. And that's where, of course, I have to say something similar to, what the fuck are you talking about? Now, I said, of course, did I not? Leftists are dangerously insane. Chicks like this, etc. And offals, white chicks. So let's put this up also, shall we? So this guy's a journalist, and he's sitting in public transit. And then this is what happens. This guy is ever so more controlled than I would ever hope to be.
You talk shit about Islamic people, you talk shit about Black people, you talk shit about Mexicans, and you post it on the internet.
Come here. What am I? Oh, she doesn't want to be on camera now. Why not? Whoa.
It's public.
Whoa. I'll record. All right. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? I mean, you're so good. What am I?
Oh, are you still gonna film me?
Whoa.
See, this is clearly endemic that leftists have no argument. They're clinically insane. And when you do not comport with their philosophies, then the result is to simply assault you, to utilize violence. I'm going to hit this a little bit later on in the show, but this is simply, reason number 539,225 as to why leftists are dangerously insane. And they keep proving it time and time again, day after day. All we have to do is look at Minnesota. The other thing that I should like to point out about leftists, particularly women, white chicks on the left are also themselves dangerously insane. Here's an article, and like I say, I don't make these things up. I don't have to make these things up. The bulk of white women, leftist white women, are crazy, and they're extremely unhappy. Nothing makes them happy. The only thing they like is a nice bent-over soy boy, and that's what they get, if they even deign to lower themselves to touch a man, per se, although soy boys on the left are not men. Here's an article. Over 50% of liberal white women under 30 have a mental health issue. And is this not, I ask, proven out day after day after day in the media, everywhere, on social media, on the American media maggots? It's absolutely true. Prove me wrong. And this is the point where, okay, we're going to go to this portion of the show. And it's 1 year in. President Trump has been succeeding on most every level than you can possibly conjure. And we're going to talk about that. And it will be wrapped around this in terms of happy stories.
It's time for happy stories and good times.
So this I found very amusing today. Trump had a press conference, and he actually speaks to people because he can actually speak, and he can actually conduct a press conference. And the White House handed today reporters a printout in the briefing win listing 365 wins from President Trump's first year back in office. And that's part and parcel of the primary point of this show. Let me see if I can embiggen this so that you can read it a little bit. Number 243, very interesting. Stripped notorious crackhead and grifter Hunter Biden of his taxpayer-funded Secret Service detail. Folks, as far as I'm concerned, that is a wonderful win. But it's been win after win. Also this is a happy story. It's been 1 year of great achievements.
People, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people...
By the way, 5,000 illegal invaders have been removed just from Minnesota in the past week. Thank you, ICE. God bless ICE. Continue.
People don't know. Do you want to live with these people?
No.
International murder.
These are people in Minnesota do. They're our neighbors. They're our compatriots. We love killers and rapists because we're fucking mentally deranged.
People that are living they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in.
Biden let in, it's estimated, the low range is 11 million illegal invaders from various third world countries. It's probably closer to 20 million parasitic third worlders here. The true number, I think, is much closer to 30 million illegal invaders in this country. So everybody said, Biden, leftists, Democrats said, you can't do it. You can't remove them all. To which Trump said, essentially, hold my beer. Here, watch. And we've been watching, and it's been wonderful, hasn't it? Also, Breitbart put this up. I like Breitbart. I like to refer people to Breitbart because Google has essentially skewered them. and taken their results and moved them in the trash bin. You almost can't see Breitbart at all by way of Google. So I try to use Breitbart articles and get some motion towards them whenever I can. This article, 1 year of wins, Trump's top accomplishments in the first year of the golden age. Okay, well, let me go back just a little bit. Trump 45. The biggest thing that I liked about Trump 45 was the fact that he wasn't Hillary Clinton. He kicked her ass and he won. That's the first thing. So the second one was, I believed that President Trump, OMB, Orange Man Bad, the guy with the dead orange cat on his head, would appoint much better jurists to SCOTUS and would push them through. Correct on both points. I'm going to give myself a little win. And, you know, as far as I was concerned, anything above and beyond that was gravy. And in 45, we got a lot of gravy, and we got a lot of obfuscation, a lot of corruption. We got a lot of fake news. We got a lot of crap. And that stymied President Trump from doing what he really needed to do. You know, we know that the 2020 election was skewered. It was fraud. But the cool thing is, I believe, that it yielded a Donald Trump 47 who during that period of time assembled various staffs and made decisions in preparation for 2024 and 2025. And it's so, you know, it's like January 20th, 2025, and today, January 20th, 2026, the year of our Lord 2026. That's what the show is about. 1 year in. And the wins that have occurred, which have been absolutely great. And he says, never surrender. And he says, fight, fight, fight. Because, you know, and here's where you people in chat, you know, talk calmly amongst yourselves. He was about a quarter of an inch away from being assassinated in July in Butler, Pennsylvania. And a lot of people were very sad about that, very sad. And he's still here. Isn't that wonderful? But the biggest thing that I think Trump did just in 1 year, the first few months, was he stopped the flood of illegal invaders. And everybody said, no, you can't do that. But before in the Biden administration, Biden and Mayorkas both said, oh, we can't stop it. It's impossible. It cannot be done. Well, they lied. So if President Trump could do it in the first few months, then that means what Biden, the auto pen regime, and Mayorkas said were, wait a minute, if only I had a producer. What they said were what? Lies. Lies. All lies. More lies. So he closed the border. There were points on the border at which no one got in. And if that isn't a happy story for this nation in and of itself, I simply don't know what was. So tariffs on many fronts, trade deals, most favored nation deals, investments. Trump puts the number at $18 trillion in investment in just 1 year, while the White House lists $9.6 trillion in investments on its website, with some of the most consequential commitments being, and then later on in the show, if you want to see the article to make sure that, oh, BZ's not lying, that I actually have the evidence to show this, go to the SHR Media channel on Rumble and then look for BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon, and you can go and see all the show links there, and you can read them at your leisure, which is the primary reason that I do that, so that I don't have to go into super depth with a lot of these articles. You can just read it in and of yourself. And here's another one that comes directly from the White House. 365 wins in 365 days. remarkable things. And let's just look at a few. Number one, achieved negative net migration in 2025, reversing a 50-year trend and restoring U.S. control over immigration flows for the first time in a generation. Another happy story, removed more than 2.6 million illegal invaders from the United States through deportations and voluntary self-departures. The smart ones deported themselves. So, as far as I am concerned, and a lot of people are concerned, that's a win. And that's a great deal of what we got in 2025 for what I would consider to be a fabulous year for President Trump. Now, I said we had the carousel of amusing GURP, and part and parcel of that was here's a proposal for what we do with, this is an initial proposal of what we do with the United States. And the left coast can stay there, but you know what? Logical, sensible people will annex Alberta and Minnesota. I'm sure leftists and Democrats would love this. You can go to Canada and you can be a Canuck while you're there. Not a mechanic, which is probably what the bulk of you think, but no, a Canuck there. Isn't that a wonderful thing? It is. Here's another inconvenient fact that I'm splaying for you right here. Trans women, because we talked about this, are at a much higher risk from prostate cancer than AR-15 violence. You know what? I have to agree with that. And then under the umbrella of the carousel of amusing GURP, I also refer to this. So NASA is saying that the crew member who was ill and returned to Earth is doing well now and having a meal with colleagues. And let's not forget this. Now, we talked about Minnesota. There's Minnesota down there in the pinkish going up to Canada. And here is the official bird, the screaming lesbian, which is embraced and loved by everyone in Minnesota. Like this loving individual. They're all loving individuals. Now, we talked about Don Lemon, right? And so, you know, you can't say that this didn't make a few, which was wonderful and glorious. So federally charging a black gay man with the KKK Act on MLK Day. You know, I got to tell you, it just doesn't get more fun than that. It truly doesn't. But folks, don't think that BZ doesn't skewer just leftists. It's because you're predominantly so easy. But I also had to share this because J.D. Vance just indicated and released the ultrasound of his fourth child. And I got to say, that's a wonderful thing. Let's continue with the show. What do we got? We have about 6 more minutes before the top of the hour break, which I am going to be taking all these days. Here's part and parcel of happy stories, because everyone knows that blacks are in line and they absolutely despise President Trump and what's going on, right?
The Democratic Party, they promote black women, particularly if she's a lesbian. Yes. They promote black women who are not even qualified. We have seen with the diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is really racism, which is really saying, well, black people just aren't, they're not smart enough, so we have to give them handouts. And you're pushing black women who are not qualified. Dr. Claudine Gay of Harvard. Yes.
Hey, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Right?
Now the head of diversity at Harvard is also accused, if I have it correctly, of plagiarism. And we'll get to Fannie Willis, who was elected as a DA in Fulton County.
And that's the correct pronunciation. Kudos to this chick.
In Georgia, primarily because she's black, in my opinion. And we've seen case after case. But the black man, where is he? That's done deliberately. And it started really in the 60s where the Democrats pushed policy, right, that said to women, particularly Black women, you don't need a man in the home. We'll give you more money.
Sure, we'll pay you off and buy you. And they paid Black women off and they bought you.
If you're single. They're promoting Black women and want Black men to be down here. And I think Black men sense that. And they know that Trump relates to them. They relate to Trump very well. Barack Obama was a plant. He did nothing for the Black community. Did he ever come back to Chicago with as much crime? He didn't care. That gave rise to Trump because Trump actually listened to us.
Stop right there. This is an excellent comparison with regard to Chicago. One of the biggest racists in the nation is Mayor King racist Brandon Johnson, who clearly favors illegal invaders over the people that he supports allegedly in the city of Chicago. He supports illegal invaders over Blacks. And this conundrum befuddles me. How can people keep voting for morons like this who hate you? Hate you, meaning Blacks in Chicago. He couldn't care less how many bodies bleeding bodies he has to lay in the gutters of Chicago in order to embrace the new cadre of individuals that will continue to vote for him, because sadly, American Blacks are turning out to be not quite so loyal and trustworthy as they used to. Truism. But what this chick says is, in fact, a happy story, and it's happening all around. And so this is a happy story. 2 more minutes. I can do this in 2 more minutes. In the Minnesota protests, you know what gets affected throughout all of this? If the people from the third world and the illegal invaders and the Somali fraudsters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, if they stay, you know what Minnesota gets? Additional congressional seats. And that's what this is all about. Power control. They don't care about you. They care about power, and they care about the additional seats in the state of Minnesota.
DHS announced tonight that they have arrested a total of some 3,000 illegal immigrants in Minnesota, including over the weekend, several convicted of crimes such as homicide and sexual assault. Meantime,
because why wouldn't you want to keep these people in Minnesota? They're your neighbors, they're your friends, they're your community, right?
Several dozen protesters remain here at the federal building, protesting the actions of federal agents, but they are staying behind the newly erected barriers put here by the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department. It is a simple and effective so far measure that raises the obvious question: why didn't local law enforcement do this last week?
Imagine, because the Minnesota State Patrol and the Minneapolis Police Department are abject, bootlicking, filleting cowards of Mayor Frey. Frey, I don't particularly care how it's pronounced, but you know who I'm talking about. That chief is appointed. That chief makes $250,000. Go peek and see. So now you know why in the bathroom, Mr. Chief's cheeks are full of, well, I wonder what that would be. Do you have any idea? Come on, I don't.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
In a world where leftists are running out of metal for the safety pins of their soothing red diapers, one man stands alone, attempting to fundamentally change America, one leftist diaper at a time. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, is guiding you through the maelstrom of Democrat leftists and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Listen to BZ Saloon on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central, and 11 p.m. Eastern on the SHR Media YouTube channel, Twitch, KLRN, Rumble, and X at BZ Saloon. It's one great late-night conservatarian talk radio show. Be there. Aloha.
Hello, friends. You have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
It's Sean from the Edge of Liberty. Just like the Bidens, I too am moving. Only in my case, it's days and times. That's right, you can now find the Edge of Liberty Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern, and Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on 11 Eastern on the SHR Media Network. Join me as we talk politics, news, alcohol, fun, not so much fun, clowns, small kittens, large kittens, dogs, amoebas, and anything else that just pops into my mind while I'm on the air. That is Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast, on YouTube, X, KLRN Radio, Facebook, Twitch, and anywhere else a good podcast is found. Please check out our website, shrmedia.com. I will see you live on the air.
Attention, all patriotic women of faith. Yep, I'm talking to you, sis. Are you looking for high-quality, super soft apparel that reflects your love for country and your devotion to God? Look no further than Carry Girl Gear. Picture this. You rocking a tee so soft it's like being hugged by a cloud, all while showing off your love for God and country. Sounds dreamy, right? Well, welcome to reality, babes, because that's what we're all about here at Carry Girl Gear. We specialize in super soft tees, tanks, and more, designed specifically for the strong, patriotic woman who proudly wants to carry their message of faith and freedom. When you shop with us, you're not just getting a t-shirt. You're joining a community of like-minded women who are proud to wear their beliefs straight on their tees. So whether you're sipping sweet tea on the porch or leading the charge for faith and freedom, do it in a Carry Girl tee. Because life's too short for stiff, boring tees. CarryGirl.com, where faith and freedom meets fashion.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And welcome back. I am back. I am here. I am BZ. I want to say thanks tonight again to KLRN, who's carrying my show live both nights, Tuesday and Thursday nights. Thanks to Rick Robinson for that at KLRN. Muy Thankarinos. By the way, subscribe. Please subscribe. We've had a great explosion in subscribers. And of course, if you subscribe, you know, each SHR host gets certain things. But when you guys subscribe, I get more vodka. So thanks to all of you. Nothing like it. Drinking from your BZ's KC-135 Kettle One refueling team mug. There's absolutely nothing like it. Well, let's go back. And this is part and parcel of Happy Stories because I got a ton. I don't think it would surprise anyone to know that I'm probably not going to get through all my happy stories tonight, because look at all the tabs that are up there. That always happens to me, but my philosophy has always been show prep, always over prepare, be like Scotty, under promise and over deliver. I am always prepared. I learned this early, a long time ago. I'll tell you a story that amused me, shocked me first, then amused me, but only amused me after about, I don't know, a month. One of my first shows in 2017, let me take this off the screen just for a little bit. One of my first shows in 2017 was with a guy named Alan Thomas. Now, Alan Thomas is a Bigfoot Sasquatch paranormal researcher and investigator. And I met him in Sacramento at a SAC UFO Con convention. He was a great guy, and I kept contact with him through the years. And I said, Alan, would you like to be on one of my earlier shows? And he said, sure, you bet. We had everything set up. This was early on in 2017 when I first began. And then Alan was supposed to appear on the phone in the show, and he didn't appear, and I was gobsmacked. I didn't quite know what to do. I hadn't prepared adequately. I didn't have a ton of things ready to go. And so at the conclusion of the 2-hour show, I was a little pissed, to be honest. And I thought, wait, calm down, wait about a day, and then contact him. Namaste, cool, temper, monsieur. And so eventually, after about 2 days, I called him. I got in touch with him. It may have been text or an email, but in any event, I got in touch with him. And the first thing he said to me was, I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. I'm thinking, didn't say it. I'm thinking, well, you ought to be. You stood me up. And he says, yeah, I really apologize. I had a heart attack that day about an hour before, and I had to go to the hospital. So what that says is, okay, be careful. Let's not be so harsh with guests so quickly. But the lesson to be learned is prepare. And so now I'm prepared, and that's one of the reasons why I sometimes don't get through all of my shows. This is no shock to anybody. Here is Tulsi Gabbard. This is the DNI. She's the Director of National Intelligence. And then she began to expose what we've known throughout, we conservatives, logically thinking individuals, not emos, what we've known for years. Obama wasn't investigating Russia per se. Oh no, he was running a treasonous political operation to undermine Trump and protect that regime. And so Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, current DNI, did a drop on CNN. And then all of a sudden she found, after about 45 seconds, she herself was dropped because you can't release this information. No one can let this get out.
Multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December 5th.
We've been listening there to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, continuing on what has now been a multi-day effort.
Not in keeping with the narrative. So you cannot let the true narrative get out and escape. So that's why CNN Aspernormal decided that they were going to eliminate her. Just move her. Just cut her off. Because, hashtag why not? Here's Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, with 10 seconds of truth for the Euro trash. Scott, go.
And just to be clear, that we have Europe buying Russian oil still 4 years later.
By the way, this is at Davos, the World Economic Forum.
Financing the war against themselves. And
let's play it again in case you didn't quite grok it immediately. Go.
Just to be clear, that we have Europe buying Russian oil still 4 years later. They are financing the war against themselves.
Well, yes. That's how idiotic they themselves are. Here's another happy story. This happens to be from the New York Post. And people were saying, oh, no, this can't be true. Well, it's true, except the American media maggots are not going to be doing anything about this. They won't cover it. And now you know why. Representative Swalwell, the Comchink spy swiver, can't run for governor in California because there's a little bitty winky niggling bit that's getting in his way because he doesn't officially live there. There's a new court claim that says that. So Joel Gilbert said in a court complaint filed in Sacramento, for those of you who don't know, that's the capital of Califailure, that Swalwell is considered the likely successor to Newsom, actually lives in Washington, D.C., and is prohibited for running for governor under California law. A public record search revealed no current ownership or leasehold interest held by Eric Swalwell in Califailure, nor any history of any ownership or leasehold interest based on available public records. All of those things should be public record. Your house is a public record. Whether you lease something is a public record. Now, do you think Eric Swalwell is going to demean himself by living in some chintzy little winky apartment somewhere, a studio in Califailure, because he's trying to conserve money and conserve greenhouse gases? No, that's not what's occurring. So, dude doesn't even live in California. I'm guessing that as he runs for governor of Califailure, that might become what people term an issue. Here's this. This was great. Now I'm going to have to read actually a little bit of this article because it's a step. I guess you could call it maybe a baby step, but it is a step. And this is another reason that I have this available to me, because after I read the article, some heads are going to do that. So this is from Politico, not a moderate site, nor a right-leaning site. Congress clinches $1.2 trillion funding deal for DHS, Pentagon, domestic agencies. And I'm going to show you why it is that leftists are going to pop the cork on this bad boy. There will be camshafts shat, car parts shat. They're going to be shitting kittens for just a while. Congressional leaders released a bill of a bipartisan compromise to fund the vast majority of the federal government ahead of the January 30th shutdown deadline. So everybody knows the CR is muy dead, muerto, as of January 30th. Not that terribly far from here. So House leaders plan to hold a vote later in the week on the legislation, which is going to boost defense spending, to more than $839 billion. It would also fund the departments of Health and Human Services, Labor, Housing, and Urban Development, Transportation, Education, and Homeland Security. Here's, I guess, what you'd call in term the part. The final compromise would keep ICE funded at $10 billion for the fiscal year that ends in September, while reducing the agency's budget for enforcement and removal efforts so ICE isn't gone. It would mandate that DHS uses $20 million to outfit immigration enforcement officers with body cameras, direct the department to give officers more training on diffusing conflict when interacting with the public, and provide $20 million for independent oversight of DHS detention facilities. But the good news is, and this is why I put it in the happy stories, as you well know, DHS, specifically ICE, not going anywhere at all. Here's another portion of the happy story. This is again from Breitbart. I try to use them whenever possible. Congress blocks dead people from getting Social Security, and they passed a bill that would stop payments from going to dead folks, said John Kennedy, who was pushing heavily for the bill. The Social Security Administration hadn't shared information about dead people, about the dead master file with other branches in the government, and they need to so that they can clean up their files as well. But Democrats and leftists do not want those files cleared because they need to keep dead people and illegal invaders on the rolls. It's a power move, primordially. And we all know that. But that is a happy story. Here's another happy story. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you'll get the gist of it, especially if you recognize the name. So a dude named Brian Krasenstein was accused of raping two minor brothers. He was in his early 20s. Now, he's a massive leftist social media influencer. He anally penetrated me and my brother, aged 11 and 14, in a garage in Florida after luring us inside with promises of cash for helping to move stuff. Well, that's a happy story. Now, how long do we have to wait for this bitch to get sent away? Well, I don't know. We'll find out. Here's another happy story. I particularly enjoy this one. And that's this. The ad blocker, go away. Border Patrol commander says that he's going to continue the use of tear gas after a Minnesota federal judge's order. And Gregory Bovino says federal agents are going to continue deploying tear gas against violent agitators during Operation Metro Surge. And that's kind of like the high, fickle finger of fate to black-robed anarchist judges, which is what I said should have been done, particularly with when judges like Boasberg decided they were going to interfere and not recognize the supremacy clause. I don't know. That seems kind of weird to me, but that is a happy story, and that's why you come here to, let me remove this and go to more happy stories, because boy, does I has them. This is another one, a very happy story. This is Tom Homan. Now, isn't it weird? Tom Homan was awarded a medal for doing his job under Obama before leftists went all AFN, all fucking nuts. And the same Tom Homan here is saying that, you know what? We're going to create a database. And what will it be about? Let's listen for about a minute.
This job and these people who want to say follow ICE, and film ICE, you know what? You can protest. They have that right. But when you cross the line, and we've proven it, if you interfere or impede or assault an ICE officer, you will be prosecuted. And one thing I'm pushing for right now, Laura, we're going to create a database where those people that are arrested for interference, impediment, assault, we're going to make them famous. We're going to put their face on TV. We're going to let their employers in their neighborhoods, in their schools, know who these people are. Because as you said, a lot of these people, they say they're taking time off work to protest. I bet you a lot of them are calling in sick. I bet you a lot of their employers don't know what they're doing. But we're going to make sure everybody knows who they are. We're going to broadcast. They want to broadcast the ICE officer that was nearly killed all over the internet. We're going to broadcast every one of these people we arrest.
Bingo. Because if it works for the Brady list, look that up in Califailure, then there's no reason that it shouldn't exist here, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, yeah. Baby and honey, that is a happy story. Here's another happy story. Here's an individual that says, you know what? I have a great idea. I think we should start charging politicians with crimes that vote for the sanctuary policies, which end up getting people killed. And people like this, who happens to be the kamikaze Karen, she had a failure of imagination in terms of thinking that I can do anything I wish and get away with it. And the answer is, no, you really can't.
The easiest way to get rid of sanctuary policies is maybe we should start charging the politicians with crimes that vote for the sanctuary policies and make them accessories to whatever crimes are committed by illegal immigrants in those jurisdictions, because to me, they're absolutely complicit in the crime, because it never should have happened in the first place.
And I will tell you this for certain, that this individual was emboldened by talk from Mayor Frey, or the police chief, or the Democrats, or anybody else in a leftist urban rat cage that loves their sanctuary policies. Her blood happens to be on their shoes. Their cast-off spatter is on their face, and they're stepped directly in the inch-thick blood running down the gutters in all those leftist urban rat cages. The other thing I might suggest is this. If you've decided that it's time to remove qualified immunity from police officers and law enforcement, then most definitely qualified immunity should be removed from politicians, and removed from mayors, and removed from judges. Let's just make that playing field equal, like leftists and Democrats tell us they demand, they desire equality through all. I'm all for that. One thing that you don't know, however, about DC politicians is they don't just have qualified immunity. It's called ultimate immunity. They are completely 110% immune from anything they do, say, or vote for, or vote against. You can't touch them. And maybe it's time to start touching a few of these people in a way that they probably hadn't wanted or desired. Here's another happy story. Probably can't read it, especially if you're in portrait mode, which still grates against me, but I'm going to continue to give it a shot and a try. Bill Melugin confirms to Fox News that 6 grand jury subpoenas were served in Minnesota today in relation to conspiring to impede federal law enforcement, including the offices of Governor Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, St. Paul Mayor and Ramsey and Hennepin counties. Imagine that. The question might be something similar to, is the worm beginning to turn? I'm offering it out that, yeah, maybe it is. Here's the article itself from townhall.com. And I put this up because this article was written by Amy Curtis. I had her on the show last Thursday night, a gracious and wonderful individual. She has penned this article from townhall.com, and the headline is, FBI serves subpoenas to offices of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, AG Keith Ellison, Mayor Jacob Frey. Hey, if that's not a happy story, I don't know what is. But of course, if you think that there are other happy stories, oh my gosh, yes, there are. Did you know, were you aware that immigration judges can be bribed and bought in immigration courts in Ohio? No, that can't possibly happen, can it? Again, another story by Amy Curtis. Bombshell. Okay, so let's go to, okay, I have disabled my ad blocker. Bombshell footage, stop it. Claims judges can be bought with bribes in Ohio immigration courts. Now, you can't tell me that that's also not occurring with federal judges in terms of district courts as well. So Town Hall got footage indicating evidence saying that migrants from the West African nation of Mauritania are exploring the U.S. immigration and asylum system in Lockland, Ohio, and they're exploiting it, raising serious questions about the integrity and the oversight of the process. And so at the center of this operation is Patricia Golder, who, according to the footage, has turned the alleged manipulation of the asylum process into her business. It's a business. Well, you can read the article. It will be up in the Rumble side of the SHR Media Group on Rumble under BZ's Saloon. You can look at that at your veritable leisure. Here's also, I'm going to play this. Do I have enough time? I have 3 minutes. Let me set something up right here. I may have enough time to play this. This is from one of my favorite dudes, Scott Jennings. And so Scott Jennings, yeah, here we go. Let's play this.
I recognize you haven't reviewed all the material anymore.
And you have the diverse. The percentage.
Who are you to tell me what I can and can't? I've never met you, brother. Listen, I can say whatever I want. They're illegal aliens, and that's what the law calls them, illegal aliens. That's what I'm going to call them.
Right. Listen, you can't say illegals anymore because ICE is directly targeting legal citizens of this country. And How
are you going to enforce your edict on me, just out of curiosity?
Listen, I understand.
But just listen to his point about illegal.
No, I want to know why he gets to
it's
instruct
not, you're
my
changing the topic.
I want to know.
No, he's not changing the topic. That's the point. The point is, okay, if you don't like something, if something that you deem bad, is no onus on me to make sure that I am in compliance whatsoever. That shit ship has sailed, and it's not coming back. And all this virtue signaling crap, number one, you can't touch me because I'm way retired. You have nothing to hold over my head except your own stupidity and your own critically insane leftist policies about words. Okay? I don't give a shit about words. I don't give a shit about your policies. I've been shot at by professionals. I've been insulted by professionals. Any of you leftists are no fucking professional.
Making a point, making an
about
emotional
people being
plea.
arrested. Go
I
ahead.
understand that your job is predicated on just getting increasingly more demented every single week, and that the audience comes back to if perhaps
Make your point.
My point is that you're saying the word illegals, but
It's in
you
federal
don't
law.
even really know what's happening. Or actually,
It's a word. You said a word, and I'm going to start crying. Okay, what is one of the most fundamental things that I learned as a cop? And that's this. You can cry your crocodile tears, but nothing is true unless tears and snot are involved.
Right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Listen in to the Reaver of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a show equipped for bombast. Tune in Mondays and Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, and 6 p.m. Pacific, featuring a refreshing dose of reality. Jersey Joe fearlessly tackles the tough topics with no nonsense. Just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com, where you can hear the Reaver of Common Sense in action. He may not always be polite. He may not always be refined. But one thing's for sure. He always tells it like it is.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? Then check out Seven Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with Seven Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com. 7armors.com. Faithful, vigilant, steadfast, passionate.
Are you looking for bold and honest conversation about the issues shaping America? Well, let me welcome you to Unleashed 101 with Jeremy Hansen, where we take you beyond the headlines. We dive into politics and culture, struggles of everyday life. It's raw, real, and unfiltered. If you're ready for truth with a punch, pull up a chair and join us. That's right, Unleashed 101, where real talk feels like home. Find us at unleashed101.com, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and more. We look forward to seeing you. Unleashed 101 with Jeremy Hansen.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government requires freedom, just as freedom requires an individual willingness to self-govern. Freedom has made America exceptional, but it can only last as long as you and I seek the good, as expressed by the laws of nature and nature's God. It can only last if you and I choose to act as people of character. Forging character has been the pursuit of Hillsdale College since 1844.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm back. I'm BZ. It's the final half hour of the show. Can I tell you something truthful? And that's this. I've been having the time of my life. Why do I have the time of my life? Because it's my show. And I get to say what I want. And I get to bring it to you. And then I report. You decide. Or shit to that effect, Senator. Something like that. I'm not quite sure exactly how that goes. But the dealio is that now we're going to transmogrify over to an area that, if I can find it, I call... damn it, Jim, where is it? Well, let's just play it, okay? Let's play it, and I'll figure out how to get there, and that's this.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941.
We're standing by
My fellow Americans,
for news.
today that I signed legislation.
This is essentially the rest of the show. Won't get to all the stuff that I need to get to. I'll get enough in, like this. And then, Paul, would you please weigh in? I'm asking you kindly. Paul, what do you say?
Stand by for news.
And we're in the news segment right now. Now, the UK has decided that they want to go all in on digital ID. And the UK is comprised mostly of cowardly cretins who have little, if any, idea how to push back against their oppressive department. They're nothing but proles. They're nothing but groundlings until they start to push back. And what they're discovering is this. They're all over the streets to protest digital ID, because anything that's digital and can be turned on can be turned off by government. And then that's precisely, if you were not in accordance with the UK's great governmental plans, then you'll be removed. You'll be throttled. How do I know that? Because that's already occurred in Canada under Trudeau. Remember the truckers that were protesting? And then Trudeau had the Canadian government go into the bank accounts of numerous truckers and simply stop their accounts. You can't access your money. So if it's digital ID, then sooner or later, mostly sooner, it's going to be CBDB, central bank digital currency. And then that's when your currency and your media and your life can be absolutely throttled and stopped. You won't be able to eat. You won't be able to get a loan. You won't be able to get into your account. You won't be able to support your kids if your philosophy is not completely in congruence with the UK government, or any government for that matter that demands that its citizens rely on digital ID or CBDC. And in your heart, you know I'm right. What I've said for quite some time, I'll say again too, for some of the people that may be new here. If I had a time machine, because I have a cybersecurity dude that comes on the show quite frequently, Mike Fitzpatrick of NCX Group. And what he has said always, because this is common sense, anything that is digital can and will be hacked, period, end of statement. It's just a matter of time, sooner rather than later. So as I've said, and Mike doesn't appreciate this, I do, I kind of like it. If I had a time machine, I'd go back in time and kill Admiral Grace Hopper, who was the inventor of the language COBOL, C-O-B-O-L. And from that, it led to the digital age, ones and zeros open and closed. Here's another story that I want to bring to you. We were talking about, oddly enough, see the linkage here when BZ talks about Canada, and now he's talking about Canadians and truckers, and now he's talking about Albertans in Canada under Carney. Mark Carney, what a goober. Alberta, I subscribed. I followed Alberta separation. This is a happy story because it happens to be true. Without Alberta, Canada is a turd world nation. You would think that they wouldn't be so disrespectful in Ottawa. Let's embiggen this, shall we? And that's this. Alberta's net contribution to Ottawa is more than 244 billion Canadian dollars from 2007 to 2022. And it absolutely dwarfs contributions from any other province. Albertans, they're beating you like a bad whore. And that's why a lot of Albertans are saying similar things to, you know what? I think perhaps it may possibly be time to secede because we're not massively leftist like that far frog area over in the far east portion of Canada is. Here's another story that I found amusing. I like Carolyn Levitt. I like her a lot. And one of the reasons, she kind of reminds me of Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who wouldn't brook crap from any leftist. And that's why I could have placed it into happy stories, perhaps. Maybe I should have. But I waited until now. And this is where she delivers a 1 minute and 30-second spanking to some kind of a leftist piece of crap journalist.
Spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained.
People die in custody in law enforcement agencies all over the planet, in good countries and bad countries. Know why? It's because people die. And occasionally law enforcement makes mistakes. Won't deny that, but people die in custody. It's like, oh, this is massively unique. ICE kills people. Bullshit. And I'm looking at her face and she's thinking, I wonder how many knives would fit in your right lapel.
By ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Here we go, kids. HIBBYGO, go.
Are you asking me my opinion?
Yeah.
Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed it unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias.
Oh, the umbrage comes out now. The umbrage comes out. It turns out that he was wearing his vest and the knives wouldn't stick.
Yes. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country.
See, wherever this guy is from, he's not used to being spoken to like that. And you can see the look on his face. He is looking daggers in return, right back at her as well. No one speaks to an American media maggot like him. He may not even be an American media maggot. He may be a Eurotrash maggot. I'm not sure. I don't know. He's got an accent. So likely, I don't know, perhaps Eurotrash, perhaps not.
And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist.
Upbraiding. And then for those of you who just tuned in, an upbraiding, uppercut, dish, 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 dish. This is, again, a continuing series of revelations about why I love the hell out of doing this show. Because I bring you crap. Okay, sorry. Just like all the rest of the SHR dudes and dudettes do at the SHR Media Group, the SHR Media Network. Oh, by the way, okay. Let me do this. I'm going to refer to an article here. I think I'm going to be able to get to it. Let me see if, oh, damn it, Jim, I can't go that way. Okay. One of the things that I want to show to you is if you want to see a lot of great articles, go to shrmedia.com, shrmedia.com. Because the website is linked up to all of our shows. And I will probably be getting to this, but I just wanted to point out to you, shrmedia.com. You know, it's like, I love that stuff. I love the upbraiding by certain individuals. Here's another story. And with luck, I can piss off a lot of the individuals who happen to be loving tranny supporters. Because if you love trannies, then you're a mental genetic mutant yourself. But here's a good story. Here's a story ripped from today's screaming headlines, and that's it. 2 Wisconsin hospitals. Yeah, you know what? In retrospect, I probably should have installed this under happy stories because it really is a happy story. 2 Wisconsin hospitals halt gender-affirming care for minors, and the debate reignites. The debate about what? What debate is there? I'm not sure what debate there is. Well, the only debate to be had is by Democrats, leftists, socialists, Democrats, socialists, leftists, all in medicine, leftists, all in science, who say that there's absolutely nothing wrong with the mental, chemical, and physical butchery of children. Now, the standard Mark 1 Model 1 rejoinder is, well, I want a peg leg. So you should saw off your kid's peg leg so he can be a great pirate on Halloween. Why not just gouge out his eye with a spoon? Because that would make him more pirate-like. Arr, matey, wouldn't it? It certainly would. And everyone knows you have to obey your children if you're a leftist or a Democrat. So 2 Wisconsin health systems are going to stop offering certain transgender medical treatments to patients 17 and younger. Now, see, when you're attempting to control speech, which I must admit, leftists, to which they excel, then gender affirming care equates to, as I said, the mental, chemical, and physical butchery of children. That is a gender affirming care because they want it, right? Because kids are so smart at 3. There have been leftist, crazy, insane leftist white chicks like this who have said, I know my infant, my baby, my 3-year-old, my 4-year-old is a tranny. I got a boy. I didn't want a boy. I wanted a girl. So I'm going to make that boy into a girl who will love me because I am a sociopathic narcissist. Or words to that effect, Senator. So, yeah, I guess I could have made a happy story out of it because as far as I'm concerned, that is a happy story. Here's another happy story. Because on account of because why? A Flea and a Fly and a Flew by Bennett Cerf. God, now I don't remember. I was going to impress everybody with my remembrance of a poem by Bennett Cerf. Damn it, Jim. Trump, however, in terms of news, has suspended visa processing from a bunch of countries. And so this has been done indefinitely because people, actual citizens, actual Americans in the United States of America, are tired of being fleeced and fucked over and cornholed and bent over and told to grab their ankles while other individuals' penises haven't been lubed, but they've been draped with sand. And then we've been told to enjoy it and yell at the top of our voice, thank you, sir, may I have another? And we're done. We're tired. We're done with it. So people from 75 countries, it's one of the most expansive efforts to restrict legal pathways to the United States because we're done. And the criteria is target applicant deemed likely to become a public charge. That is to say, people that they think are going to rely on government benefits for basic needs. Our job here in the United States of America is to take care of Americans first. America first. The rest of the nation can take care of itself. When we're fine, when we're all settled and hunky-dory, then perhaps we can think about helping others. We brought back the entire planet from World War II because of the Marshall Plan. We brought back our enemies. And those days, those abilities have gone and flown, and I hope they are never to return. And so if you're coming here to be a parasite, to be a refugee and game the system like the Chinese, oh, next Thursday night, I'm going to have a story for you about the lovely Chinese. China is our enemy, if you haven't realized that already. The only people not realizing that are the stupid amongst you, who are legion, by the way. And so here's the list. You can go to the Rumble channel, SHR Media Rumble channel, BZ's Saloon, and look at this entire list. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait, France isn't on it. Yeah, they can take care of themselves. Oh, look, Finland isn't on it. Yeah, they can take care of themselves. Oh, the Netherlands aren't on it. Denmark, Norway, they're not on it. Yeah, they can take care of themselves. And they're not beating the door to get here because they have their own country to take care of. And they're a Western civilization, and they are not generally barbaric third world fucks. And we are done, you see. People, we are done with this crap. I am done, and I am not alone. There are many, many others. This is my rifle. It is mine. It only belongs to me. Let me point this out. I actually got kind of surprised. Oh, that's a pleasant sort of thing. Gives me a little tingle in my nipples. The Supreme Court came out with 3 opinions today. Expected was the ruling on tariffs, but that didn't occur. So this story also will be on the Rumble side. There were a bunch of cases, 3 that were released today. Burke versus Choi, Ellenberg versus U.S., Coney Island Auto Parts versus Burton. But as was pointed out here, the tariffs case was undecided. And that was Learning Resources, Inc. versus Trump, with Trump versus VOS selections. And here's why. So people are wondering, okay, we know it's on the docket. We know it's going to be released shortly. They have not set a public date for the release of that opinion. And folks are saying, as is indicated on the story right over here at shrmedia.com. So a ruling against the administration could trigger major refund and repayment questions for people who were importers. But here's why I don't think it was released yet. If the decision/opinion went against Trump, I don't believe that they would have any hesitation about releasing it, because what would happen is that in the world of leftists and Democrats, joy would be heard ringing all throughout the Boneyard Land. And there might be, huzzah, huzzah, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. But I believe the reason that they haven't released it is because they know that there are many leftists who are already out there mobilized and ready to picket the Supreme Court building and truly screw with SCOTUS as much as humanly possible. So I think SCOTUS is afraid. I think that is an indicator that SCOTUS has decided, because the opinion has not been released, they have decided for Trump. And they are fully cognizant of the fact that, okay, if this gets out there, then there's going to be a hue and cry, because leftists who are unemployed, or ancient people, or leftist bints like this are all ready to go. They're paid per line item, basically, as we discovered. They're ready to go. And they're ready to turn all sorts of leftist urban rat cages, lurks, into flames at a moment's notice. The cool thing is that it's always the leftist urban rat cages who are set on fire. And, to be honest, I have to say, that really is a good thing. That's really a cool thing. Because why shouldn't Mayor Fry have Minneapolis burnt like toast, like bad toast, to the ground all over again? When the ruling comes out, the ruling will come out from SCOTUS. So, it's the standard BZ Mark 1 Model 1 if-then equation. If it goes against Trump and his tariffs, then why not release it now? There would be joy everywhere. Everyone's, screw you, Trump. We got you again, mother. So, can anybody here think of any reason other than that why it wasn't released? I can't say that. I was trying to think about this earlier in the day. What other reasons could there be? Oh, our docket is just jam-packed. No. Well, we're revisiting it. No. The opinions have already been written. So if the tariffs opinion goes against Trump, why haven't we seen it now? Wouldn't it seem to be that they'd want to get this off their docket and off their desks as soon as humanly possible? So again, I say I'm pretty sure that SCOTUS is delaying because leftist protesters have mobilized. They're out there. They're out en masse, and they could turn on the court building in just a few hours, and they would be fully funded, would they not? Of course they were. Well, all I have to say is, guess what? It's that tippy toe time again. And that's why I say, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, thanks for listening to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show, live and direct right here on the SHR Media Network. Portrayed wondrously in a grandiose way on KLRN, courtesy of Rick Robinson. And I also want to say something similar to, hey, look, promotional consideration by the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works and also by Electro Voice and Shure microphones, Arrakis boards, the one I use, and also by Pratt & Whitney engines, dependable engines that are themselves creating thrust you can trust. Tiaras are Paranormal by My Little Pony. Isn't it colorful? And so I also want to say thanks to my personal KC-135 Kettle One refueling team, with whom I shall be consorting in less than 10 minutes. And I want to thank each and every one of you. It's been a grimace putting this in portrait mode. It grated against my nerves, I'm telling you. Everybody, I'll see you Tuesday night. God bless, take care, and be safe.
Everybody quiet down now and get some sleep.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mama. Good night, Ben.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Mama. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, children. Good night, Daddy. Good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Jim Bob.
What's going on? I was asleep. What's everybody doing?
Good night,
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, and good luck.
But wait, don't go away just yet. Did you guys see my Heisler beer shirt? This is a reference to, well, I don't know, television and movies. I'll leave you to find out and suss that out. By the way, before I leave, I want to tell everybody this. SHR has a show for you every day of the week. And we can, let me do this. Let me start first with Jersey Joe, who is the Reaver of Common Sense. And you can see him on Monday and Friday nights, 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, and 9 p.m. Eastern. And so Monday and Friday nights, you already saw a show on Monday. Joe kicked butt on Monday, but that's Monday and Friday. Well, what about Tuesday? We've got